Of similarities between that food and what they're taking with them to the moon on this mission, and so you know, one of the neat things about it as well, you can get kind of creative with your food. And so I noticed I was looking at their menu, and there's a lot of tortillas on board, and tortillas. People ask what your favorite food is, and for me it was a tortilla because you can do a lot with it. You can take a sausage patty and some eggs, and you've got a breakfast burrito. It's pretty nice.
Yeah. It's 6:30 now on the East Coast, so if you were tuning in for the CBS Evening News, you tuned in at a really good time, because we are under 5 minutes now, countdown to launch Artemis II, the first manned mission to the moon in more than 50 years. Bill, as we get ever so close, what's going on right now?
Well, first of all, they just armed the launch abort system. They did that on time. That's the system that would carry them away in a catastrophic failure. They've armed the flight termination system. That's the whole rocket's entire self-destruct system that we were talking about earlier. You know, it sounds unusual.
Well, if you're just tuning in to the Galactic News, you tuned in at a perfect time. We're about to cover the Artemis II launch, which is supposed to be taking off in T-minus 4 minutes and 4 seconds and counting. As well as we are preparing for a address from the president, who apparently is going to be giving us all an update on Operation Epstein Fury.
Right now on planet Earth, there's 4 people in a position to go take this risk, and this is what we signed up for. I mean, it is really important for humanity to push further into our solar system, to go explore the unknown, to go discover things that we didn't think were possible, to have that human brain, human eye curiosity out there, figuring things out that we never even dreamed of. And myself, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy are in a position to go do that. We have to seize that moment.
Peggy, Mike, when I hear that, what I think about is the fact that it takes curiosity to want to go to space, but it also takes a not insignificant amount of courage to be the one on top of the rocket. You're nodding.
Okay, I can't sit here listening to Tony Two Cuts anymore. Be quiet, Tony Two Cuts.
Look at my penis.
Oh my God. But the feed is so bad over here. Give me a better feed, for the love of God. For the love of God and all things holy, give me a better feed. Okay, that's an improvement. I'll take that. Clear audio and video. Mammals are trying to leave the land.
Let's go for upper stage 2.
We're always trying to leave the land, Duck. I would say it's a tale as old as time.
GLS is go for core stage 2 internal power.
Oh no. Twitch isn't live. Why isn't Twitch live? Hold on. Let me see if I can get Twitch live for us. I don't know why this is happening.
One minute.
GLS is go for ALS.
$25. 20. 15. 10.
GLS is go for core stage engine start.
Houston, integrity.
Well, that was fast.
Roger, roll pitch. Integrity, AMT high. AMT high.
Yeah!
Page Larson underscore 12 underscore 1989 just subscribed for 6 months. Can't believe I've been here for 6 months already.
Have you the same?
Thank you for the resubscribe page. So far, so good on this launch, knock on wood. Camera person struggling to keep it in focus as it continues to hurtle upwards. Just lost the first 2 boosters. You can see those falling back down.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready. Copy all, Stan. Integrity, SM priming complete. SM priming complete.
See some other stuff breaking off
Houston
the
integrity,
rocket.
good
I
lap,
can't tell what
Jettison,
you can
great
see.
view.
You can see like 4 pieces.
Copy,
here
Jettison. Team
floating
Eco
back.
8
I have
plus
no idea what those
02.
are.
We see the same on board, Stan. And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Carmen line. Outstanding, Stan. We have you the same.
I'll be
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Integrity, 3 engine press.
3 engine press.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Same on board, Stan.
They're traveling
Integrity, expect nominal
11,700
shutdown.
miles per hour right now.
Integrity copies nominal shutdown.
Is this the view from my window? No. I mean, you can see out the window. I can't quite tell where we're above right now. What is that? The Middle East?
Integrity, AOA open.
AOA open.
Who's land-based now? Yes. Yes, Duck. Who's land-based now? Huh? Can you fly? Can you fly off planet, Duck? Huh? Please try and liaise with the Artemis crew, see if you can get an interview. Yes, good idea, Good thinking, Autumn. Honestly, I've been slacking on interviews. I haven't done a single interview on this show. I should really work on that. Honestly,
Integrity,
most
nominal
people, I feel like
MECO,
nobody would
core
want to come
stage
on here for an
separated.
interview. But maybe I should reach for the stars, if you will.
We see the same on
Quack
board,
it. I
Stan.
haven't done it. I haven't done it yet, okay? I forgot. I didn't forget. To be more clear, I have a bunch of stuff on my list that I have to get done right now, and I'm sort of freaking out because of how much shit's going on. And today we had 2 very important live events, one of space, one of Earth, Artemis 2, and Trump's Iran speech. So all of that is going to have to happen tomorrow, including, I'm afraid, I also have a patron avatar that isn't still's not up on the break screens yet. I got a lot of jobs, okay? Got a lot of jobs over here. I'm trying my best. You could try and
Integrity
enlist one of the
Houston,
mods
looking ahead to
make you-
PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Making it for you.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
CB Cat gets it. I wear many hats, not just the tinfoil one. You know, I have to put on the show. I have to produce the show. I have to make the thumbnails for every stream. 2 different ones, technically, although really the second one's just a copy of the first one in grayscale. You know, I gotta do all of the things. So many of the things. The researching for the show. Managing the Discord.
Integrity, good. Neds deploy.
Speaking of which, I posted in the Discord a graph showing the somewhat exponential curve of our growth in recent months. We've been crushing it. Thanks to you people.
And Integrity Eastern for PWD setup. Just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
We copy that.
As a result, I may need to find a new mod. I've been very hesitant to get crazy with adding mods around here, but we are growing. Oh boy, all the ducks want to be mods. Eight Ball is suspiciously indecisive today. Is that true? I mean, we can't count on 8 Ball. It's just a randomized command. Bob Carmody is available. Ooh, okay. There's an option. Bob's got a resume. Bob's got a modding resume over here. Enough land-based mod, says the duck. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. And what do you think the implications of having a duck mod be? Do you feel that would improve everyone's experiences?
Houston C3.
Do we need to expand to water and air-based mods? That's the problem right
C3
now.
Ox, and we're
Not
2
enough
minutes to maneuver.
representation in the mod categories. Jesus Christ. All right, hold on. I'm switching streams because looking at this CGI module, not the most riveting experience. Let's see what is this? CBS? God damn it.
Individual decisions, how many individual ideas, thoughts, early mornings, late nights went into this moment.
And it's Tony Two Cuts. This is worse.
Look at my penis.
I can't listen to Tony Two. Listening to Tony Two Cuts actually makes it worse. All right, no CBS. No CBS. Reuters live stream over. We can stop the spammers, Cap. Cap. I'm surprised you've made it this far. I'm not gonna lie, pal. We. Who's we in that sentence, Cap? You honestly, I gotta give you a little credit. I mean, you come in here every single day. You've been banned from chat, or at least timed out from chat every single stream for like a week in a row. You come back every goddamn day. You are the you are the literal reason why we need mods. Okay. All right. Well, you're the epitome. You're an example. You're a shining example of why we need mods around here. Okay, pal? Okay. Good.
You are not funny.
Okay, well, I think the launch portion of this stream is probably concluded.
United, a can-do spirit.
All right,
that we
I'll listen to
can do
NBC.
these things.
I'll listen to
and I think with this crew, whether you're a Canadian, whether you're a person of color, whether you're a woman, whether you're anybody, you see some of yourself in this group, and that's going to spur that interest, that desire to move forward.
Yeah, Tom, as we watch and all of the moments that happened earlier when this thing took off, Artemis 2 is so incredible. An important moment's going to happen in about 3 hours, right? 3 hours from now, we have sort of a critical point in this entire mission when all eyes will be on what happens and Orion, the capsule, something happens there. Explain to our viewers.
The Orion separates, and then it is truly on its own. And that's the point where we start seeing the proximity operations demonstrating their capability in that spaceship. This is the most advanced, well, one of the most advanced spaceships ever built, right? I don't want to speak for what SpaceX has got going.
That's
They've
so
had an
bad.
incredibly successful
You're right.
pattern already. But you're talking about the most
You're right. It's a beautiful hat. I can't lie. Al's putting me to shame with his hat. You know, I cannot lie. He has a beautiful, beautiful hat, and it puts mine to shame. My tinfoil hat is having, what do you call it? Adequacy issues right now with his hat in the mix.
And really question whether this is the right design for this ship. And everybody is still very much holding their breath and hoping and praying that heat shield holds on reentry. And for the most part, NASA is absolutely confident that it will. Now, there's some high-profile previous astronauts who are concerned.
Although I will say this, budget-wise, I'll bet you mine was much more budget-friendly. I'll bet you that was an expensive hat. My God.
That it will be safe and the crew will be safe on reentry.
This thing,
Right,
50
Steve,
cents.
as we wait
Come
for
on.
that moment 3 hours from now, talk to us about inside the Orion capsule right now. Are the astronauts talking amongst themselves? Are they talking back to mission control? What's happening?
They're busy. They're really busy. They're a brand new thing.
And if I ever get tired of the hat, I could cook some chicken in it, or maybe a nice rack of ribs.
Our preparations for the separation from the ICPS and actually drive the Orion with the European service module around, flip it around, and actually do simulated dockings. Only a few hours after launch. That's an amazing thing to ask the crew to do, and I know they're excited.
And I know on this first day and this first night, they have to stay up for a long time, right? They almost, I think, at some point have to take a quick nap just to stay up longer because of what's happening and the importance of everything. Everyone has to be alert and awake.
How could you sleep?
How could you?
After that? So, but I think
I'm
they'll be
paying
pretty
too much
fatigued,
for foil,
and
you say.
if things have gone so well,
It was just it was
they'll
an
actually be able to
approximation.
sleep okay.
Yeah, we saw a quick shot of inside NASA, and it you know, we have to talk about those teams there because we talk about the astronauts and their families and their friends, but I mean those teams from NASA as well working on this to every aspect from the arithmetic to the building to everything to thinking about what's the next goal.
I worked in mission control for about 15 years and worked with lots and lots of missions, both ISS and lots of shuttle missions. And I saw how dedicated and smart these people are. But it's not just the individual people. It's the way they're linked together into kind of a super brain. And that's what's happening in mission control.
It looks like we're close to or either getting to the point where the Orion solar arrays deploy. Steve, what exactly does that mean in layman's terms?
Well, you know, we know what solar panels do, right? And that's exactly what's essential for this this vehicle. So the capsule is that little gumdrop thing, and then there's a cylinder below it, and that cylinder is the service module. It provides power and also water and oxygen, nitrogen for the capsule itself. And that power is going to come from the sun, so we need those solar arrays.
So an important and a critical part of what's happening right now, the solar arrays deploying. And we think, Tom, we think that's just happened or it's about to happen.
Right this very minute. Let's listen open.
Yep,
listen
let's listen in.
Give us just 1 minute. And Stan, you can read it like this, ready to copy.
Roger. Tidris, handover east to west, expected 1 second earlier at 5:1 minutes, 26 seconds.
Okay, bottom line is we're at that point right now when the solar array.
Yeah, I see some people asking about whether or not they're going to be going on the moon, like physically on the moon this time. No. This is a preliminary step in the concept of a plan to have boots back on the moon, and in fact to build a moon base.
That is when we will see Orion in a safe orbit.
But so far, Tom,
But not this time. They're going to be going around the moon further than anyone has ever gone before, which in itself is historic, of course, but nobody will be going on the surface of the moon.
Ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and online at NBCNews.com. I'm Tom Yamas from the Kennedy Space Center. We thank you so much for watching.
AMT high.
And we are continuing our breaking news coverage of the Artemis II launch right here on NBC News Now. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Right now, we are just minutes into that historic launch with 4 astronauts lifting off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida just moments ago in the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched, the most powerful rocket humans have ever climbed on top of and ridden into the stars. The Artemis crew is going to spend 10 days in space where they're going to get to lay there.
Was that copy? Was that copy? Gotta love it. All right. I feel like I should take a poll in chat or something. Do people want to stay on this, or would you all prefer me to switch over to the midweek report now? Because, like, we can come back to talking about, because I actually have some clips to, like, talk about what is happening with the Artemis mission. Because it's going to be a series of missions called Artemis. There'll be Artemis 3 and 4 and 5, leading all the way up until 2028. Actually, maybe 2030. I think it's possible. For over the next 4 years, I think we have a whole bunch of missions planned that culminate in like a base. What do you guys think? Midweek report or more coverage of the Artemis 2 launch? Because it's in like 2 hours. Trump is going to be doing his. I was going to try and time it out so we could do U.S. news. I think I have it fairly well timed out, where we could do that and then like seamlessly transition into Iran and Donald Trump's huge news, whatever it is that he needs to hold a fucking address. He's got to address the whole union. One's in chat if you guys want midweek. I see at least one vote. See at least one vote for midweek report.
Eyes on parts of the moon.
I'm just gonna keep listening to this for now
like
until
you see the fire start to build underneath the rocket before you start to see
one's
that
for
smoke,
yes,
and then
two
the launch,
for
and then our whole
one's for midweek
building
report.
started shaking. You could feel
Two
on the
for
roof
Artemis
as that shaking was happening, and then just to watch this rocket from a distance, it seems almost slow. Although we know it's not. It's moving at thousands of miles an hour into the sky and then into orbit, and it really was just a spectacular sight to see. And knowing that this is like the wow moment, right? This is the thing that people watch because it is such an incredible thought to have this rocket sort of explode in the way that one would in this moment of getting into the sky, and then to know what's ahead of us, right? We've got 10 days on this mission where you have these 4 incredible human beings who are going to travel farther away from the Earth than anyone has before to do a test flight, but to also run these experiments and to see the moon from the far side with their own eyes, which no other human being has done. And so it's spectacular in that sense. We did pull out it's a Lego model that one of our technical managers here built of the rocket, just to kind of give you an idea of what's happened so far, right? You understand that these rocket boosters separated very early on, and then we saw the core stage, this orange part, separate as well. And so now what's in space is just the top part of this here. The abort system is already sort of come off and separated as well. So you just have the crew that's inside the crew capsule here, Orion, as we've been calling it. And we know that we were expecting the solar arrays to deploy. They're going to be important, obviously, to this mission. They're just like...
Okay, it seems pretty definitive in the chat. I don't think I saw any 2s in the chat, so I think that's a good place for us to call it on the Artemis 2 coverage for now. It's going to take me a second to reposition myself.
But there's a new addition to the National Mall, a 10-foot tall golden toilet, a throne fit for kings. All right, everybody. We're back. We're back. Midweek report. Let's do it. Let's see how the week's been going. It's Wednesday evening. It's only been 3 days. How bad could it possibly have been? Well, actually, let's start this off in a good way. Let's start this with some art appreciation in DC. Well, there's a new addition to the National Mall, a 10-foot tall golden toilet, a throne fit for kings, sits in front of the Lincoln Memorial. It is the latest protest statue that's appeared from the secret handshake. The group is criticizing President Trump's remodeling of the Lincoln bathroom at the White House. A plaque on the side of the statue reads, "This is his crowning achievement." It's a bold reminder that the president isn't just a businessman, but he's taking care of business. It stands as a tribute to an unwavering visionary who looked down and saw a problem and painted it gold.
I think one of the
Yes, indeed. Well, we were graced with that beautiful sculpture beginning of the week here. A much needed respite from thinking about just how terrible our president is. The man who's literally shitting all over our democracy every single day and then plating it gold. An apt artistic commentary, if you will. Now, where to? Where to next? Ah, C-SPAN. From yesterday. Donald J. Trump.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Right now, DHS, Mr. President,
How are you?
There's issues right now with DHS not being funded. Coast Guard is one of them, which is very important, especially with things going on with Strait of Hormuz and here in our own country. You have the power to transfer control from the Department of Homeland Security to the Navy. Are you considering doing that?
No, I have a lot of powers to do things, and we use the powers where appropriate. Sometimes you don't have to use those powers. You know, they're a little severe. And then people accuse me of being a king. You see, the king, this is the new one.
They call me a king.
They've been trying for
it's new.
A long time, including 4 years where I was out of office watching how.
It's a new word that nobody's ever heard of. King. Very radical new word. Here's Donald Trump responding to questions from reporters. Talking about the newfangled concept of kings and how people are claiming he might be one. Very weird. Very weird people are saying it. Everybody's saying it. I don't know what it means. It's like affordability. It's a word no one's ever heard of. Or groceries. What is that? Nobody knows. What a fucking idiot. Well, of course, the king has his own secret police force. And even though they may have, for now, reduced their forces in Minnesota, the rest of the nation is still potential target for ICE. Places like Chicago preparing for the potential of...
Sanctuary cities are making it very difficult to arrest the criminals. For instance, Chicago, very well educated. They've been educated how to defy ICE, how to hide from ICE. They call it know your rights. I call it how to escape.
Tom Homan talking about the concept of education is hilarious. The concept of education, no, I'm not familiar with it, but I've heard things. I've heard things before about it, and it's very dangerous. Very dangerous.
Chicago has learned the lessons of the brutal winter in Minneapolis at the hands of federal ICE agents, and is preparing in case of another major crackdown here.
Everybody hear me? All right, great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining today. So, what is it that really keeps us safe in moments like this, right? Things are very scary. There are armed, masked agents with seeming impunity in our neighborhoods, in our cities, etc.
Diego Morales is a founder of Puño, an immigrant rights organization in Chicago's Pilsen neighborhood. Today, he and fellow activists are leading a Know Your Rights training to just over 100 people from the area.
Our general kind of model would prioritize, if you can, to try to connect with the person that is being kidnapped, to find key information, somebody that you can connect with, so that we can find out where that person is being taken to and connect with their family who may need support.
Training sessions like these now happen regularly all over Chicago, where locals are worried that federal immigration agents will return in force in the spring.
We've been mobilizing to arm our neighbors, our neighborhoods, our communities with knowledge and connection and organization in order to defend our communities and to fight back against this federal administration.
You hear that? Very dangerous. Armed with knowledge. It's like a weapon. It's Like a dangerous weapon. Knowing things, everybody knows it. Everybody knows that knowing things is dangerous.
For 2 months last year, hundreds of ICE agents deployed to Chicago. There were scenes of chaos across the city as residents tried to prevent raids and fight for the release of detainees. Most of the federal agents pulled out in November, but not before taking this picture at Chicago's iconic Bean statue and warning they would soon be back. Chicago is a deeply democratic city, and immigrants make up nearly a quarter of the population. The city's mayor, Brandon Johnson, has been a vocal critic of the immigration crackdown, even calling for ICE to be abolished.
What's up, Chicago? Let them hear you! Yeah! I want to make this point absolutely clear. We are not okay with ICE attempting to occupy our cities.
Mayor Johnson is popular among many Chicagoans for standing up to President Trump, but as detentions continue, there are still some here who want his office to do more.
We saw that there was a potential there, but what we're seeing afterwards is not.
But that executive order to make sure that, listen,
we as a community council, we have addressed the issues, found solutions, and we protect each other. And we're going to fight as much as we can to protect our people with our heart, because that's where our intentions are.
And so we're committed to doing that?
We hope so.
Okay?
We hope so.
All right, thank you.
That's right, community is doing everything they can to protect one another, protect their neighbors, because the fight against ICE is not over, even though Greg Bovino's out. Doesn't matter. Christy Home gone, I don't care. All the crimes that have happened still happened, and the agency still exists. April Fool's Day is my day. Today is April Fool's Day, it's true. Maybe 9 o'clock will come around and they'll just be like, April Fools, no update. Operation Epstein Fury is still on. Now, while we're talking about immigration, we should talk about Birthright citizenship, one of the foundations, building blocks to our democracy, enshrined in the Constitution, in the 14th Amendment. Something that the Trump administration is completely trying to upend and was arguing in front of the Supreme Court to overturn. If it were to be overturned, of course, it would be a utter disaster.
Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. To make sure that the United States doesn't protect just the powerful people, we will fight for them. For those without protection, for those without Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. To make sure that the
Birthright citizenship is such a foundational part of who we are as a country. It's like right there in the 14th Amendment that if you're born in this country, you are a U.S. citizen. That's what makes you American. It's what makes us special. I just think it's really important that we visibly show that we have the public on our side on this issue. I mean, this is not a niche issue. This is not controversial. The public resoundingly supports protecting birthright citizenship.
Yep. And who would this affect? Many, 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 many people. Many, many people. And how far are you allowed to go back? That's a question I've asked on multiple occasions. How far do you go back At what point? What if it was if your grandparents were undocumented? Then by the transitive property, does that not make you also, even if your parents were born here and you were born here, is that not moot? So wouldn't all the children of Irish immigrants and it applies to so many people, and I feel like people just don't seem to understand that, or I don't know. This is very strange. Because where does it stop? Where does that actually stop? Where does the line stop? It's not clear to me.
I was in the courtroom today in the Supreme Court chambers where President Donald Trump appeared as the first time in American history for a president to show up at Supreme Court oral arguments in the case related to birthright citizenship. President Trump showed up right as the oral arguments were beginning, and he sat in the front row of the public seating, which made it hard for the press to be able to view him. But we did see that he was flanked by his cabinet members, Attorney General Pam Bondi, as well as Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. At some point during the ACLU attorneys' arguments, the president got up and left by himself. The president is usually known for coming in and shaking hands with people, but that was not what we saw today. He wasn't front and center. This was an instance where we saw the president really disappear into the crowd. This is an
My question that I keep coming to is how many Americans can actually trace their lineage back to a boat or a plane or whatever it may have been that got them here, and the process that their ancestors went through to make them citizens? That's the question I would like people to ask themselves right now. Can you do that in document form? Can you prove that all the way back to whomever it was that got to this country first in your family, that you were here legally and that they got here legally? Because I don't think everybody can do that. I think a lot of people would struggle with that. So, sure, some people might find their name, their ancestor's name in a book in Ellison Island or somewhere else, but that's only a small portion of people. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe most people have the immigration papers of their ancestors handy somewhere. Maybe I'm weird for thinking that.
I'm going to borrow from Cecilia Wong here, who answered a similarly important question with just a word: no. It's not overstating it, because what the ACLU will tell you is that while this case is about the president's executive order issued on January 20th, his first day in office last year, curtailing citizenship to babies born to one or more undocumented parents, what this is really about, Chris, is part of the larger conservative legal project to redefine who counts in this country. And we see that every day, and a variety of different policy initiatives that this administration is pursuing, from the criminal enforcement of laws preventing people from overstaying their visas, to asylum policies, who gets to claim asylum and where, to the question of who is a citizen. If the administration is to win on this, you can surely count on them to make future arguments about even stripping people who have been naturalized of their citizenship, or otherwise redefining what we have come to understand as birthright citizenship in this country, subject to the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment.
So, Senator, I want to play one of the exchanges that I think stood out, where Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson was pushing the Solicitor General about how the government's test for citizenship could even be enforced. Here it is.
Are you suggesting that when a baby is born, people have to have documents, present documents? Is this happening in the delivery room? How are we determining when or whether a newborn child is a citizen of the United States under your rule?
And I think that's directly addressed in the SSA guidance that's cited in our brief. What SSA says is there's currently a system where, for example, Social Security numbers are generated based on the birth certificate. They say this can still be, for the vast majority of instances, completely transparent. You will still get a...
No, not transparent. I'm just talking about the particulars, because now you say your rule turns on whether the person intended to stay in the United States. And I think Justice Barrett brought this up. So are we bringing pregnant women in for depositions? What are we doing to figure this out?
Senator, there are a lot of questions here, right? Real world consequences.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like, how, like, yeah, what do you expect out of people? What do you expect them to have at these different instances in which they're supposed to prove their right to be here? Right? And, like, at these very important times, like giving birth. Like, you gotta show up. You gotta show up to the hospital with your birth certificate and the immigration papers of your eldest ancestor that first entered the country. I mean, what are we doing here?
If there is a change here, but I think the one that was brought up there is maybe this. Do we want to be the kind of country that drags pregnant women in for depositions or forces new moms who have just given birth to show citizenship papers?
Yeah, and I'm reminded of Amy Coney Barrett's argument or questions during some of the abortion decision, where she talked about women giving up their children anonymously. Well, if a baby is given up anonymously and the parents are saying, you know, we're not going to have anything to do with this child, and that baby is not a United States citizen, where do we deport that baby to? And all of this, you know, the thing that kills me about this, I just got to say
Can I
this,
just stop you there for a section, Claire? Because
baby deportations.
I don't want that to go by. If this change is made, a child who, let's say their parent decides, their mom decides that they cannot raise this child. So they do what is done all the time, all across this country. They go to a hospital or they go to a fire station and
or a
they
church.
leave, or to a church, and they leave that baby. But unless they can find that one of the parents is a citizen, they can, what do? Do they put that baby on a plane? That's what.
I guess they just deport the baby to Guantanamo or to Penguin Island in the Antarctic, I guess. Where do we put the babies? Where do we put those babies? It's a great question we should all be asking ourselves right now. This is inhumane and anti-American. This is just hate turned into legislation. Or at least this is what they're trying to do. And they're trying to legislate from the bench, literally. Vicariously through an executive order that Donald Trump signed. That is what's happening right now. They're trying to usurp the power of the people. They're trying to avoid having to actually get this passed in Congress. So Trump just signed an executive order and then sent fucking Jack Bauer or whatever his fucking name is to the Supreme Court to argue. But where do we put those kids? It's a great question we should all be asking ourselves. Worry about it when we come to it. It's exactly what all of the Christian nationalists say about abortion. You believe in life until they're born, and then they better have some strong bootstraps. Terrible concept of a plan from jump. And yet these sheep are just fear-mongered right into accepting this ridiculous framing. All right. While we're talking about the Supreme Court, we should talk about a terrible Supreme Court decision, which came down yesterday.
Now to this breaking news we're
Regarding
just getting
conversion
from the
therapy.
Supreme Court. A decision in the case of Childs versus Salazar. This is a case challenging Colorado's ban on conversion therapy for minors on First Amendment grounds. Let's bring in MS Now legal affairs reporter Fallon Gallagher. Fallon, tell us about the decision in this case.
Yeah, Anna, this is one of those big decisions that we've been waiting for all spring. The justices here are finding that Colorado's law regulates free speech. This case involves talk therapy, specifically talk therapy, and they're saying that because it regulates
This
free
regulates
speech,
free
it's subject to the
speech.
strict scrutiny of First Amendment free speech.
Really? Really? We're counting this as free speech? It's incredible. It's incredible. This is legalizing child abuse.
Because
Oh
it
my
regulates
God.
free speech, it's subject to the strict scrutiny of First Amendment free speech protections. And because the lower courts here did not hold it to the high enough, strict enough scrutiny here, that they were incorrect. And of course, those lower courts sided with Colorado. So the justices here reversing that. This is an 8-1 decision. Justice Gorsuch writing the majority opinion. And the only dissent here is actually Justice Jackson. There are a few concurring opinions, but right here, the court 8-1 saying that this Colorado law regulates free speech and therefore must be subject to strict scrutiny. Anna?
Fallon Gallagher will let you continue to read in. I also want to bring in MS Now's Lisa Rubin and legal analyst Catherine Christian. Lisa, an 8-1 decision really leaving no question about where the court stands here, even though lower courts had ruled for the state, for Colorado in this case. What's your reaction to this decision?
You know, I think for anyone who's shocked by the direction that the court took in this, I would recommend to them to read Justice Kagan's concurrence, which I just had an opportunity to look at, because that really presents the real issue before this court, which is that the law didn't just regulate the contents of speech, it regulated viewpoint. What she's saying is Colorado, by banning therapists from talking about the possibility of conversion therapy or therapy that would help them redirect their sexual urges, but by allowing them to support, for example, gender-affirming care, on the other hand, is expressing a clear viewpoint and siding on one side of the issue versus the other.
Except you're politicizing mental health by doing this, by saying there's like a one side and another side. Like one side is abusive, the other side is a supportive measure, right? It's like I'm trying to think of a good fucking analogy for what she's trying to do here. Oh, God, I'm struggling to think of a good one. But this is just disgusting. Like she's both sidesing the shit out of this thing right now, and it's horrifying. She's like, look, because some doctors are trying to give people affirmative and supportive healthcare, that we need to also make it okay to talk about potentially abusing children as somehow the other side of that coin, as them being somehow equally good and equally like reasonable avenues to take, which they are not. Which they're just definitively not. And that's the problem with that terrible argument that woman's trying to make on this situation. Like, all right, no, I've come up with it. I think I've come up with it. It is basically, in my opinion, it is like saying that it's like a doctor. It's like a doctor saying, look, you could A, take the drugs at the prescribed dosage, at the prescribed times, or you could just take them however you want. They're both viable options. They're not. They're not both viable options, right? But that's how she's treating it. She's like, look, science, anti-science, both equally good. And in the context of something like this, it doesn't make fucking sense to make that argument. Because it shouldn't be political. Science isn't political. The people who try to make it political are fucking idiots. And they're turning this country into a bunch of illiterate morons. And it's arguments like that that is continuing to push us faster down that slippery slope. However, there was one good ruling, not from the Supreme Court, but from a lower court, which blocked Donald Trump's executive order to end funding for NPR and PBS. Here is the AP from
A federal
yesterday.
judge has agreed to permanently block the Trump administration from implementing a presidential directive to end federal funding for National Public Radio and the Public Broadcasting Service. A U.S. district judge ruled Tuesday that President Donald Trump's executive order to cease funding for NPR and PBS is unlawful and unenforceable. The judge says the First Amendment right to free speech, quote, does not tolerate viewpoint discrimination and retaliation of this type. Last year, Trump said at a news conference that he would love to defund NPR and PBS.
I would love to do that. I think
It'll be fascinating to see when the Trump administration takes this to the Supreme Court, for the Supreme Court to bend itself into pretzels trying to quash free speech while simultaneously using free speech as a way to punish LGBTQ children. Like, it's insane. It's insane. Supreme Court is out of control. These people are just a bunch of extremist activist judges with an ideology to push on society. They're not here to be, even-tempered, reasonable individuals. However, the lower court judges are managing to maintain some level of reasonability. Another judge ordering the Trump administration to halt the construction of the Epstein ballroom.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
A federal judge on Tuesday ordered the Trump administration to suspend its construction of a $400 million ballroom where it demolished the East Wing of the White House, saying the project must come to a halt until it has congressional approval. U.S. District Judge Richard Leon in Washington granted a request for a preliminary injunction by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. The nonprofit organization brought a lawsuit alleging Trump exceeded his authority when he raised the historic East Wing and launched construction without approval from Congress. Judge Leon concluded that the preservationist group is likely to succeed on the merits of its claims because, quote, no statute comes close to giving the president the authority he claims to have. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the ruling. The administration said above-ground construction on the ballroom would begin in April. President Donald Trump criticized the trust for suing him over a project that he said is being built at no cost to taxpayers. The White House said private donations, including from Trump himself, would pay for the planned construction of a 90,000-square-foot ballroom. The administration has argued that other presidents didn't need congressional approval for previous White House renovation projects, large and small.
Yes, let's hear what Donald Trump had to say about this.
And also, a judge just ordered you to stop construction of the ballroom. Or are you planning to stop?
Well, we'll appeal that, but it's not, I don't know, it's basically, I wrote a part of his opinion, but basically saying I need congressional approval.
I have a list. And look at this fucking mess. Look, I have a paper. I wrote down some notes. So prepare yourself.
He's so wrong. This is being financed privately. It's a donation that's being given by companies, very rich people. So that
Very
for
rich.
150 years they've wanted a ballroom here. We're going to have the finest ballroom, I believe, anywhere in the world. And he said, we need congressional approval. Well, they don't get congressional approval from the White House. When they do things, they don't, especially when you don't, we didn't ask for any tax money. We have no tax, this is taxpayer free. We have no taxpayer putting up 10 cents. And
Ooh, taxes.
I see right here, I just wrote it out. He said, we need congressional approval.
I see
well,
it.
We built
right
many
here.
things at the White House over the years. They don't get congressional approval when they build in the White House. It's totally separate. And especially when it's a donation. I mean, the ballroom is a donation. It's gotten great reviews. People love it.
I love how he's just skipping over the fact that they demolished the entire East Wing. They destroyed 33% of the White House, including the Kennedy, the Jackie Kennedy Rose Garden, and a bunch of other shit. They just leveled it. And he's just like, it's free. I don't know why is everybody complaining? I don't get it. It's really weird. Really, really weird. I don't know what's up with that.
That's really weird.
Presidents for 150 years have wanted this ballroom to be built because when we have President Xi or other presidents or prime ministers coming, we don't have a big room. We have the East Room, which is very small. And he said we need congressional approval. He also said, but this is positive for us, I'm allowed, that meaning we are allowed to continue building.
I mean, I mean we. By I mean we. The royal we, if you will. Oh, God. He is the worst. Okay. We're skipping past this. We're skipping past this nonsense. It's out of control. Paid for by very rich billionaires, and so no reason to worry. I don't know why they're telling me I can't do it. The billionaires paid for it, so why can't I do it? The royal eye. The royal eye. By I mean we, of course. No. This man's in charge of the country.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Is not good. Is not good. While Donald Trump works on building himself that Epstein ballroom, even with the headwinds of judge rulings and things of that nature, America and, well, the rest of the world is struggling to pay for gas as it continues to rise nationwide.
Now at 6,
crossing over
pain at the
$4
pump.
a barrel. I'm sorry, a barrel. $4 a gallon nationwide average. Here's CBS Miami from yesterday.
Now at 6, pain at the pump as fuel prices continue to soar at South Florida gas stations. A month ago, prices were in the $2 range. Now they're over $4 per gallon. And tonight, South Floridians say enough is enough. CBS News Miami's Peter Dench is your reporter live in Doral. And Peter, you spoke with drivers at the pump today?
That's right, Lauren. In fact, many people at the pump tell us they are indeed struggling to keep up and they are worried about the future. Now, one expert says these are the highest prices he's seen since 2022. The numbers keep climbing.
I'm going to be able to afford that because it's high. Gas is very high right now.
Terry Pierre is perplexed by these prices and signs like this one saying diesel is $5.79 a gallon. Robert Flamerich is startled by what happened overnight.
Yesterday was $3.89 and today $4.25. I mean, it's crazy. I don't know what to do now. Once gas goes up, food goes up, everything starts to go up.
And Gabriel Montpoint says that takes a toll.
It's ridiculous. I mean,
this is
ridiculous. So, to have your gas prices at this level, it's just mind-boggling.
Maximo Alvarez, the president of Sunshine Gasoline Distributors, says prices have soared since the war against Iran started a month ago. There are a number of factors.
One of the most important ones is speculation. There's a big interruption in the transportation simply because the Strait of Hormuz is being closed.
I'm sure that has I think they edited that or something. that sentence didn't make sense. All right. Well, let's see the Donald Trump. Let's go to Donald Trump. See what he had to say about gas prices.
Bad job in shepherding the construction of that building. Do you know they ripped down a part of that building, and it was they say it's one of the nicest buildings in Washington. They ripped it down. So we feel, and we don't feel, we know that congressional approval is not necessary to put up a ballroom. And many things have been built on the site, they've never gotten congressional approval, and especially when the money is all put up. This is all donations by people that love our country, that love the White House, and that feel it was very necessary.
Mr. President, a couple of questions for you on Iran, but first one that affects Americans here at home, gas prices. Today they hit $4.
And we have $4, yeah, and we have a country that's not going to be throwing a nuclear weapon at us in 6 months.
But Americans are feeling the effects in the interim.
And they're also feeling a lot safer.
What is the plan to bring them back down?
All I have to do is leave Iran, and we'll be doing that very soon. And they'll become tumbling down. And stock prices were up today almost to a record because they...
Almost a record.
No, two things. Number one, we have a safe country. We had to take a little detour because we had a madman named Khomeini who sadly is no longer with us. And we had regime change already. We've knocked out one regime, then we knocked out the second regime. Now we have a group of people that are very different. They're much more reasonable, I think much less radicalized. We have had regime change. We're dealing with people that are much more rational, and it's amazing what we've done. We had to make a little detour. So when the stock market broke all records just a few weeks ago, when it hit 50,000 on the Dow, 7,000 on the S&P, I said to the American people, it's time that we have to make a little detour because we have a madman that wants a nuclear weapon. And if we didn't knock him out with a B-2 bomber, we would have a nuclear weapon right now. It would have been used.
Well, there you go. There's Donald Trump saying, actually, everybody's fine with paying more for gas because we solved the Iran problem. No more nukes, no more Khomeini, as I call him. Just for everybody's edification. Khomeini has been dead for like 40 years now. Look it up. Original supreme leader of Iran. Hasn't been alive for quite some time. Khomeini is the guy who just died. His son, Mojtaba Khomeini. First one, Ali Khomeini. Second guy, Mojtaba. It's fine, though. But Donald Trump saying, actually, we're just taking a little detour. When we're done, it's going to be even better than before. A little pain. Little pain. No pain, no gain. America knows that. However, America don't know that. America feels the pain, and they ask themselves, where's the gain? CNN, 11 hours ago.
CNN polling shows President Trump's approval rating on the economy has hit a new low. Just 31% approving of the president's handling of the economy, the top issue among Americans. His overall approval is a point above his all-time low in CNN polling, holding steady at 35%. All of this comes, of course, ahead of his address to the nation tonight. CNN Washington Bureau Chief David Chalian here to make sense of it all. Give us some sense of how big of a change this is. But it is a new low.
Well, as you know,
Yeah, as you noted, if the economy is the top issue for Americans and used to be a strong suit of Donald Trump's, and he is at a record low on that, that becomes a problem. You noted his overall approval in our poll, 35%. Just look over time, Sarah. You say the change. There hasn't been much change since last October. He has been consistently at this low point for quite some time now. That's what's giving Republicans on Capitol Hill, who are up for re-election this year, a little bit of heart palpitation. If you look at his approval by party, you also see that his biggest drop is among Republicans. So we are seeing some slippage among the president's own partisans. He's now at 80% approval among Republicans. In January, that was 87%. He's down at 26% approval with independents, Sarah, a key part of the electorate that also will give a lot of worry to Republicans on Capitol Hill.
Look, now the economy is the biggest concern of Americans, and when he was elected, it was the biggest concern of Americans. It is the reason, in major part, why he got elected, because he said he could fix it fast. Can you give us some sense, delve into some of the numbers that you're seeing on the economy here in this poll?
Yeah, take a look here about his overall handling of the economy. As you noted, 31% approval. That is a record low for Donald Trump. You can see here
I did
over
everything
time,
right
his
and they
handling
indicted
of
me.
the economy. And that, by the way, among Republicans is at 71%. Just in January, he had 85% approval on the economy with Republicans. So we're seeing slippage there as well on the economy.
Geez, Donald Trump's numbers are sinking, and they are sinking fast on the economy. Meanwhile, mass layoffs continue, especially in the tech sector. But hiring basically freezing at this point. Oh boy, Emily, breaking points. Here we go.
Major announcement from Oracle yesterday. We can put C2 up on the screen here. The headline, Oracle slashes 30,000 jobs with a cold 6 a.m. email. 30,000 jobs yesterday. Now we can move back to element C1. Put that up on the screen. The economic indicators are starting to look very bleak indeed. This is a quote from reporter Steve Lookner, who said, in a speech with echoes of the early days of the coronavirus pandemic, this is pulled from a Politico Europe article, EU energy chief Dan Jorgensen said Europe was facing a very serious situation with no clear end in sight. Ryan, Trump has teased the speech to the nation at 9 p.m. Last I checked, futures were up, which is interesting given all of this news that we're going through right now. But let's say we didn't have this announcement about a Trump speech. Hypothetically, say we have absolutely no idea what he's going to say, which isn't just a hypothetical. That's always true of Donald Trump. People seem to believe he's going to indicate a kind of mission accomplished type moment. Public relations, end of the war, we've won, we're successful. What do you make? What do you make of the economic indicators? Is he responding, let's say, to some of this really bleak, some of the bleak prospects from places like Europe, which are saying, listen, this is pandemic level, possibly?
Yeah, and Oracle is probably, AI related, plus a bunch of their money comes from Gulf states. Which
they're also on the IRGC list of companies to target.
Yeah, and so this is a clash between the ability of a president to manipulate markets.
Whenever I hear mission accomplished, all I can think about is this. This was in 2003.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once.
Any outlaw regime that has
Shame
ties
on-
to terrorist groups and seeks
Shame
or
on you.
possesses weapons of mass destruction is a grave danger
If fool
to
me,
the
can't get
civilized
fooled
world
again.
and will be confronted.
Mission
We've begun a search for
accomplished.
hidden chemical and
We did it.
biological weapons. And
We
already
did
know
it.
of hundreds of sites
And the war
that
was
will be
over.
investigated.
Wait. Sorry. And I take it back. The war went on for another 15 plus years. Depends on how you want to define it.
And actual reality.
20 years.
And so actual reality is with the Gulf countries, which are major financiers of Oracle, are struggling because they're getting bombed constantly. And their ability to produce the thing and distribute the thing that undergirds their wealth is being undercut by the war. Trump thinks if he can tease that the war is going to end constantly, that will kind of prop up the markets. But at some point, people actually need the things that are being produced, and they're not able to get them. And it's not just fuel. Helium, which is I guess it's a byproduct of the process of making natural gas, or you need it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, some dumb beats. That's exactly why I was saying 20, if you include Afghanistan. It's it's complicated. It's complicated. Do we count the whole forever war, or did you...
Your scientific news from me?
I only get science news from you.
It's very hard to get helium now. We're entering a helium shortage. Liquid helium is essential to actually AI, but also MRI machines and all sorts of other advanced technology, because it is able to be cooled to an extremely low temperature, which is essential to a lot of magnetic technology that's related to these high-end processing functions. Fertilizer, which is, now this I can tell you something about. Spring is when you plant things. That I can tell you, if you didn't know that. It's now spring. So there's two pieces of information. The fertilizer runs through the Strait of Hormuz. China has basically stopped exporting fertilizer.
China.
Because they realize they need it for their country. Dastardly Chinese. And so all around the world, farmers who are beginning the planting season do not have the nitrogen-rich fertilizers, phosphorus-rich fertilizers that they need. That is going to, again, helping you out here, mean that there's going to be less food.
Yeah, that's what we've been saying this whole time. For weeks now. Because we've been talking about it. We talked about how, weeks ago, how the fertilizer supply was being disrupted at the worst possible time. It's been planting season now for weeks. It's been spring now for over a week and a half. Almost 2 weeks, actually. Let me think. It's been like 10 days. Point is farmers have been out there planting. They need, and don't get me wrong, food will grow, but there will be less of it without that fertilizer. And that's bad. So when harvest season comes around, there's going to be less food.
Which means people are going to starve, and people are going to pay more for food. Your quality of life is going to go down.
And
yeah, exactly. All the food will go to the rich countries, and the rich countries will pay way more for that food. Meanwhile, countries that cannot afford it will just go hungry. And at this point, it is my recommendation people start working on some at-home gardening for different things wherever you can. If you've got a planter you can put out somewhere. Get yourself a little LED light, low watt, so it doesn't take up too much electricity, because that's going to be more expensive since the United States hasn't switched its grid over to renewables in an adequate fashion. So electricity will continue to go up. Maybe we should shut down the AI data centers. There's an idea. That'll probably help. That'll probably help out a little bit. But seriously, not going to be good. Learn to catch rats, says some dumb beats. I mean, let's hold off on that for now. Let's hold off on rat catching. We'll keep you posted on when we think that it's important for you to avail yourselves of that skill. All right. Harry Emden. The great Harry Emden with the numbers.
A brand new
over at
CNN poll finds that the president's approval on the economy has fallen to an all-time career low for him of 31%. It has never been lower for President Trump. This only begins to tell the story, though, of the president's problems on the economy. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Emden. As I said, this is just scratches the surface because there are some other numbers here that are really staggering.
This is no April Fool's joke. This is a disaster. All these numbers are a disaster for President Trump. I mean, let's just talk about inflation, which is the name of the game. Okay, highest disapprovals on inflation about this time in a presidency. Whenever you have Joe Biden and Jimmy Carter on the board and you're matching them or slightly exceeding them when it comes to inflation, you know it's bad. Look at this. 72% in our latest CNN poll say they disapprove of the president on inflation. Joe Biden, average of polls at this point in his presidency, 68%. And Jimmy Carter, whose presidency, just like Joe Biden's, was absolutely wrecked by inflation, was at 66%, about at this point in his presidency back in 1978. Donald Trump, even worse than they are. So you see it here, and the one word is, or phrase I might say is, oh my goodness gracious. Awful, 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 awful. Weak.
Oh my God.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
A disaster.
Just what's so interesting here is inflation was way higher.
Yes.
So they just, right now, voters don't like what the president is doing on it, even if it isn't as high as it was at these other times. What about gas prices?
What about gas prices, which of course is part of this inflation picture, only making this number climb ever higher? How about disapprove on gas prices? Okay, disapproval ratings on gas prices. Biden's worst number, his worst number in any poll I could find, was 72% disapprove of Joe Biden on gas prices. Donald Trump right now in our CNN poll, 76%. 76%. 3 in 4 Americans disapprove of the way that Donald Trump is handling gas prices. And again, the gas prices were higher during Biden, but the increase has been so dramatic. Under the last month, under Donald Trump, we're talking about an increase of about $1.
Drill, baby, drill. Oh, there you go. Donald Trump's numbers cratering on some of his best issues like the economy, gas prices, inflation. Worse than Sleepy Joe. It's over. He's done. He's cooked, kaput. Dunzo. God did that. I believe that. God did that. That's what they're telling me. Everybody's saying it. Okay. How am I doing right now on time? This stream is all fucking weird tonight. It's all weird because of the fact there's 2 different live events I'm trying to cover in between all this other stuff. Yeah, let's do this one. I'm down with this. Let's talk about the oligarchs, the tech oligarchs. Well, not just the tech oligarchs, all of them. None of them want to pay more taxes.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
None of them want to pay any more taxes. Even though, when you think about it, they really have something of a responsibility to the society, the same society that gave them all of that money. But they're doing everything they can to not give back to society. Oh boy, yeah.
In January of this year, Google co-founder Sergey Brin made his first major political donation.
Zuckerbucks.
After he wrote a $20 million check to start a new super PAC more million-dollar checks started flowing in from other Silicon Valley heavyweights. So what was it about this moment that moved Brin to get involved in politics for the first time? Why now?
Mr. Brin, you are worth $245 billion. Start paying your fair share of taxes.
A proposed tax on billionaires living in California is gaining national attention.
I mean, how many yachts do you need? They just keep getting wealthier and wealthier, and us on the bottom are just getting stuck with more debt.
When Sergey Brin wrote that $20 million check, he was responding to an unprecedented political moment.
We will deliver universal child care for the many by taxing the wealthiest few.
At a moment of skyrocketing costs for healthcare, utilities, and groceries, a group of labor unions in California are making a bet with huge stakes.
The 214 or 15 billionaires in California collectively have $2.2 trillion worth of wealth, which is just an unimaginable amount of money. What we've proposed is a one-time 5% tax on their worldwide assets that will produce $100 billion.
So we went to California to find out, is a wealth tax key to solving the state's problems? Or is it the first domino that could take down the fourth largest economy in the world?
You would see a significant reduction in taxes because taxpayers will move.
What can the fight over California's wealth tax tell us about the problems our country faces and how to solve them? At first glance, an elementary school outside of Boston might seem like a strange place to go to better understand a wealth tax in California. But once you understand what's going on here, it becomes more clear.
8 years ago, school breakfast was stigmatized. Our breakfast program, we served maybe 2% of students.
But on this day in Watertown, Massachusetts, just outside Boston, every kid gets free breakfast. Same with lunch, and same at every public school across the state.
Here you go, Caitlin. Hi, Francesca. Hi, good, how are you?
That's because back in 2022, the state's voters approved a ballot initiative called the Fair Share Amendment.
The proposal would require people who make over $1 million to pay 4% more in state income tax.
Across the state, 2 free meals a day at school are saving millions of families money on groceries. Better trains and buses and tuition-free community college are lowering their transportation and education bills. All of it paid for with the millionaire's tax.
Every year when Massachusetts reaffirms that we're
it trickles down to yacht workers. Wobegon, well played. Trickles down to the yacht workers. Of course it does. Of course it does. Very silly of me. It's trickling right down on their foreheads. I'm sure of it.
free breakfast and
in the form of a golden shower.
lunch, I breathe a sigh of relief.
Everybody in Massachusetts who was a lobbyist and a spokesperson for the wealthy, they said, oh, we're going to see an exodus, a mass exodus of the wealthy.
And these guys are going to say, okay, I'm going to go to Florida instead of staying in Massachusetts.
And it's a very legit concern.
So Massachusetts doesn't want to position itself in a way that our tax code is an impediment to economic growth.
Well, guess what? There was no mass exodus.
In fact, the number of millionaires in Massachusetts actually grew close to 40% in the 2 years after the amendment passed. Now, this same argument is being recycled in California.
It's the California gold rush in reverse.
Just talking about it is sending billionaires running.
Some reportedly ready to move their businesses and their money across the country.
I love how these smarmy idiots smile while they say false things. They're just a bunch of fear-mongers who get paid oversized salaries to wear a business suit.
Country to Florida.
This is an
exodus, isn't it? You're not for a wealth tax in the state of California.
You can't isolate yourself from the 49 others. We're in a competitive environment.
Unlike the Massachusetts tax, the California proposal would tax wealth, not income. and it would apply to a much smaller group of people, the 200-odd billionaires in the state. It's also a response to one of the largest wealth transfers in the country's history.
I've been a healthcare worker for 57 years. This is the worst threat that I've ever seen.
When President Trump signed the legislation, the world changed.
Trump's signature on this bill redirected billions of dollars from Medicaid into the pockets of billionaires and corporations. So that money is now sitting in the investment portfolios of billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg and Sergey Brin instead of paying doctors and nurses and care flight pilots. It's not lowering monthly premiums for low-income folks who are dropping out of the pool and making premiums go up for the rest of us.
So I'm a phlebotomist. What brings me here today is it's pretty simple, to prevent a healthcare collapse.
In California, the cuts amount to $100 billion over 5 years.
I look back at what happened at COVID.
This ICU is over capacity.
Mass graves for those who can't afford a funeral.
It would be like seeing something of COVID, but permanent.
The Antelope Valley Medical Center has already had to
COVID, but permanent. The reason we can't have nice things is because billionaires need more yachts.
Its public health clinic.
Actually, the reason we can't have like basic necessities is because billionaires needs more yachts. Not even nice things. Just
In
healthcare
response
and
to
food.
this routing of billions from Medicare to billionaires' pockets.
If the ER closes in one town, the next town's ER is going to be overcrowded. Well, it turns out we're all in this together.
So we are in uncharted territory, and that's an unprecedented situation. Nobody has ever had to manage that before.
You can't just manufacture the dollars out of thin air. Ultimately, we are all going to pay. It is higher amounts we spend for doctor's visits, it's higher co-pays, it's higher insurance costs. It comes out of all of our pockets, one way or another.
So there's this crisis, and the question facing California was, what are you going to do about it?
It's not asking the richest among us to pay. What do?
Well, we do. California has the most progressive tax structure in the United States of America.
But there are billionaires who are sitting on equity who don't sell it
We have
and who are paying a lower
billionaires
tax rate.
that are paying those progressive taxes. We have the highest progressive tax rate in the United States of America.
It is true, California has relatively high personal income taxes. Those are meaningless to billionaires.
The income that you earn at your job, or that I earn by going out in public and begging strangers to talk to me.
We're working on a video about the billionaire tax. Do you guys want to talk about it? Do you want to talk about it? You guys want to talk about it?
No, not really.
Okay. Hey guys.
We can see how much of it comes out every paycheck in the form of state income taxes. We can also definitely see the impact of taxes on gas and other necessities.
I might move to out of state because we have to pay taxes for everything. Gas on it is tax. Everything.
I'm hearing you say it's that the tax burden right now is falling on working people too much.
Pretty much, that's what they do it to us.
But billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg, they get paid differently. He famously takes a $1 annual salary from Facebook, but he mostly gets paid in the form of shares of his company's stock. And if he never sells those shares, he never has to pay taxes on them. Same with most other billionaires in California. Despite holding nearly $2 trillion in wealth, the state's billionaires only contribute about 2.5% of the state's income tax base. The vast majority of their wealth is sitting in their investment portfolios untaxed. California could raise the top income tax rate to 95% and never touch that money. That is the point of a wealth tax. In California, it would be a one-time 5% tax on an individual's net worth if it's over $1 billion.
Honestly, I feel like every year at, the Bilderberg meeting or the whatever, the Bohemian Grove meeting, like they have to throw their platinum, gold, diamond encrusted credit cards onto the table to decide who has to take a salary that year. so that the peasants don't revolt because they didn't pay any taxes. Because otherwise, I feel like they would all just take stock. They would all just they would all just take stock options and other sorts of like non-taxable bonus package options type stuff. But you gotta appease the peasants, so like, you know, like 10 guys have to take an actual salary every year.
Just makes me want to burn this motherfucker down. Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down! Boogie!
So this pen is very inexpensive, but it writes well. I like it. But I can't have the pen the way it was. You know what it is. I don't want to give too much publicity, but they do treat me well, Sharpie. But I'm handing out to kids that don't even know what they're. What is this, Mommy? It's kids. They're getting a pen for $1,000. They have no idea what it is. This one, I called the guy. I said, I'd like to use your pen, but I can't have a gray thing with a big S on it saying Sharpie. He said, well, I can make it nicer. I said, what can you do? He said, I'll paint it black. I said, that's nice. And I can even paint the White House on it, sir, if you like, in gold. Almost real gold, not bad. And I can even do your signature, sir. And I feel guilty because I'm like, you know, I'm by nature, I don't, you know, it's the government. I love the government like I love myself economically. I want to save money. But the bottom line is, they're better pens. It's a business story. So for...
The business story. Look, it's a beautiful success story. It's the story of a pen. It's the story of a pen that made it to the desk of a great, great man. Gold and black. The perfect pen, everybody's saying it. The perfect pen. All right, let's get through a few other stories. Hold on, let me make sure. Hold on, there's something I was gonna do. I've totally forgotten to do. Let me double check this. Did I move that? Okay. Let's do a few more stories. I mean, Donald Trump's going to be speaking anytime soon. I mean, not anytime after 9, I guess. Who knows? Maybe it'll just be April Fools and we'll just be sitting here for 3 hours. And then at midnight, they'll be like, haha, April Fools, you very stupid media. Stupid fake news media. Sat around for 3 hours. Operation Epstein Fury. Fuck yeah! Actually, that would be a nice change of pace. From having to listen to Donald Trump speak. God. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the environment, a little bit about space, and by the end of that, we'll probably be approaching the Middle East. Start on the West Coast in Seattle. Last year, we talked about how the Trump administration attempted to cut their funding. Funding for wildfire prevention. Funding which had already been appropriated, of course, and people had made plans and already essentially used that money. As a result of that, the state government had to cut funding. However, as of earlier on Wednesday, the funding has been restored, apparently. But by the state government, I don't think the federal government has...
A low snowpack and the potential for a dry summer is setting the stage for higher wildfire risk across Washington. The state nearly went into this fire season underprepared. Last year, lawmakers cut wildfire prevention funding in half, but that money has now been restored back to $120 million.
This means, with that new funding, that we can go out and we can give the grants to local fire districts for equipment and training. It means we can fund our AI cameras that detect smoke and notify us in places where we can't be.
Last year, nearly 40% of fires started west of the Cascades, including a fire near Lake Cushman that caused those hazy skies across Puget Sound for much of.
Yeah, last year there was a massive wildfire raging across much of eastern Washington. And I have a sense it's going to be a bad fire season. It's good that they got their funding figured out. I don't know how they did it. The loss of federal funds. But it's vital. It's vital that we all be prepared for what is to come. Fire season, storm season, it's starting.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Including in places like Western New York. News 8, 7 hours ago.
Thanks for tuning in to News 8 at noon. I'm Deshaun Johnson. Brennan is off. Well, that storm, the aftermath, and the cleanup. Following that record rain, rivers and creeks are rising as the water flows out of neighborhoods. That view that you see there on your screen from Honeoye Falls this morning. We spoke with one neighbor looking at flooded yards behind their properties with their homes sitting further upstream.
It really is amazing to see your backyard become a river, and it's powerful, and the water changes all the time, but it gets this way once in a while.
More problems on the west side this morning on Elm Grove Road. You could see cars abandoned in the middle of the street as you see there after getting stuck overnight in that rising water.
Well, there you go. Parts of New York inundated by floods. Tis the season. It's only getting started. All the way on the other side of the planet. As Operation Epstein Fury rages on. A massive storm happened over the skies of Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. Wow. Wow, some of that lighting is just incredible. The way it lights up the whole sky when that one bolt just hit the top of the, what is that, the Burj Khalifa? It's insane to look at. Well, while we're in the Middle East, we might as well talk about the environmental impacts of Operation Epstein Fury. Democracy Now! From 8 hours ago.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. More than a month into the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran, concerns are mounting over the long-term consequences of the war on human health, land and marine ecosystems and aquifers, as well as war's impact on global warming. Among many concerning incidents, Israel bombed oil facilities around Tehran in the first weeks of the war, causing fires to burn for hours, spawning a thick cloud of toxic smoke over the city of 10 million people. Many residents complained they had trouble breathing as black raindrops full of toxic chemicals fell across the capital. On Monday, President Trump threatened to blow up desalination plants in Iran. He wrote on Truth Social, quote, if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business, will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, and Kharg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants, exclamation point, which we have purposefully not yet touched, Trump said. In the Gulf, desalination is the primary source of potable water, and hundreds of desalination plants could be at risk of if the conflict escalates. To talk more about this and more, we're joined by the Iranian environmental scientist Kaveh Madani. He's director of the United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment and Health. Last month, he was awarded the 2026 Stockholm Water Prize for his pioneering work on the concept of water bankruptcy. Previously, he served as a deputy head of Iran's Department of Environment, but went into exile after his work on water scarcity brought accusations of sabotage. He says war is the worst nightmare for someone fighting for the environment. He's joining us now from Toronto. Why don't we start there? Why is war the worst for someone who is hoping to save the environment?
We know that even in peace times, many governments struggle to pay attention and take serious action about the environment. So if there is a war, the chance of getting the attention of governments and societies would be much more limited. The society, the people who are fighting for their survival and they're trying to stay alive would not think about the future generations and don't have even the bandwidth to think about the environment, clean air, sustainable water, and so on. So this is just only the attention span and the priority, the fact that the environment would get out of the priority list. But on top of that, just think about the long-term consequences of wars, all the chemical leftovers, all the debris, the greenhouse gases resulting from the war, explosions and everything. So war is going to push us backward, and that's why anyone who cares about the environment should also care about peace.
By the way, congratulations on this major prize you just won, Kaveh Madani, the Stockholm Prize for Water, considered the Nobel Prize for Water. Can you respond to Trump threatening to blow up more civilian infrastructure, including Iran's desalination, he calls them desalinization plants, what exactly that would mean?
First, I should say I'm not going to share my award with him, but you know, I think that's really scary. I mean, from multiple standpoints. But you know, let's break things down. First thing is that we know the war started with the violation of international law. But even if the enemies of the Islamic Republic consider that justified, wars have rules, and there are rules to follow even during the wars. Attacking civilian infrastructure is a violation of international humanitarian law, and that can be a war crime. So threatening to put essentially to compromise the situation and endanger the civilians who have no agency in this war, the civilians that the attackers on the Islamic Republic claim that they want to rescue, is contradictory. So it's not serving anyone. If there would be a regime change, if they want to bring liberty to Iran, and Iran without water resources or energy resources would not be in a better place. So that's very confusing even for those who are the strong supporters of this war on the Iranian side.
Okay. Well, as we've been talking about in the past, throughout this last month, this war in Iran is absolutely detrimental to the environment and to human health. Now, it wasn't just flooding seen in the United States. This week so far, Russia also hit by devastating floods. These ones a bit worse than the ones we saw earlier.
Не знаю, что в городе происходит, какую я здесь впервые вижу.
Субханаллах, красота. Его сейчас на ремонт закроют. Вот этот ЖД переезд его полностью закроют. Я надеюсь, это не свалится.
Jesus. Jesus Christ. Well, there you go. This is in the Dagestan region of Russia. Makhachkala, I think, is how the town or the city's name is pronounced, although I might be butchering that. Utterly horrifying floods, sweeping away cars like they're toys, turning streets into rivers. And people continue to say climate change doesn't exist. Just a reminder, everybody, we've been going 2 full hours on the stream so far. Started a galactic content goal. 2 hours left to complete that. 30 minutes until Donald Trump starts speaking. Not going to take a break until after that. At least that's how I think is probably the best way to go about this. Because who knows what's going to happen in this speech. I might have to completely change my show. I might have to completely change the show. But a lot of great ways for you to contribute to the Galactic News Network. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Jewels, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. All right, let's talk about Artemis 2 real quick. I know we just got done watching the launch, but let's talk about how this launch signifies the potential for a new space war between the United States and China.
Mankind is heading back
to the moon, but why now? 50 years after the launch of Apollo, NASA is sending 4 astronauts into space on a voyage around the moon.
It is our strong hope that this mission is the start of an era where every person on Earth can look at the moon and think of it as also a destination.
The lunar mission has cost more than $90 billion so far, and the world is watching. It'll pave the way for a base on the moon and potentially even future travel to Mars.
If you're thinking about like the next step, it's the moon and then it's on to Mars from there.
But has all of this started a new modern-day space race, with China and Russia joining the dash to colonize the moon? Here's Tyler Anderson with the breakdown.
This is Artemis 2, the first crewed mission to the moon in over 50 years.
I'm Christina Cook.
And these are the 4 people doing it. They include the first female, black and non-American astronauts to ever fly a lunar mission.
To the moon.
To the moon. To the moon.
Artemis 2 is going back to the moon, the first time we will send astronauts into deep space for more than 50 years. But this time we are going to go back to stay.
Their 10-day flights will see them loop around the moon, though they won't actually touch down on it, not yet. This is just one of many planned missions as NASA hopes to build a real base on the moon in just a few years' time. But make no mistake, expanding humanity's horizons is not the only reason behind this $90 billion dream. The moon is an untouched natural resource filled with rare minerals that in theory could be mined, and global superpowers may want to stake their claim first. This is a space race for countries to mark their territory, draw lines in the moon dust, and set their own rules for the new lunar economy. The US-led Artemis mission aims to land humans on the surface by 2028. China and Russia's own rival operation aiming for its own South Pole lunar base by 2030, leading some to believe this could soon become an all-out space war. The new frontier is a long way from the collaborative era of the International Space Station, where astronauts from around the world worked together for many years. But planetary competition in space comes at a staggering cost.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
The US was the first country to reach the moon in 1969.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
This iconic moment came after an intense space race with their Cold War rivals Russia, who won the race to put the first human in space back in 1961. That 1960s contest burned through so much money and political goodwill that once it was won, the moon was effectively abandoned for half a century, until now.
And liftoff of Artemis 1.
While NASA prepares for liftoff, the world and America's rivals are watching closely as the first stage of the new space race gets underway, potentially taking humanity to Mars and beyond.
Thanks, Tyler. So this mission might throw up more questions than answers when it comes to space travel. Why are astronauts heading back to the moon now? And could all of this lead to a new space war as world powers race to build their base first? Someone who can help us answer those questions is Dr. Becky Smethurst. She's an astrophysicist at the University of Oxford who fronts her own Dr. Becky YouTube channel, breaking down the cosmos for the rest of us. Becky, thank you for joining us. As an astrophysicist, you must be pretty excited about this.
I am, yeah. I mean, I would have loved to have lived through the Apollo moon landings, living through that time of, humans having never really,
Okay, well, we're not going to sit around talking about this all night, but suffice to say, the United States plans to build a base on the moon, a lunar base, where American astronauts, potentially Space Force, would be doing moon stuff. And yet China is also trying to put a base on the moon. And so now there's this implicit race between the United States and China to be the first to build the lunar base, which I'm sure won't have any sort of unintended consequences for the astronauts up there, over there, wherever it is. I can't tell from here. Ay. Prisla with a sweet super chat. Here you go.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. We need boots on the moon, crescent moon emoji.
Omegastar, thank you for the bits over there. Megastar Frizzle breaking the ice on the galactic content goal. I knew it would eventually happen. All right, let's keep this moving. We're gonna have to switch topics here soon. Covering the Donald Trump address to the nation. Whenever that's gonna start. Supposedly 9 p.m. Before we do that, let's go to Cuba, breaking points, and talk about the blockade being broken. Although, is it a blockade if the United States said go ahead? Like, it's kind of confusing. Of course, we talked about it yesterday, Donald Trump saying it's totally fine. Cuba can have oil. Actually fine.
A Russian oil tanker is being allowed by the United States to dock in Cuba, President Donald Trump said over the weekend, making this the first shipment of oil to the government since early January. Now, it'll take about a month to refine and distribute the fuel, and it's estimated to account for roughly a 1-month supply. It's unclear if Trump has ended the oil blockade or simply allowed this ship to come in. But the effect of it has been devastating to the island. Cuba's healthcare system continues to face extreme hardship amid the U.S. oil blockade. So I was recently able to tour 2 hospitals in Havana in the midst of nationwide energy blackouts. In the footage here, you'll see a journalist colleague of mine, Liz Oliva Fernandez, a Cuban reporter based in Havana for the independent news organization Belly of the Beast. She helps set up these visits, and if you're interested in news from Cuba, check out their newsletter at bellyofthebeastcuba.com. Now, Cuba has long been known for its focus on healthcare and education, and until recently, its health outcomes mirrored or exceeded those of developed countries. In 2015, President Obama declared the decades of embargo a failure and moved to normalize relations with Cuba. With Trump in office, not only did we revert to the old policy, Trump severely tightened it. In 2019, he implemented new sanctions, making it harder for banks to do
I'll be right back, Space Sam. I'm going to do something real quick.
And allowed Americans to sue based on claims from the 1960s. Just before leaving office, Trump added Cuba to the state sponsors of terrorism lists, which made it that much harder for them to do business with anybody or access credit. President Biden then left the designation on through nearly his entire 4 years, tightening the noose even during COVID. Now, the night before we visited William Soler Pediatric Hospital, the entire island was plunged at 7:30 p.m. into a blackout. The hospital had a generator, which takes a little time to kick in. Now, at 5:30 a.m. the next morning, power was restored to the hospital, thankfully, before the generator had run out of fuel. We spent a few hours with nurses, doctors, their patients, and their parents. So this is a depressing segment, but stick around for the end because I promise it gets better. We'll be joined in a bit by Fernandez, the reporter you saw there, and by Brace Belden, co-host of the TrueAnon podcast, who joined us for the hospital visit. You won't want to miss the update to this saga that he'll have to offer. So we met with anesthesiologist Altheo Fernandez. So this is my footage, which is not as good as the footage you're going to see from the Cuban videographers that were with us. This is a baby named Eric, and Dr. Fernandez is describing for us how when the power goes off, they have to kind of rush to the babies who are on these ventilators, lift up that little device there, reach in, and kind of hand pump things until the generator power kicks in, and they can get the machines up and working, because you don't just kind of pump oxygen. You have to be kind of calibrated about how you do it. Too much is not good. Too little is obviously not good either. So let's roll a little bit of the footage from the trip that Brace, Liz, and I made. So here's Liz talking to a nurse at the hospital asking, in those 5 or 7 minutes between the time when the power goes out and the generator comes on, what are you thinking? And the nurse is saying, and I'll post these on Twitter so people can watch them in full and listen to them in Spanish. She's saying, even when we don't have babies on ventilators, we react instinctively. So we're like, oh my God, well, we have to rush to the babies, and then they realize sometimes, oh, there's no ventilators currently. And now here's Dr. Fernandez saying that 2 years ago, that when they lost power, the generator did not kick in, and they were operating on a 5-year-old boy. And he says, we happened to be with an Australian doctor at the time, and so they pull out their phones, and he said the Australian doctor is just absolutely freaking out, because this is not the kind of thing that Western developed country surgeons are the biggest cowboys on the planet. Turn off the lights on them, a lot of that confidence goes right out the window. So what he says here is that there was a operating room kind of in a facility nearby that did have light and power, and so they took this 5-year-old boy, covered him up, and then we moved him to this other operating room. And he's describing how difficult that makes him. He's the anesthesiologist. How's he going to monitor? It's already extreme.
Yeah, I think what Ryan's trying to say is you put somebody under anesthesia, you have to monitor their vitals because people can die. Because you can administer too much anesthesia to someone, and they can stop breathing, their heart can stop working, all sorts of bad things. Okay, well, since the president isn't speaking yet, let's go to Britain. To the United Kingdom. Keir Starmer. Before we get to talking about the war, we got one non-war related thing to talk about when it comes to the United Kingdom, and that is, of course, the Epstein
files. Are you still
files.
talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Keir Starmer was asked if King Charles will be meeting with the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and his brother during his upcoming visit to the United States.
Paul, Natasha from LBC. Natasha.
Natasha Clark from LBC. The head of the House Oversight Committee, which is investigating the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein, has called on the King to meet those victims. Do you think there is a moral case for doing so? And if I may, you've obviously outlined today on the cost of living all of what you're doing, which I'm sure listeners will welcome. But just 10% of the public think that the government is doing well. Why do you think that might be?
Well, let me deal with the important point you make at the end there, because one of the things that's really important for me to get across to the public is that their bills are coming down by £100 on average, and they're staying down until the end of June, whatever happens in the conflict. And I repeat that for a reason, and that is because I'm not sure everybody has heard that. It is really important for them to hear it, and I want as many people as possible to know that that's the case, because I know they're going to be anxious. And when I have said it to people, there's been the secondary question is that actually going to hold even if the conflict goes on? And the answer to that question is yes. So my job is to make sure that I get that across to the public, because that is the measure that comes into effect today. In relation to the King, I think it's important to appreciate this is part of the 250 celebrations that are in place. So it's a long-planned visit, and the US and UK are close allies, have been for a very, very long time. But this is a visit that, as I say, has been long planned, and is part of the
Yes.
250 celebrations. That's where the focus of the visit will be.
Right. Ah, I see. So it's been long planned, and it's part of the 250 celebration. So the king couldn't possibly be bothered to meet with the Jeffrey Epstein victims. I get it. Thank you, Keir. Very clear answer, indeed. All right, to the war in the Middle East. We'll probably switch over to Trump soon here. And before we get to talking about the war in the Middle East, Operation Epstein Fury, there's one thing we should all keep in mind, I think, throughout this whole thing, is that there is a massive humanitarian toll with all of this. And that, you know, this should not be... Like, objections to this, honestly, shouldn't even really be about politics. It should just be objection to the war itself, due to all of the human suffering. Like this war is objectionable for so many reasons. There's millions of people right now displaced, thousands dead. Children now going without access to education. People going without food, sleeping in tents.
The war in the Middle East is prompting a growing humanitarian crisis across the region, particularly for children. More than 340 children have reportedly been killed and thousands injured since the war began a little over a month ago. For more on that, let's bring in Salim Owais from UNICEF's Middle East branch. Salim, thanks so much for taking the time to speak to us. Just talk us through first, if you will, the current humanitarian situation on the ground in the Middle East. Salim, I don't know if you can hear me. Yes, go ahead. Please go ahead.
I can. Yeah. No, sorry. As you mentioned, the numbers are rising by the day, and we're having hundreds and hundreds of children either killed or injured. That's not to mention the lack of services, the situations that they find themselves in, the displacement, which is taking a horrible toll on children for the past 4 weeks plus. This is becoming, unfortunately, a norm for children in the region, and it's spreading its grip on children across the Middle East, Iran, Lebanon, with fear in the wider region and the Gulf, Jordan, and as such. This is becoming a grim picture that is live broadcasted on TV, as we've seen in the past 2 years, over 2.5 years almost now in Palestine. So the situation is really dire, and it is threatening of becoming even worse as we go.
Yep, just felt it important for us to start this whole talk off with the people that are being affected by this, rather than the politicians who are far removed from any sort of real world suffering. Speaking of which, I think it might actually be a good time to just switch over to the Trump feed now. Just in case. Oh, well, CNN hasn't even gone live yet. Okay. Well, maybe not. Maybe I was wrong.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Well, I bet somebody else is live. Probably like the Associated Press or something. I just want to, like, get ahead of it. I want to have a switch over. I'm sure I could find this fairly quickly. That's not how you spell YouTube. There's no good time to switch over to the Trump feed. That's fair. I mean, I have to make that difficult decision for all of us. Yeah. C-SPAN. Wait, no. AP. AP probably has a better live feed. I feel like the AP usually has better fucking audio than C-SPAN does. Is that true, or am I imagining that? Okay, sorry, I'm trying to do multiple things over here. I'm juggling clips. I'm juggling the clips. Okay, there we go. Wait, no, not quite. Just full screen it. That's all I want.
The prep was done months ago. Now the serving up was meant to start. A rise in the minimum wage.
It's a very thoughtful, it's a very beautiful sentiment. I do my best. Does it scare me that humans will reach me? I'm a human. I'm a human, all right? Just a expatriated Earthman. Fact is, I have to come back down to Earth. Even no matter how much I'd like to leave the Earth, I can't afford to live in the space station full time. Gotta come back down to Earth. Alright, here we go. Switching it over. Is this the AP? I think this is the AP. How's everybody doing? This is a good moment for us to breathe. Oh God, I'm hungry. I am hungry. I'm realizing right now that I'm really running low on space food. There's basically nothing on the space station to eat. It's terrible. I don't have the money for the DoorDash. I don't know why I'm doing a German accent all of a sudden. It's very weird. Very strange. Eat a Twinkie. Wow, wow, wow. First I am a Twinkie, now you're telling me to eat a Twinkie. Got somebody on the vertical stream calling me Tamale Man. It's very rude. And I don't appreciate it. I am neither Twinkie nor banana, nor tamale nor burrito. Just a simple spaceman. Who's this person? Did you see that? There's somebody right here standing by the column, just sort of peeked out. The hell's this guy do? Oh, you can hear me. Up, and he's back. Up, and he's gone. Up, and he's back. Up, and he's gone. And he's back. And he's back. And he's gone. And he's back. or she. And they are back. Ab Silverheart with a sweet super chat. Order yourself a pizza balla. I would love to do that. I would love to do that, but I cannot. Unfortunately, YouTube super chats, all of the donations on YouTube and on Twitch, we do not see them. And by we, I mean the royal we. I do not see them until, well, in this particular case, from 7 weeks from now. 3rd or 4th week of May. That's when I'll see super chats and super stickers. So unfortunately, still can't afford to go ordering pizza ballas. Although that does sound delicious. And I am greatly appreciative for the super chat. I am afraid I still cannot. I'm afraid I still cannot do that. What? Yes, that's true. Is this news to people? Is this news? All of our YouTube and Twitch donations, Amazon, Google, they hold on to them all month. And then they hold on to them a little longer. And then they pay us 3rd and 4th week of the next month. They very conveniently, for the streamer, they hold on to it, pool it all into one place so we don't lose it. Right? And then all at once they give it to us later after they've taken their cut. Much later in some cases. Donations yesterday I'll see much sooner than donations today. 24 hours difference. Really a few minutes difference, really. It's a matter of minutes, seconds. The switch over from March to April. It's true. It's all true. Soul Life being very helpful. So what do you think? I feel like we should start a poll. Start a poll in the chats. See what people think. What will Trump announce? End to Operation Epstein Fury. Give me ideas. Give me ideas. What will Donald Trump announce? End to Operation Fury. Beginning to the invasion. What other options we got here? What else would Donald Trump potentially announce right now? End to Operation Epstein Fury. Beginning to the invasion. Gas price moratorium. I don't know. I'm just throwing random shit in here. And I'll do nothing, I guess, at the last. Oh, I just started that in the vertical chat. Stupid. I should also start one on Twitch, too. Surprise single-payer healthcare. I should have added that. I should have added that. That'd be hilarious. All right, I'm starting a poll on. We're gonna get all three streams involved. The tri-stream, the galactic tri-stream. How do I do polls? Yeah, poll. Manage poll. Poll management. Create new poll. Polls are a great way to interact with your audience, says Twitch. Great, thank you. Whoa. Is there... Oh. Fuck you. Fuck you for that. No. Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me? I don't understand. What was the other one? Maybe I'm even going to allow additional votes with 250 galactic bucks. Oh, right, there's a timer on the polls for Twitch. Well, you're going to get 10 minutes, Twitch, to vote in that poll.
Thank you very
much. The president's here.
My fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis II. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing, and America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on Earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first, and perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb. And he lived just horrible, what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then, very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash, took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had. He flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran, and they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. It would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts, had I not terminated that terrible deal. And I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible, and they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten.
Gone.
Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I've traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, "Please, sir, please finish the job," every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with
So hot.
record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and We're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on.
Cherish it.
So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated.
Use the Strait for yourself.
The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days.
Very natural.
Actually, much better than I thought. But we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible. They are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days.
Oh, my God.
Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation, so powerful, so brilliant, against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing, the brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
Thank you very much, everybody. So there was the President of the United States struggling to give a speech, visibly slurring his words on multiple occasions. On like literally half a dozen occasions, I had no idea what the hell he was trying to say. I was like, what word was that you just said? Very powerful. Oh. Well, that was maybe the most unimportant speech we've ever covered live here on the stream. Donald Trump just reiterating basically everything he said in public or on Twitter or Truth Social in the last month, few days. Like, I mean, just saying that we've won the war already and that our allies need to come and open up the Strait of Hormuz, even though we've won the war. We wouldn't want to take away the pleasure. See, that's the thing. Donald Trump, he's a benevolent and generous leader. He wouldn't want to take away the great pleasure of our allies opening up the strait. Of course, we could do it very easily. We've already won the war. But why would we want to take away that joy from Europe, United Kingdom, mobilizing their navies to open up the strait that we closed with our war? By the way, does Donald Trump not look fucking tired? Look at this guy. Look at him. Look at him. He looks like a beaten man.
You have a mental health problem.
But the fascinating speech, Donald Trump saying that we have to finish the war. That the families of the fallen have been telling him he needs to finish it. And that's what he plans on doing. But he just needs a little help from all of our allies now, apparently. Find some courage after the fact, I think is how he put it. Find some courage after the fact. Now, I'm just going to go to Al Jazeera before we move on to anything else. I just want to stay on the topic of this speech, and I assume they're still talking about this ridiculous speech for a second.
Few weeks.
Oh my God.
He says they've had swift and overwhelming victories.
Swift and overwhelming. perfect when
and set a timescale.
you just need a little help with the strait.
Of 2 to 3 weeks for that to be carried out. We were told there was a possibility he might mention
2 to 3
troops.
weeks.
There was no mention of that. That he himself had said that he was going to be highly critical of NATO. There was some talk of how the allies should now move in and take control of the Strait of Hormuz, but there was no mention of that. He said many of the strategic goals have been achieved, and over the next couple of weeks they were going to continue their bombing. In fact, he said they were going to bomb Iran back to the Dark Ages. He also made the point that he was going.
By the way, I just want to say thank you to who I think is Epsilverard. Oh, I just doxed you, kind of, technically. I mean, everyone knows your name. Well, I don't know. I didn't say what I said thank you for. So, I guess technically nobody knows why I'm thanking you. I can just be thanking you for your beautiful comments that you've been leaving. Okay, back to this.
To start attacking their energy infrastructure if they didn't come up with a deal. And of course, Donald Trump said in a Truth Social post early on Wednesday that he thought that they were looking for a ceasefire, that had been approached and they had asked for a ceasefire. What is interesting is when he said of the strategic goals, we never looked for regime change, except when he announced this 32 days ago. That was one of the things he talked about. He told the people of Iran it was time to rise up and take control of their government. He was actually talking about regime change. And of course, over the last few days, he's talked about regime change, saying it was important that they were now talking to different people, that the government in Tehran had been replaced with people who were not quite as militant or as radical and were much more intelligent, suggesting that he saw someone there that he could deal with. But this was a very threatening tone to Iran, and it's clear that this...
I mean, it's a fascinating claim from Donald Trump because everything that we understand about the new leadership in Iran is that they're the exact opposite of what Donald Trump said. Rather than being more reasonable, they're more hardline, more anti-America, more anti-peace and diplomacy, and more interested in fighting this war. So I don't know what he meant by that. Probably just once again saying completely false things without any evidence to back it up. But what should we expect from the President of the United States exactly? True statements?
Come on! Operation Epic Fury is going to continue for 2 or 3 more weeks. He did touch on the economy. He did talk about how people were finding prices were much higher. But he said, look, the blame is on Iran. Not the fact that he started the war. The blame is on Iran because they've threatened the Strait of Hormuz. If they weren't doing that, then oil would still be flowing.
Blame Iran.
But it's clear that that is something that is preying on his mind. But we were looking for how long does this war take? We think 2 or 3 weeks.
I mean, he's not wrong, but what preceded Iran closing the strait? I'm trying to remember. There was something that happened, it's like a month or so ago now. It was before Iran closed. The strait was open, and then something happened, and then Iran closed the strait. What happened in between there? Oh, that's right, Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
How does he get out of it? Not entirely clear. And what happens to the Strait of Hormuz? He seems to be suggesting it's up to other countries to secure that. The United States has done their job. Everyone else should now move in and do theirs.
Yeah, a lack of clarity on many points. Alan, Henry, if I can bring you in here now. Do you agree with what Alan was saying there, that that was an incredibly threatening speech?
It was, and actually, if I can be a bit of a contrarian here, that actually left me with some hope. Normally, Donald Trump's rhetorical style is to be really quite threatening right before there's some sort of a resolution. So I noticed here that he chose not to speak of ground forces and what they might accomplish. That to me was a positive. The threats to civilian infrastructure was also quite striking, as was the assertion that if the shooting stops, if there's a ceasefire, that Hormuz will sort of magically open, right? Because everybody will have a motivation to allow that to occur.
It'll open naturally. It's natural. It'll just just go through it, take it, and it will open naturally. Ugh. Sounds like Donald Trump's strategy with women.
Don't be creepy.
Go to it, take it, grab it. It is yours, and then naturally it will open. That's how it works. All right. We're not nearly done talking about Iran. If anything, we've only started. Everybody's saying it. However, we're 3 hours into the stream. We haven't taken a break. So we're going to take a quick galactic intermission. And we'll be right back after these brief messages. But before we get to those messages, just want to remind everybody, we still have a galactic content goal to complete. Let me look. We are currently 1, 2, 3. No, wait. 5 of 10. We're 50% of the way through the galactic content goal. We got an hour left to complete it. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon and the like button as well. All really helps out. And if you're looking for other ways to help out, might consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. That's right. Without the supporters of Spacecast viewers such as yourself, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to show your support and help keep the Galactic News Network alive. Things like YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal, Throne, and of course the very best way to get most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, so many benefits I'm not even going to name them now. Just go click the link in my YouTube description or Twitch bio. Find out what lies in store. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're going to miss it. All right, Space Fams, we are back. Still a hell of a lot for us to talk about here tonight. Finished off the previous portion of the stream, watching the very stupid address given by Donald Trump to us, the nation, the planet, demanding allies go and take the Strait of Hormuz for themselves. Use it, he said, I believe. Take it and use it. Take the strait and then use it for yourself. Whatever the hell that means. People were already using the strait. Oh my god, what a dumb fucking timeline. Anyways, all we know for now is that Epstein fury is continuing. All right, let's talk about the United Kingdom. Keir Starmer gave an address yesterday while we were live on stream. Making a number of different points, including that the United Kingdom will be seeking closer ties with Europe over the United States.
Brexit did deep damage to our economy, and the opportunities to strengthen our security and cut the cost of living are simply too big to ignore. So, in the coming weeks, we will announce a new summit with our EU partners. And I can tell you that at that summit, the UK will not just ratify existing commitments made at last year's summit. We want to be more ambitious. Closer economic cooperation, closer security cooperation, a partnership that recognises our shared values, our shared interest, and our shared future. This is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict. That is not in our national interest. And the most effective way we can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation in the Middle East.
There you go. Here's Starmer saying the United Kingdom will not get involved in Operation Epstein Fury, even though the United Kingdom is already involved in Operation Epstein Fury.
Iranian missiles can attack London, Israel is claiming. The British government has insisted it has no assessment of Iranian plans to strike London. On Thursday, though, the Defence Secretary refused to say if Iran has missiles that are actually capable of hitting Britain. According to the Prime Minister, Britain's not joining the war. But Sir Keir Starmer's insisted this numerous times. He said, it's not our war, and it's unpopular with the public.
While taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war.
But in reality, Britain is being dragged deeper and deeper into the Iran conflict. Here's how. When the US-Israeli attack began, Britain refused to allow the Americans to use the joint UK-US base on Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean to launch strikes on Iran. Government sources told us the Starmer government believed the attack had no lawful basis and joining would be against the national interest.
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
But within 2 days, Britain changed its position. Starmer announced the US could use British military bases for bombers en route to targeting Iranian missile sites. The Prime Minister said this was purely defensive, but critics argued that Britain was actually enabling a war it considered unlawful. In the past few weeks, American bombers have been landing in Gloucestershire at the RAF Fairford base. These bombers take off from England, fly to the Middle East, carry out their bombing missions over Iran, and return to Gloucestershire. Starmer's now in a difficult position. He railed against the idea of becoming more involved in the conflict. For 2 weeks, he attacked Reform leader Nigel Farage and Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch for having backed Britain joining the war. But late last week, the government did a U-turn. Starmer said Britain would allow the US to use British bases to launch strikes on Iranian sites to help protect ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Again, he said this was a defensive measure.
Actually intercepting strikes to stop them hitting people and buildings, so that's defensive action.
Iran disagrees. The Iranian Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Araghchi spoke to the British Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper over the phone. He accused the Brits of participating in aggression. In response, Cooper warned Iran against targeting UK bases, territory or interests directly. Now, Britain is feeling more vulnerable than ever. The government didn't announce that last Friday 2 ballistic missiles targeted its base on Diego Garcia. This was revealed in the American press the next day. A US warship reportedly intercepted one missile and the other failed in flight. But which warship did this? How close to the base did the missile get? The government hasn't disclosed this. Israel accused Iran of firing the missiles. Britain then said it was the Iranians too. But Iran denied any involvement and called it a false flag attack.
This morning, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has become the latest world leader to outline their plan for responding to the energy crisis brought about by the US-Israeli war on Iran. An hour earlier, the Australian Prime Minister gave a rare address to the nation as cuts to fuel tax in the country began to bring down petrol prices. And in Germany, gas stations will now only be able to raise pump prices once a day as costs spiral. Here, the Prime Minister has warned that it's inevitable that the war will impact the future of the UK, but reassured the public that his government has put in place the measures to withstand it. Sir Keir Starmer didn't announce any new policies, but pointed to previous measures, including capping energy bills and keeping fuel duty cuts in place until September.
This is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict. That is not in our national interest. And the most effective way we can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation in the Middle East and a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is such a vital route for energy. To that end, we're exploring each and every diplomatic avenue that is available to us.
Yes, everyone, I know I was muted. Thank you for your reminding me. I refused to stop it. I'd gone too far. I'll just try to repeat myself in a second.
The Foreign Secretary and the Chancellor have met their counterparts in the G7. The Defence Secretary has been in the Middle East speaking to our partners. And the UK has now brought together 35 nations around our statement of intent to push as one for maritime security across the Gulf. And today I can announce that later this week, the Foreign Secretary will host a meeting that brings those nations together for the first time, where we will assess all viable diplomatic and political measures that we can take to restore freedom of navigation, guarantee the safety of trapped ships and seafarers, and resume the movement of vital commodities. Following that meeting, we will also convene our military planners to look at how we can marshal our capabilities and make the Strait accessible and safe after the fighting has stopped. Because I do have to level with people on this. This will not be easy.
Well, the Prime Minister also announced a new summit with the European Union, saying the UK's long-term interest requires closer ties with Europe. He also responded to comments from the US President Donald Trump to The Telegraph, saying he was strongly considering pulling the United States out of NATO.
Firstly, NATO is the single most effective military alliance the world has ever seen, and it has kept us safe for many decades, and we are fully committed to NATO.
Well, there you go. Keir Starmer planning a UK-EU talk on the Strait of Hormuz, insisting that the UK isn't involved in the war, even though it is, and that NATO is still important, even though Donald Trump is talking about dismantling it, which we'll get to more in a little bit. But for more on Keir and other U.S. allies, let's go to breaking points from 8 hours ago.
All right, so Keir Starmer, UK Prime Minister, and Anthony Albanese, the Australian Prime Minister, are out there freaking everybody out because they are absolutely freaked out. Europe and Asia are basically moving into like redos of COVID lockdowns at this point when it comes to energy usage. We, because we're a little bit down the pipeline, haven't quite started to experience what they're experiencing now. But let's roll Keir Starmer just to get a sense of, oh, this is getting real.
It is now clear that the impact of this war will affect the future of our country. So today I want to reassure the British people that no matter how fierce this storm, we are well placed to weather it, and that we have a long-term plan to emerge from it a stronger and more secure nation. First, let me say once again, this is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict.
The kind of conservative after the kind of conservative Prime Minister of Italy, Meloni, said that the U.S. can't, use its bases or fly over for the war effort, and the left-wing government of Spain has said the same. Anthony Albanese in Australia also warning his country that, things are getting rough. Let's roll A10.
Making sure that we are prepared so that if the global situation gets worse and our fuel supplies are seriously disrupted over the long term, we can coordinate the next steps together. Today, we cut the fuel excise in half, cutting the tax on every litre of petrol by 26 cents. Those savings have started showing up at your petrol station. For our truckies, we have cut the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero. Both these measures will be in place for the next 3 months. And if you're hitting the road, don't take more fuel than you need, just fill up like you normally would. Think of others in your community, in the bush, and in critical industries. And over coming weeks, if you can switch to catching the train or bus or tram to work, do so. That builds our reserves and it saves fuel for people who have no choice but to drive. And all those shift workers and nurses who do so much for our country. The months ahead may not be easy. I want to be upfront about that.
All right, Emily, so the entire world is rationing fuel now.
I don't see what could go wrong.
Doesn't seem great. So there was also a related development.
Which, sorry, I just
go ahead.
like that affects the cost of everything. Nobody
Yes.
needs me to say that, but that affects the cost
And
of absolutely everything.
And we're moving from the cost of things to the existence of things.
Scarcity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is bleak. And
Yep. It is not good. It is not good. We need to work with, we got to work together right now. We really do. In our communities and with one another. Like I said, victory garden time, people. You got a windowsill, you got a balcony somewhere in your, your apartment, your home, this tiny patch of land. Start growing some food. Easier than you think. I mean, hell, you could just, you could pretty easily start a food garden. Seeds are abundant. You just got to think of where they are. They're at the grocery store in all the food you eat. There's that ways, look it up. There's a lot of resources on how to grow your own food. But I think right now we got to think of ways to be as thrifty as possible right now. Ahead of time, before things get bad. And it's perfect time to think about it because it's spring. Perfect time to start planting. Awful, 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 bleak, bleak, bleak. It is not great.
The prep was done months ago, now the serving up was meant to start. A rise in the minimum wage, new employment rights in the coming days. For businesses though, on top of increased national insurance contributions, new business rates, and before they even think about the impact of war, the outlook's tough. What's the impact on you?
It'll be enormous. We feel like we're holding up the high street. Hospitality is the third largest employer. We're seeing it now. It's not something that's happening down the line. We're seeing job losses. We're seeing fewer young people coming into the industry because these businesses can't take on these people. The changes in the national insurance rules means that there's a huge reluctance to take on part-time workers. So I think we're seeing it now, and actually it will only get worse. That's the feeling.
The cost of war, though, could start having an impact here too. The Food and Drinks Federation have predicted food inflation could hit 9% later this year. The reason? Just ask the man who delivers the fresh veg here.
Our fuel bill in the last 2 weeks has doubled from £1,000 a week to £2,000 a week because we're out on the roads delivering and collecting from these farms every day.
What he wants, what Australia, Ireland and Spain have already announced. Relief on fuel duties as oil prices surge. Today, the Prime Minister addressed the pressures caused by the blockage on the Strait of Hormuz, but as yet, no help is forthcoming.
So far, you seem reluctant to talk about specifics for help because of this war. And the criticism is that you've been dithering. So have you been dithering, or yes or no? Do you have in mind a fixed set of plans for the hardest hit by the cost of living crisis caused by this war? And if so, when can we expect to hear them?
In relation to what might be needed later in the year, obviously we're working through contingencies. A lot of it will depend on how long the conflict goes on, how quickly the straits are open, because it's very difficult to assess at the moment what might be needed, say, in the winter, until we know the answer to that question. So we're looking at a number of contingencies, as you would expect.
For the opposition, they say the public are staring down the barrel of a possible average increase in energy prices of £500 by the end of the year and need reassurances now.
What they should be doing is trying to bring down bills. That's why we said they should scrap VAT on energy bills for the next 3 years. We found the funding for it. Our cheap power plan would do that.
So we think the government's got to be more generous. Not a blank cheque like Liz Truss, but it's got to realise that a £500 rise in energy bills on top of higher mortgage costs and on top of higher fuel prices is just not affordable.
The one intervention the government has announced so far, £53 million targeted to help low-income households in rural communities with heating oil. But many fall outside the target, and the cost of living in Thornbury, South Gloucestershire is biting.
Filled my tank up last year was 1,250 litres, will cost me £700. I can pay £800 for 500 litres today. Half the tank cost more than the whole tank last year.
Oh yeah, noticing less money left, or no money left.
Petrol, food, it's just an increasing situation. Don't know where it's going to end.
Inflation is now predicted by some analysts to hit 4% by the end of the year, but it won't hit all equally.
There is going to be a really big difference between different households depending on their income. So if you are one of the kind of lower income households, your inflation shock, the amount of prices are increasing, could be about 1% more than if you were in a kind of higher income household. And that is...
Yeah. That's what we've been saying this whole time. And it's not just that, because that's a micro, I mean, that's a somewhat microcosm, right? Because on a global scale, it's going to be a country by country situation as well. Rich countries are going to get access because, you know, that's where the money is, right? So they'll be able to be the ones to bid highest for the goods themselves. And then those goods will go to the richest countries, which can pay the highest prices for it. Frizzla with a sweet super chat. Can these stingy ass mams please step up their game and give GSL your money? Rocket, pointy finger, flying money emoji, pointy finger, duck emoji. Times are tough, Frizzla, and I appreciate you. Not all the mams have the monies right now. But I appreciate each and every one of you, regardless of whether or not you can donate, but we are getting much, much closer. I think we're like about 60% of the way through the goal. Very much within reach. Now, it's not just Britain where things are hitting. France also struggling with the cost of gas.
In the Champagne country.
French truck drivers protesting over rising fuel prices.
In the Champagne country of eastern France, truckers, bus drivers, and farmers showed up Tuesday to show their discontent at the rising cost of diesel in France. On Friday, the government had announced a €70 million plan to soften the blow for those transport professionals hit the hardest, the equivalent of around 20 cents per litre for April. Industry groups, though, are calling for relief closer to 50 cents a litre, saying many firms are currently operating at a loss.
They're not really helping us with these token measures. In theory, we're entitled to 20 cents per litre for businesses that are in serious difficulty. We're all in difficulty.
For this trucking company in the south of France, diesel represents a third of operating expenses. Unsure if it will be eligible for the government aid, the firm's boss is now scrambling to find the lowest price he can for diesel, while weighing alternatives like running his trucks on used cooking oil. Most, though, don't have engines that are capable.
My only option at this point is to lighten my drivers' feet, for them to slow down.
The transport sector accounts for some 120,000 jobs in this region alone. Taxes account for roughly half the cost of a litre of fuel in.
Well, there you have it. Australia cutting its gas tax. French truck drivers protesting for a cut to their gas tax as well. Something which I think a lot of countries are going to wind up having to do. If this, it's really not an if this continues on. This is going to continue on. Donald Trump just declared it. Operation Epstein Fury to continue. While we're in France, we should talk about this story really quickly. As Israel says, it will be reducing its imports from France to zero, at least of defense products. France 24 with more on this story.
With more for us from Jerusalem, here's our correspondent, Noga Tarnopolsky.
This is really, I would say, a semi-major diplomatic tiff right now that has been long coming. In part, this is one of Prime Minister Netanyahu's ways of showing his buddy-buddy status with Donald Trump, who has spent the better part of the last month attacking the United States' traditional European allies. And one way that Netanyahu can show his allyship with Trump is to also lash out at France. The French style of diplomacy has not sat well with this Israeli government. And I think that the statement about Israel not allowing France's Minister of Defense to come visit on Sunday, a visit that I'm not entirely sure was actually on the schedule, or the statement, the kind of bluffy statement that Israel will stop buying arms from France. The exchange of arms between Israel and France is negligible and has been diminishing very significantly over the last few years. It's worth remembering that at several points since the war in Gaza began, since the Hamas attack on Israel, in fact, France has tried to deny Israel access to the important weapons and Air Force shows in France. Since France recognized a Palestinian state a few months ago, tensions have been particularly hard. And the Israeli Foreign Ministry does not shy away from flat out accusing President Macron of anti-Semitism, which has become basically the Israeli keyword for anybody opposing Israeli policies or the Israeli Prime Minister. So,
Yeah. Absolutely, France 24. Great job. 100%. That's exactly what it is. No further notes. But France, Israel, on the outs. Israel very angry for a number of reasons at France that have been sort of building up over the last couple of years. And as a result, Israel ending its imports of French defense weaponry in general, but a rather nominal trade existed, so not the biggest deal. However, what is a bigger deal in the economy is, of course, agriculture and food. People's access to it. And unfortunately, like we've been saying, fertilizer shortage is putting harvests for this year at severe risk, including in Africa.
Days before the harvest begins, this South African farmer is at a loss as to where he can source and afford fuel.
We'll probably be using pretty close to 2,000 litres a day. So, 2,000.
Right. Oh, right. It's harvest season right now in South Africa. I didn't think about it. Oh, my God. So they're trying to harvest right now. They can't even get the fucking oil. They can't even get the gasoline to run the... Oh, what a clusterfuck. I totally forgot about the fact... For like 2 seconds, I forgot about the fact that the seasons are flipped on the other side of the planet.
As to where he can source and afford fuel.
We'll probably be using pretty close to 2,000 litres a day. So 2,000 litres a day, 12,000 litres, that's 6 days. Then you're out of fuel.
Derek Matthews is among thousands of farmers struggling with a double price blow. Both
Omega
fuel
5
and...
Tar just cheered 100 bits. Let us eat cake.
Let us eat cake indeed. I take some crackers right now.
Fertilizer costs have shot up as the US-Israeli war against Iran continues into a second month. And key energy transit routes, like the Strait of Hormuz, have been choked, upending global energy markets amid higher crude oil prices.
Somehow I wasn't thinking about how an entire hemisphere of the planet is currently harvesting rather than planting right now. And their harvest season is being completely screwed over. Because people can't even get the diesel fuel to run the tractors and everything else to pick the food that's supposed to go on everyone's dinner plates.
Gas prices, today they hit $4.
We're at $4, yeah, and we have a country that's not going to be throwing a nuclear weapon at us in 6 months.
But Americans are feeling the effects in the interim.
And they're also feeling a lot safer.
What is the plan to bring them back down?
All I have to do is leave Iran, and we'll be doing that very soon, and they'll become tumbling down. And stock prices were up today almost to a record. Because they know two things. Number one, we have a safe country. We had to take a little detour because we had a madman named Khomeini who sadly is no longer with us.
Was it 6 months or are we 2 weeks away? I can't remember when we were going to get bombed by Iran with a nuclear weapon.
It was probably 2 weeks away from
happening. This is weirding me out.
Is that someone could have teleported from it, but it could be about. I mean, that's what we understand. But last time he did this, I thought he was going to attack Iran. I can't remember what dribble he was talking about. It could be about birthright citizenship. There's a reason why he's sitting in this court case, and it's not because he's intricately interested in the nuances of the 14th Amendment or the 1952 Aliens and Nationality Act, or in that the Dred Scott ruling, or the Wong Kim Ark ruling that edified the idea of natural born citizenship. It's because he wants to show his people that he hates immigrants and that he has a national unity purity project. Or he could announce tonight that we've won the Iran war and he's pulling all of these troops that are still headed towards the Middle East. We now have the 82nd Airborne seems to have arrived. All of those personnel. And now it sounds like there's another 6,000 naval personnel headed towards the Middle East. That doesn't sound like they're about to announce victory. He could announce we're going to take Karg Island and then announce victory. Or he could pretend that somehow Iran represented an imminent threat towards us. It's hard to know, but they're sending out some like semi-backbenchers to sort of like test out talking points. Here is Rich McCormick, Republican from Georgia, on the Todd Starnes show.
It's a real open mic for this.
Starnes is what? Is he still? Is he right for the National Review, or did he? I can't remember.
This is on Newsmax 2.
But this is on Newsmax 2.
A what now?
This is where you can get away with this.
There's a second Newsmax channel. There's a Newsmax 2 where the stories from Newsmax 1 that hit the cutting floor never made it to air. Those go to Newsmax 2. Is that what I'm to understand? Why would why?
McCormick has been reading some interesting history books.
Yeah, I don't want to have boots on the ground, but also I want to have all options on the table. One of the things we've done poorly in the past is we do this thing called limited warfare. It's never worked for us. When we go to war college or we do command and staff college, we always learned that the worst kind of way to fight any war is to do it half-assed. We were horrible in Afghanistan and Iraq until we did surge ops, and then we won. We were horrible in Vietnam until we did Thunder 1 and Rolling Thunder 1 and Rolling Thunder 2, and then we won. As soon as as we go half measures, we lose popular support. The faster we get this over, the better. If we seize Karg Island, that is technically boots on the ground, it can be done almost flawlessly. We have enough firepower that would be very easy to defend. I know nobody wants to see that, but at the same time, we can choke them off, end this war, and get back to business so that everybody's gas prices come back down, and so they're not funding Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. The people will be happy. But the longer we drag this on, the more frustrated the people will get, and the less support we'll have.
Yes.
So for those of you at home who have been under the impression that we had a Vietnam syndrome in this country that right-wingers would bemoan, which basically kept the United States from entering new wars, ostensibly, that was because we won so much that people were tired of winning. The Afghanistan war, remember we fought the Afghanistan war to defeat the Taliban?
Who's in charge now?
That's a good question, Brian. It's actually the Taliban.
Winning.
We were in Iraq for 20 years. I guess Saddam Hussein is dead. And the biggest winner in Iraq, if it wasn't for ISIS, maybe, would have been Iran.
I thought he was going to say America.
It's interesting. What wars did we lose? What wars is he talking about that we lost? That we only would have?
Might be the only war he thinks
exactly.
they lost.
Civil War. We lost it. We lost that war.
It sounds to me, if they're getting this specific about boots on the ground in Karg Island, that's what the plan has been floating around is. Here's Donald Trump yesterday already prepping the idea of like, look, gas prices go up, but then they go down. Here is, it just gives you an insight into what, I don't know, little thinking is going on behind the scenes.
The first one that affects Americans here at home, gas prices. Today they hit $4.
We have $4, and we have a country that's not going to be throwing a nuclear weapon at us in 6 months.
But Americans are feeling the effects in the interim.
And they're also feeling a lot safer.
What is the plan to bring them back down?
All I have to do is leave Iran, and we'll be doing that very soon, and they'll become tumbling down. And stock prices were up today almost to a record because they know two things. Number one, we have a safe country. We had to take a little detour because we had a madman named Khomeini who sadly is no longer with us.
Americans feeling a lot safer, I'm sure, because was it 6 months or are we 2 weeks away? I can't remember when we were going to get bombed by Iran with a nuclear weapon.
Don't lie, everyone's feeling an unprecedented level of safety. Never before seen. All thanks to Operation Epstein Fury.
It was probably 2 weeks away from having it and then 6 months to detonating it.
Although what could have happened in the interim is that someone could have teleported from Iran into a Waffle House with a nuclear vest. So we will find out tonight. Well, all I can promise you we're going to find out tonight is whatever he talks about.
Yep, and he talked about how Operation Epstein Fury is going great. Everybody loves it. Gas prices. And how those are great. They're going to be great. There might be a little bit of pain. But you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it because at the end of all of this is gonna be amazing. You're gonna be thankful that you experienced the pain. So much winning, you're gonna say, what about the pain? Bring back the pain. I'm gonna say no. Only winning from now on. Only winning now on. You're very silly for thinking anything else would happen. Very, very silly of you. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Sorry. Sorry for sneezing in everyone's ears. Incredibly rude of me. All right, let's go to the Ministry of Truth. Caroline Levitt. With briefing from this is Monday. Remember, we're doing the week ending report still. So just for some of you who may have already seen this, don't ruin it for your fellow space fams. All right, Caroline. Let's see what Caroline had to say when asked this question about Pope Leo and the war.
Since you mentioned Easter and prayers, I wanted to ask you about something the Pope said yesterday. So Pope Leo said yesterday, and I quote him, "God does not listen to the prayer of those who wage war." Can you comment on that?
I think our nation was a nation founded 250 years ago almost on Judeo-Christian values, and we've seen presidents, we've seen the leaders of the Department of War, and we've seen our troops go to prayer during the most turbulent times in our nation's history. And I don't think there's anything wrong with our military leaders or with the president calling on the American people to pray for our service members and those who are serving our country overseas. In fact, I think it's a very noble thing to do. And if you talk to many service members, they will tell you they appreciate the prayers and support from the Commander-in-Chief. And
there you go. Look, Caroline is here to tell us all that even though the Pope, I guess really sort of the head of the Catholic religion, most Christians see him as being sort of the most venerated Christian figure on the planet. Living. Even though the Pope is saying that praying is not heard by God for those who are waging war, Caroline, she makes a good point. Even if God can't hear those prayers, the troops would be appreciative of the prayers themselves. You know, it's like, hey, sure, maybe God won't do anything about those prayers, won't even be listening. But in spirit, the troops will know that you're praying for them, and that'll be a win. They appreciate those prayers. The troops appreciate, even though God can't hear those prayers, the troops appreciate the prayers, even though they definitely can't hear them. Like, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of whether or not God can hear your prayers, but the troops definitely can't hear your prayers. I know that much. So if you're praying, I guess the thing that's confusing about this for me is if you're praying for the troops, but God can't hear your prayers, and the troops can't hear your prayers, why are you praying in the first place? What? It's just a question I've been it's been kicking around my brain over here for some reason. Let's go here and talk about more with Caroline. This time, let's talk about war crimes and the targeting of civilian infrastructure.
The president posted this morning about, his threat that on leaving Iran, he said we might be blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, Harg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants. Under international law, striking civilian infrastructure like that is generally prohibited. Why is the president threatening what would amount to potentially a war crime with the U.S. military? And how do you square that with the administration repeatedly saying that the U.S. does not target civilians?
Look, the president has made it quite clear to the Iranian regime at this moment in time, as evidenced by the statement that you just read, that their best move is to make a deal, or else the United States Armed Forces has capabilities beyond their wildest imagination, and the president is not afraid to use them. That's not what I said, Garrett. And you're saying the word potential for a reason, because I'm sure some experts are telling you that in your ear to try to ask me that question. Of course, this administration and the United States Armed Forces will always act within the confines of the law, but with respect to achieving.
I love that. I love that from Caroline, where she feels like she just won. She's like, potential, Garrett. You said potential, because of course, as you know, it's only one of the many possibilities. Sure, could we do war crimes? Yeah, but that's only one of the things. We could also do things that aren't war crimes, Garrett. Burn, Garrett.
Full objectives
Says
of Operation
Caroline.
Fury, President Trump is going to move forward unabated, and he expects the Iranian regime to make a deal with the administration.
To that end, which of those objectives would destroying a
Haley,
desalinization
go ahead.
plant most help?
Haley, go ahead.
Support journalism.
Once again, thank you to PBS for leaving that question in there. Yes, Garrett with a great question there. I wonder I'm assuming Caroline didn't have an answer to that follow-up from Garrett, but I wonder which of the objectives that have been stated by the U.S. government are achieved or helped in doing these sorts of war crimes. It's a great question. It's a great question we should have an answer to. Oh, by the way, I just realized I didn't give Leica a puppy treat over here. Leica needs treats. Ian Leal paid for treats for Leica, and she's not snacking. There we go. All right, moving on from the Ministry of Truth to the Department of War. Let's talk about Pete Hegseth. What's been going on with this guy? Been having a little trouble with his former colleagues at Fox News.
Laura Ingraham has been demoted at Fox News because of the whole "you're getting older, lady" situation. Probably means Trump's less interested in hearing what she has to say as well.
I remember having lunch with you, and you don't look as good as you.
Yeah, unlike Dana.
You don't look better, Dana.
But so this is, she's going to copy paste a lot of what you're hearing from conservative online influencers, even like Tucker Carlson, where he's approaching criticizing Trump very tepidly. But for the most part, they act like Trump has no agency. He's also incredibly powerful, smart, genius, the only person who can decide. But he's also weak enough to be so easily misled by the folks around him. However, it's important that this is happening on Fox News in prime time.
So if we cannot come to some type of peace deal with people who can't be trusted, then what? Well, looks like the U.S. is going to escalate. President Trump is already warning of widespread further damage, threatening to hit electric generating plants, oil wells, and Carg Island, as he's reportedly considering sending ground troops in to secure the uranium. Now, knowing what little time we have and how quickly this can spiral out of control, we still have a lot of questions. For instance, was the president fully briefed about the risks of all of this from the beginning? And was he then able to take it all in and understand the complexity of this, how complex it could actually get, and further possibilities of casualties or other damage, the difficulty of dealing with these people? Or was he told this would be relatively quick in and out? So if we cannot...
All right, so you see what she's setting up there. I mean, she couldn't help herself. Like, maybe he's too dense to understand what was going on. That was sort of the middle one. But what she's also saying is, like, maybe there's an opportunity to find a fall guy.
Bad information.
Oh, yeah.
Bad information.
Remember from last week when Hegseth was thrown under the bus?
Yeah.
I'm telling you that.
Maybe there's one incompetent link. I mean, it's clearly not just Pete. Let's be real. Let's be real. It's not just Pete. I mean, I'd love to see him get thrown under the bus, but the incompetence at the Trump administration is many layers deep. You know how, like, every time that the United States or Israel assassinates one of Israel's leadership and they find another guy within the ranks to replace him, it's the same thing with incompetence in the Trump administration. You get rid of one incompetent and it's immediately filled with another incompetent. You get rid of Greg Bovino, you get Tom Homan. Get rid of Kristi Noem, you get Mark Wayne fucking Mullen. Okay? It knows no depths.
He said, some people are saying that we should fire you.
A very powerful guy came up to me and really went into you hard, and I said, he's doing a great job.
He's doing a great job.
Hard and powerful.
But is he?
Right in there.
But he wouldn't acknowledge that criticism if he wasn't this happened with Kristi Noem, and he started ignoring her at the cabinet meetings, and then 2 months later, what do you know? It would be funny if Laura Ingraham just really hated Pete Hegseth from their time together at Fox News
That's
and
also
just
very possible.
decided
That is also very possible. I mean, look, I think it would be hard for someone like Laura Ingraham, who takes herself so seriously. I would not be surprised if she's like, I can't believe this freaking complete wastoid moron is the Secretary of Defense. And she's just waiting. Obviously, she doesn't want to. There's no reason for her to put her neck out for anything at this point, but
she doesn't seem to be moving her neck at all.
There's a lot of I get the sense there has been a lot of injections throughout her face.
Look, Laura's got a tough job over there. She's got to manage to prevent Republican men from realizing that she's over the hill. That's not great. She's got to somehow trick them into thinking that maybe, just maybe she's not cooked, Maybe she's still Epstein Island material.
Don't be creepy.
Now, one phrase that we've all probably have some recollection of hearing in the last year. I think the first time we heard it uttered, at least in this political sense, was at the fateful Trump-Zelensky meeting, where Donald Trump claimed that Ukraine and Volodymyr Zelensky had no cards. Now, fast forward, Operation Epstein Fury. Houthis now joining the fight. Iran keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed, shutting down vital trade routes. The Houthis may very well shut down the Red Sea. Something some people might call cards. Might say that the Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea are big economic cards.
Yemen's Houthi rebels have entered the Middle East war for the first time since February the 28th. It happened this weekend. They, of course, are the Iran-backed militia that has seized the Yemeni capital Sana'a. The Houthis firing missiles at Israel this weekend. They've already, of course, mounted similar attacks in support of Hamas in the Gaza Strip. But what does their entrance into the war at this point mean? How could it affect transit of oil from the region? The Houthis could make it very dangerous for ships entering the Red Sea zone. Monty Francis with this.
Sirens blared in Tel Aviv, warning of incoming missiles from Iran. Now, missiles are also being launched from Yemen by the Houthis, a militant group backed by Tehran, which announced over the weekend it would continue its attacks until the aggression on all fronts ended.
The Houthi armed forces, with God's help and reliance upon him, have carried out their first military operation. This operation involved a salvo of ballistic missiles targeting sensitive military objectives of the Israeli enemy in the south of occupied Palestine.
So far, Israel's air defenses have prevented the Houthis from doing major damage, but the greater threat, say analysts, could come on the global stage.
Okay. Yeah, Houthis entering the fight. A multi-front war with over a dozen different active, willing, and unwilling participants across the Gulf and Mediterranean. And, of course, the United States and the United Kingdom. All right. Let's run the numbers on the Iran war. The great Harry Emden with...
Hey there, I'm Harry Enton, and today we're not just running the numbers on the war in Iran, we are running all the numbers on the war in Iran, and you won't see this on television. Let's start off by talking about two key terms that basically before this war began, nobody was really talking about, and you might not have even heard of them. We're talking about Karg Island and the Strait of Hormuz, of course, very much having to do with oil that is exported by Iran, and you can see her Google searches in March up like a rocket. I mean, my goodness gracious, record highs reached for Karg Island. Look at this. Google searches up over 20,000. 20,000%. That's insane versus a month ago. And then the Strait of Hormuz up 1,900% versus a month ago. Again, record highs in Google dating all the way back since 2004. So if you hadn't heard of either Karg Island or the Strait of Hormuz before the war in Iran, guess what? You were not alone. Now, I mentioned, of course, oil. That is why we're talking about Karg Island and the Strait of Hormuz, and we're talking about gas prices here in the United States. And we are talking about increases that, frankly, we have never seen, at least over the last 35 years. Take a look here at gas prices. Okay, now, right now, the largest 4-week gas price increase since at least 1991. You have to go all the way back since the Bills played in their first Super Bowl to find increases this high. We're talking about up 33% just over the last 4 weeks. My goodness gracious. In fact, I went back through the record books. We're talking about an increase of $1 over just a 4-week period for the first time ever. The first time ever.
Yeah, and as I've been saying, since this all began and the strait got closed, the gas prices are going to slightly lag the oil prices themselves. And they're probably going to continue to get higher, regardless of whether or not the oil prices get higher at this point. Because if you look at it, right now, oil prices are at $104 a barrel, right? Back here, hold on, this is slightly too far out. 6 months ago, $55.94. Right, this is in December of last year, 2025, December 17th, right? So do the math on this. Right, 55, 2020, 55, 20. I think I just did this in reverse, didn't I? 104. It's 53. It's yeah, I did that in reverse. Sorry, 104. Why did I do it like that? My brain's dumb. Dumb brain. So it's 88%. That is 88% increase in oil prices since December of last year. But we haven't quite seen that increase.
That is why the Strait of Hormuz and Karg Island are so important, because essentially what has gone on, of course, is that the Strait of Hormuz has closed and it has choked off the oil supply that is heading out of Iran, and that, of course, has driven up gas prices here in the United States of America. But that is not all that's been going on. Take a look here. This, I think, really sort of gives the game away. Look at this. Economic measures since the Iran war began. Well, we spoke about gas prices, right, being up 33%. But look at the Dow Jones. Down it goes through the floor. We're talking about down 8%. Down 8% since the war in Iran began. And guess what? That means, along with the downflow that we saw earlier on, just before the Iran war started, that the Dow Jones has actually entered correction territory. It's awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Yep, things is not good right now. And it would seem that on the horizon they're gonna get worse. On many fronts. Epstein fury. Full steam ahead, says Donald Trump, as of this evening. Now, an American journalist was kidnapped in Iraq. The media has barely covered it. I've seen very few people discuss it, so we're gonna pick back up our discussion of this story. NBC News from yesterday. Let's talk about Shelley Kittleson. Woman who I am genuinely worried the president will not do very much to get back.
Just now getting reports of a foreign journalist kidnapped in Iraq. What are you hearing over there?
Yeah, so this is a developing situation. We don't have a whole lot of detail right now, but in just the last couple of minutes, the Iraqi Interior Ministry has confirmed that a foreign journalist has been kidnapped, apparently off the street in Baghdad. And they say at this point, a major operation is underway to try to recover that journalist and to find the people responsible. Now, we really don't know the details at this stage, but Iraq has been something of a hotbed of kidnapping, and very often it is Iranian-backed Shia militia groups that are trying to kidnap either American citizens or people with links to the United States who they see as potential leverage. So at this stage, we cannot confirm the identity of the person who has been kidnapped, but this is clearly an alarming situation unfolding in the Iraqi capital right now.
Alarming and a dangerous time to be a journalist. Raf Sanchez, stay safe, and thank you so much.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and
All right, back to this breaking and disturbing news we've been covering out of Iraq today. This hour, an American journalist in terrorist captivity. And I want to get to News Nation's Hannah Brand at the White House with more on what we're learning. What do we know so far, Hannah?
Well, Connell, that journalist has been identified as Shelley Kittleson. We're learning she was a contributor to the Al Monitor, which is a D.C.-based news organization that covers the Middle East. Now, according to the Associated Press, the kidnapping happened in Baghdad, Iraqi sources tell them 2 cars were involved in this, and then one crashed near Baghdad while officials were chasing it. But Kittleson was then transferred to another car that fled the scene. Iraq's Interior Ministry does say they were able to apprehend one suspect, and they've launched an operation to track down the others who are believed to be involved. Now, the U.S. State Department says they are aware of her kidnapping. They say the department actually previously warned Kittleson of threats against her, saying they'll be coordinating with the FBI to try and get her released as quickly as possible. Also adding, it's believed her kidnappers had ties to an Iranian-aligned militia group known as Kataib.
State Department's... The Department of State says, actually, it's her fault. It's her fault. Yeah. Not shocking that they didn't rush to defend a woman journalist. Shouldn't have been there. Shouldn't have been there doing the journalisms. Should have been making me a sandwich.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brittany Lewis, a breaking news reporter here at Forbes. Joining me now.
Hold on, before I let Brittany get going here. Oof. I'm just realizing we didn't complete the galactic content goal. We only got like 70% of the way through it. I'm not going to end the stream yet. I'm not going to end the stream yet. I'm going to keep it going. Keep the hope alive. The goal gets completed. Just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube, hit that like button too. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Throne. Although that doesn't technically affect the galactic content goal, just to be clear. Completely separate situation.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brittany Lewis, a breaking news reporter here at Forbes. Joining me now is Holly McKay. She's a geopolitical analyst who was a war correspondent in the Middle East for over a decade. Holly, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
We're talking about a really horrifying story, and I'm grateful for your perspective, especially as someone who's been on the ground in the region covering it as a journalist. Because according to both U.S. and Iraqi officials, an American journalist was kidnapped in Iraq on Tuesday. Really terrifying CCTV footage appeared to show the moment it happened, the moment Shelley Kittleson, she's a freelance journalist, was snatched off the street in Baghdad by 2 men, shoved in a car, and then the car drove away. You were an investigative reporter, as I said, and a war correspondent who reported on the ground in conflict and war zones, including Iraq. So to start off the conversation, what's your perspective here when you hear this news?
Well, first of all, it's just horrifying. I have known Shelley for many years. She's an incredible, very tenacious journalist who has worked a lot in the region, from Afghanistan through to Syria, and she was actually living in Baghdad. So it wasn't that she was just going there to report. That was Shelley's home for the past few years. So she's very experienced in the area. She's fluent in Arabic, and she just cares very deeply about the Iraqi people and telling their story. And she's just one of those people who's just such a kind and gentle soul. So it's really horrifying to think about her, being in this horrific situation.
Oh. So the U.S. the State Department says it's her fault because they told her to leave. But they were telling her to leave her literal home where she lives on the drop of a hat, which sounds pretty inconvenient when you think about it, and probably difficult to do. And as a journalist, why would you suddenly leave your home when suddenly your home has become like literally the news? Like I said yesterday, We've talked about Iraq more in the last month than we have in the last 2 years. And as a woman, living in Iraq, who also happens to be a journalist, you would think, I mean, as somebody whose job it is to do all this, I would think, at least if I were in the same position, I'd be like, you know what? My time has come. My time has come to talk about Iraq. Why would I leave?
And, it's something that unfortunately is a risk, as part of this job, but it's something you just never, you just hope never happens to you or to someone that you know. And so when it does, it's just very terrifying and very confronting.
Yeah, it's quite horrifying to think she's still in captivity. And it's not clear what the Trump administration is doing at all, if anything, to return her to safety right now. The United States has quite a presence in Iraq. You'd think it would be something within our capabilities, but considering what's happening right now, it might be more difficult. So we spent like $40 billion. We have at least 13 dead soldiers. 1 U.S. journalist hostage. And we're continuing, according to Trump, until we win. Which will be in 2 or 3 weeks. 2-3 weeks. I'll be over. Okay. Let's go next to the United Nations Security Councils, where members met to discuss the deaths of UN peacekeepers in Lebanon. Something which Israel claims is totally Hezbollah's fault.
The killing of peacekeepers in Lebanon must stop immediately. That was the main message from Jean-Pierre Lacroix, the head of UN peacekeeping operations, during an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council. He also told the Council the blue helmets in southern Lebanon are under intense duress, caught in the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah.
Faced with immense pressure, including intensified exchanges of fire, direct attacks, obstructions of movement and resupply, UNIFIL continuously reassesses the force's posture to mitigate risks, strengthening force protection, reducing footprint, and adjusting operational activities.
The UN says it's investigating the attacks that killed the 3 Indonesian peacekeepers and said the perpetrators have yet to be identified. Israel's ambassador to the UN told the Security Council Hezbollah was responsible, but provided no evidence to back up the claim, only saying it's a dangerous active war zone, to which the Indonesian ambassador said this.
The current escalation did not arise in vacuum. It stems from repeated incursions by the Israeli military into the territory of Lebanon.
French personnel who work with the peacekeepers also are under attack.
Des incidents graves ont également été commis par Israël.
Grave incidents have also been committed by Israel against the French contingent in Nakura, and in particular against the head of the military force. Israeli soldiers have shown an aggressive attitude, carried out intimidation, and attacked the security of the personnel of the French contingent at a time when deconfliction procedures had been duly respected.
Shocking that Israel would not respect international law or the United Nations or United Nations peacekeepers. It's very shocking. And by shocking, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm expected. Very expected. You know, it was unexpected. Incredible donation from an anonymous individual. No message, just incredible generosity from one beautiful space fam. As a result, confetti party. Galactic content goal completed. And all of the clips that I have prepared for us tonight will now be certainly watched. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to each and every one of you. Bask in the glory, space fams. Really is beautiful, isn't it? I want new color, though. Give me new colors. I don't know. What am I looking for? That's not bad. That's not bad. I like that. That's fun. That's fun. I'm feeling it. It's like OKC. It's like the OKC colors. It's beautiful. I'm into it. Well, I guess we better get back to the show, everybody. Last look. Okay. Next up on the list, we go to the Mediterranean, where Greece's navy is conducting drills after recent drone strikes, preparing for potential future Iranian attacks. Al Jazeera with the clip.
A Greek Coast Guard helicopter responds to an emergency in the Bay of Elefsina, 15 kilometers from Athens. Dispatchers say an attack drone has struck a tanker, setting it on fire, and 2 crew members are washed overboard. One of them is rescued by helicopter, the other by boat. It's an exercise, one the government here frames as routine.
This is a preventative drill because we live in uncertain times and we need to be sure we have operational capability.
It's true that fire and pollution containment drills do happen. This scenario involves firefighting tugs to put out the fire on board the tanker and a nearby refinery. Other tugboats bring specialized filters to suck up a supposed spill of 30,000 tons of petrochemicals into the sea, cleaning it on the spot. But this drill contains an element the Hellenic Coast Guard has never included before. There have been previous exercises testing the Coast Guard's readiness to deal with oil spills. This is the first preparing for a drone attack in Greek territorial waters. And it comes in the wake of a drone attack on a British airbase in Cyprus on March 2nd.
There's an unfolding geopolitical situation that obliges us to test our operational readiness every day. It's not just about pollution. Greek merchant ships are everywhere, including war zones. We have to protect our merchant marines and prepare our country for any scenario.
Yep, as war continues to spread out, more and more countries seemingly turning to wartime measures, if not actively involved in this war at this point. Even if unwillingly, there's a number of countries on the list who are just getting bombed that aren't, you know, actually engaged in any other way than that. But Greece, with plans, potential catastrophe, will it be enough? Only time can tell. Now, yesterday, Donald Trump said that we would be leaving Iran very soon. This was before, a couple hours ago, when Donald Trump said that we're still doing Epstein Fury. Not sure which thing to believe.
Here's more from the U.S. president answering a question about high prices in the United States linked to the war.
What is the plan to bring them back down?
All I have to do is leave Iran, and we'll be doing that very soon, and they'll become tumbling down. We hit them hard. We got rid of a lot of the radicalized lunatics along the strait. But if they want something, but I would say that within 2 weeks, maybe 3.
We're going to talk more about Donald Trump's speech tonight with Douglas Herbert, who joins me on the set. Doug, what do we think the U.S. president might say or announce tonight?
You don't have to go that far out on a limb. With this president, he will...
I guess I take it back. It's the exact same thing he said. But the fact is we cannot accept 2-3 weeks as soon, right? That's part of the problem with that framing. 2-3 weeks is not soon, as we all know. And as I've mentioned many times before, we've been told time and time again that we would get everything for in a short time, often 2 to 3 weeks. I mean, from Ukraine to Gaza, like the inflation to, I mean, you name a thing. 2-3 weeks is how long it was going to take when Donald Trump took office. Okay, it was all going to be solved 2-3 weeks. 2-3 weeks. And it'll be done. Hold on. Isn't there there's like a montage of this? No, not this one. No. Wrong. Why can't I find it? You know why I can't find it? Because Donald Trump says 2-3 weeks so much. He says 2-3 weeks so much that it just comes up. It comes up as time and time again. That should tell you how much he says it. I try and find this montage. I mean, I think everybody here probably knows vaguely what I'm talking about. Like 6 months ago, like somebody made a montage of Donald Trump saying 2-3 weeks over and over again. Now I can't find it because so many other instances of Donald Trump saying 2-3 weeks just come up in the algorithm when I search 2-3 weeks. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. I give up. I give up. Actually, wait, I'm gonna try one more search. Nope. Nope. Nope, and more nope. That's good. Okay. Yeah, I had a feeling.
Essentially making a pre-victory speech. Donald Trump, time and again, when he is put on the back foot, when he is faced with
By the way, we were told 2 or 3 weeks on the Russia-Ukraine war, and that's still going on today. He said day 1, but then he said he switched it to 2 or 3 weeks at one point. But now we are 1 year, and let's see, 1 year, 2 months since Trump. Yeah. So 2-3. What is 2-3 weeks?
Either
really
a failure
mean?
or evidence that he gravely miscalculated any one of his actions. He tries to flip the narrative, and he tries to cement in place another narrative. He's going to lay the groundwork for the American people that this is a victory, essentially, a victory in the making, and it's just a couple of weeks before the U.S. pulls out. And this is coming at a time when his approval ratings, last week they dipped to a low in his presidency, and they're now below around 40%, just below. So they're below water, really, as approval ratings. And what's perhaps more concerning to a lot of the people, perhaps in his immediate inner circle, even if they won't explicitly acknowledge this, is that some of the recent polling shows that the people who supported Trump, one of his big constituencies was young men in the last election in 2024. And even young men who voted in droves for MAGA and Trump world are now, there are signs that they are starting to sour on Donald Trump, and not just over this war, also over issues like the economy, like inflation, like immigration, so on and so forth. So what he's going to say is the opposite of what a lot of people say the evidence and what the reports we've been getting suggest. You know, the former lead negotiator in the Obama era, remember the Obama era nuclear deal, the one that Trump ripped up? The former lead negotiator, a man named Robert Malley, basically said that Trump entered this war, started this war as an unlawful, an unnecessary, and an unjustified war waged on the flimsiest of pretexts. And that essentially this is a president who went to war without really giving reasons to the American people, without really giving them a sense of what this war was about. And ever since then, he's lied about, I will use the word lie even if you don't, even if you want to call it false claims. I'll say he's lied about how the war is going. That is the progress that they are making. So, you know, he says they've 100% destroyed the military in Iran. And yet, where are those weapons still coming from? Where are those missiles still coming from? Iran is still getting missiles off the ground. So if he's destroyed the Navy and Air Force, that apparently isn't working. There are talks going on. Well, what talks? Whom's he talking with? There's been regime change, but not regime change. The son of the former Ayatollah now in power, who's said to be even more of a hardline person than ever. And meanwhile, the war's winding down, could be over in a couple of weeks, and yet we have troops pouring into the region, ships coming into the region, a massive buildup there, or if not massive, at least thousands and thousands of extra troops. So this war has been about everything and its opposite, and Donald Trump will go before the American people with what I would qualify as a pre-lie to the final lie, which is mission accomplished, a victory in this war.
It'll also be interesting to see what he has to say about NATO.
I keep hearing that phrase over and over again. I don't know if everybody's using it intentionally, but all I can think of is fucking George Bush. That goddamn banner back in 2003. Mission accomplished. We did it, everybody. Great job. Freedom. Brought it, everybody. Really free now here in the Middle East. I'm gonna go back, play some golf, my buddy. Jeb, where you at? That's my brother. We tried to steal an election for him, but he's too stupid. You think that's the point? Everybody's bringing it up intentionally. That's what I've been wondering, is whether or not this is by design or not. Feel free to weigh in on whether or not you think it is.
We're going to make a policy speech in 2 weeks, and I think you're going to like it. I think you're going to like it.
We're going to be announcing something, I would say, over the next 2 or 3 weeks that will be phenomenal in terms of tax.
Wiretap covers a lot of different things. I think you're going to find some very interesting items coming to the forefront over the next 2 weeks.
We'll be reporting back sometime over the next 2 weeks as to NAFTA.
I'll be making a big decision on the Paris Accord over the next 2 weeks.
What about infrastructure? When is that going to happen?
We're going to do infrastructure very quickly. We've got the plan largely completed, and we'll be filing it over the next 2 or 3 weeks.
When will you make that decision? Over the next couple of weeks.
We're doing very well in the fight against ISIS, as General Mattis has just explained, and we're going to be having a news conference in about 2 weeks to let everybody know how well we're doing.
And the mines are starting to open up. We're having a big opening in 2 weeks.
We've had tremendous success against ISIS in our fight in the Middle East. We're doing very, very well. We're going to be having a news conference in 2 weeks on that fight.
Our Secretary of Labor is coming out with a plan in 2 weeks.
You're going to have some big news. I think we're going to have some of the big drug companies in 2 weeks. We are coming out with that plan in 2 weeks. We are coming out with so many health care plans.
And women, unemployment recently reached the 65-year low. We think that's probably the lowest ever. But as I've been saying, in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, it will be. Within 2 weeks, I think you'll be historic numbers. We're signing that deal in 2 weeks. We have the dumbest immigration laws in the whole world. Watch what happens over the next couple of weeks, folks. Wait till you see what happens over the next couple of weeks. You're going to see a very secure border.
We'll see what happens over the next couple of weeks. We're going to be seeing a lot over the next couple of weeks.
I like her very much. In fact, I'll be seeing her in 2 weeks.
And we're going to have another big announcement in 2 weeks that'll take place over the next 2 weeks.
And we're doing one other thing that, believe it or not, is even bigger, but you'll be seeing that over the next 2 weeks.
It doesn't have to be today. It can be tomorrow. And it can be in 2 weeks from now. You understand?
I said, do me a favor. Tell the Prime Minister that I'll call him back in 2 weeks. I'm busy. He said, 2 weeks? That's a long time.
It'll be under construction very shortly, in a couple of weeks.
The peak, the highest point of death rates, remember this, is likely to hit in 2 weeks. We have tests coming out, perhaps over the next 2 weeks, that will blow the whole industry away. And you'll be seeing this over the next, I think, over the next couple of weeks.
The coronavirus is disproportionately affecting communities of color. I wanted to know what your administration will do to address this.
We're coming out with a report in 2 weeks on it, and I want to get to the bottom of it, too, because it's a totally disproportional effect. It really is. It's pretty amazing, actually.
We will be doing another stimulus package. It'll be very good.
When are you going to do it? When are you going to announce it?
I think over the next, I think it's going to be bipartisan. I think it's going to be over the next couple of weeks, probably.
I want to ask you about minimum wage.
I'll have a statement over the next 2 weeks on minimum wage. We're going to have another exciting news conference over the next, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 weeks? What do you think? Maybe in 100 years from now, maybe in 2 weeks. Who knows?
The problem is, folks, they all have a memory, including...
This is his favorite amount of time. That is Donald Trump's favorite amount of time. Everything in Trump's mind, everything is doable in 2 or 3 weeks. Or in Iran. Infrastructure, jobs. Doesn't matter. 2, 3 weeks, economy solved. Solved it. Solved it, ladies. Women. Economy, jobs, employment. 2 or 3 weeks, all done. Don't worry. That's how easy it really is. That's what they don't tell you. That's how easy it really is. 2, 3 weeks. How long did Vietnam go on for? 2, 3 weeks, maybe?
As the U.S. and Israeli war in Iran enters its 33rd day, President Trump's preparing to address the nation about Iran tonight. On Tuesday, Trump said the war could end in the coming weeks.
What happens in the Strait, we're not going to have anything to do with, because these countries, China will go up and they'll fuel up their beautiful ships and they'll leave and they'll take care of themselves. There's no reason for us to do it. We hit them hard. We got rid of a lot of the radicalized lunatics along the Strait. But if they want something, I would say that within 2 weeks, maybe 3, we're hitting them very hard. Last night we knocked out tremendous amounts of missile-making facilities. As you probably read or wrote, we knocked out. Excuse me.
Pardon me for interrupting. The U.S. will be gone or done with the war?
I think with 2 or 3 weeks.
Not 3 weeks. If it is,
we'll
3
leave
weeks.
when we feel that they are, for a long period of time, put into the Stone Ages, and they won't be able to come up with a nuclear weapon. Then we'll leave. Whether we have a deal or not, it's irrelevant.
While President Trump's talking about the war ending, the Washington Post reported Sunday the Pentagon.
I love that. Whether we have a deal or no deal. Sometimes the art of the deal is knowing when you don't need a deal. Sometimes there's the best deal when you have no deal at all. And you say, actually, I'm done. And we're leaving.
Preparing for ground operations in Iran if Trump chooses to escalate the war. Meanwhile, the Wall Street Journal reports the United Arab Emirates is pushing for a plan to open the Strait of Hormuz by force. To talk about the state of the war, we're joined by Ali Vaez. He's the Iran project director of the International Crisis Group. He also serves as senior advisor to the president of the International Crisis Group. He is co-author of a new piece in Foreign Affairs headlined, "The Iran War Has Escaped Its Authors." What do you mean, Ali Vaez?
It's good to be with you, Amy. Well, of course, this war started as a war of choice. The president went into this conflict with a high degree of wishful thinking that it would be a quick win by decapitating the Iranian political system, and by the shock and awe of initial US and Israeli attacks, the Iranian system will quickly capitulate. We know that CENTCOM had warned him.
Did he just say a high degree of magical thinking just now? Yes. There's a great deal of magical thinking
Iran
in all of this.
Closing the Strait of Hormuz, and he had dismissed those warnings and had said the Iranians would surrender before they would get a chance of closing the strait. And now we're in the second month of this conflict, and it has become a war of necessity for him, because unlike what he said yesterday, leaving this conflict without opening the strait would be a humiliating defeat for President Trump.
Can you talk about the latest, what's happening? First of all, you have this whole issue of President Trump claiming regime change, and I want to play a clip to talk about what this means as the U.S. and Israel kill one group of Iranian leaders after another. Talk about what that means and where you see this leadership right now. Can you hear me, Ali?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I thought you were going to show the clip. Yes, look, the regime in Iran indeed has changed, but it has changed and become a much more radical regime. It is still, of course, the Islamic Republic. It is not a fundamentally different political order, but its leadership is now in the hands of the most hardline elements within the Revolutionary Guards. Anyone with a degree of experience and a degree of moderation or pragmatism has been eliminated. So you're now left with the Revolutionary Guards, which is designated by the United States as a foreign terrorist organization, in charge of that country. Even individuals like the Speaker of Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, that the president believed could potentially play the role of Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela and make deals with the United States, is a former commander of the Revolutionary Guards Air Force. And this entire strategy is based on a flawed understanding of how the Iranian system functions. This was never a totalitarian system similar to North Korea or to Syria, in which it's a pyramid sitting on its head, and if you remove the head, the whole thing will collapse and unravel. This was always a multi-center political structure with overlapping authorities and competing agendas which in a time of crisis would actually ensure the durability of this political system. And that also means that there is no one like the Speaker of Parliament or whoever else remains at the end of this war at the helm would be able to do a deal with the US that would be politically compromising for them, because there are other power centers and they would check each other out. So this is why, in fact, what he has created is a much more radicalized and militarized political structure in Iran.
I want to go to White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt speaking on Monday.
Some of the previous leaders who are now no longer on planet Earth because they lied to the United States and they strung us along in negotiations, and that was unacceptable to the president, which is why many of the previous leaders were killed.
Your response, Ali Vaez.
Well, let's remember that it was the United States that withdrew from a deal with Iran in 2018 under President Trump's first term in office, not the Iranians who were complying by their obligations as verified by the UN nuclear watchdog. And the amount of time that the Trump administration in its second term has spent with Iranian counterparts negotiating 5 rounds in 2025 and 3 rounds in 2026, Amy, if you put it all together, is less than a week. And if that is considered prolonging negotiations, I think probably the Trump administration doesn't have a good sense of how deal making is done.
Talk about the thousands of paratroopers, U.S. military, that are being brought into the Persian Gulf area, and the significance of what this means, the possibility that Harg Island and the significance of it would be invaded, or islands nearby, and what it means for President Trump to say he may end the war before he controls the Strait of Hormuz. He has also said he wants it called the Strait of Trump, and he might pull out of NATO if they don't help.
Well, this is the typical mixed messages coming from President Trump, that it's unclear that what is it that exactly he wants. On the one hand, he threatens Iran with war crimes, destroying its energy infrastructure, flattening cities and civilian infrastructure if the strait is not opened. And then on the other hand, he says it's somebody else's problem. And if NATO doesn't help, the US would withdraw from NATO. So typically, if you don't know where you're going, any road would take you there. But reality is that we are now at a critical juncture that the president would have to decide. And we'll see if he makes a statement along these lines in his speech tonight. But he either has to exit this war and accept that he hasn't been able to achieve most of his strategic objectives because the regime is still in place. It is still firing rockets and drones and missiles towards US bases, US allies in the region, even at Israel, with much more efficiency and precision than was the case at the beginning of this war. It still has a pathway to nuclear weapons because it still has almost 0.5 ton of nuclear material that is unaccounted for. And the Strait remains in control of Iran. Or the president would have to double down on escalation in order to try to open the Strait. And there, the options are really unattractive.
Yeah, except he definitely went with option 2. However, calling to our allies and rivals alike, UK, China.
I have to have my China.
Everyone in between, anybody who uses the strait, telling them to go and help the United States open it. Claiming here we already did the hard part. Just go in there and grab it and take it. Now, earlier today, Donald Trump claimed that Iran wants a ceasefire. Again. But Iran denied those claims. Again. Here's the AP from 7 hours ago.
U.S. President Donald Trump has offered his latest rhetorical U-turn when it comes to the Iran war. He's posted online claiming that Iran's president had asked for a ceasefire. Now, one thing to note is that Trump referred to this president as the new regime president. Iran has the same president that's had the entire war. That's Masoud Pezeshkian. Meanwhile, Iran itself is saying that these claims by Trump online are, quote, false and baseless. But Trump has reiterated his threat to attack Iran militarily should the Strait not open and allow energy shipments, fertilizer, and other goods to pass through. Trump warned that he would bomb the Islamic Republic, quote, back to the Stone Ages. Trump already had set an April 6th deadline.
He really is a fucking moron. I skipped past it because but when it's said out loud, it's so nonsensical. It's like he's such an idiot. He has no idea who he's dealing with. New guy. We killed the old one. Nope. Pezeshkian was, he was elected in 24. I think. 2024, right? We covered that. We covered that election here. It's just hilarious. Donald Trump thinks that he's new. It shows you just how little he knows about Iran, how little he knew about Iran before getting into this. Didn't even know the name of the president. He's like, new guy. This new guy's great. This new Pezeshkian guy. You heard of him? The great stuff coming from that guy.
The Strait. Otherwise, he had threatened that he would have the military bomb power stations. All this is coming as it just remains unclear what Trump's plans are. He's going to address the American people at 9 p.m. on Wednesday. That could see Trump offer more information or a broader.
Yeah, no, we got actually no new information. Just Trump yelling the same information he's been yelling for the last week. All the same stuff, but louder. Louder and angrier. Go take the oil. Take the Strait. Open it. Go there, grab it. Have it. It'll be yours. And that'll be good. We already did the hard part. That's why we don't want to leave you out. Get in there. Not only did Donald Trump triple down on the claims that Iran wants a ceasefire, he's also been making other threats. Before we get to those threats, one more clip on this
As more
one.
airstrikes hit the Iranian capital Wednesday, questions remained over how much longer the war would last. A day after suggesting the United States could finish its military action in 2 to 3 weeks, even without a deal, Donald Trump claimed there'd been a new development.
Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire. We will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, we're blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages.
The social media post led to some confusion. The Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, has been in power for nearly 2 years. And the condition that Iran open the Strait of Hormuz before Washington can consider a ceasefire is in spite of the president's
It's incredible how Donald Trump's already specious claims about the war are now somehow even less believable. Like, they started off not believable because Iran kept denying them. And now they include just completely false Like, just completely verifiably false information with a quick Wikipedia search. It's like, couldn't be going better. Everything's going great. Super easy, barely an inconvenience, actually. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention to this matter. Now, while Donald Trump is making dubious claims about the supposed ceasefire talks, or lack thereof, let's go to Donald Trump's threats on the United States pulling out of NATO. President Donald Trump signaled he's considering pulling the United States out of NATO and described the military alliance as a quote-unquote paper tiger in an interview with The Telegraph published on Wednesday after days of lashing out at the group's reluctance to help the United States in its conflict with Iran and reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Trump told the British newspaper he was never, quote-unquote, swayed by NATO and always knew the alliance was a paper tiger. The president added his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin knows that too, by the way. When asked if he was reconsidering the United States' membership in the alliance, Trump responded, "Oh yes, I would say beyond reconsideration." Trump said he didn't insist too much on NATO getting involved in the conflict because he thinks it should have been automatic. The president then claimed that the U.S. has been involved automatically in Ukraine, even though he believes Russia's invasion of the country wasn't our problem. Trump added that this served as a test, as he believes the United States was there for other NATO members and would always have been there, but claimed the European allies have failed to what's it again? You get it. Oh, God. He's such an idiot.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
I've always said NATO's a paper tiger, and I've always said we help NATO, but they'll never help us.
From jabs and scoldings to thinly veiled threats and angry outbursts, over the last few weeks, Donald Trump hasn't been shy in his criticism for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. A longtime NATO skeptic, the US president has now ramped up his rhetoric, telling British newspaper The Telegraph that he was strongly considering pulling the United States out of the alliance. Trump says NATO isn't doing enough to help the US in its war with Iran, particularly when it comes to securing the Strait of Hormuz. A fifth of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas would normally flow through the narrow waterway, but Iran has virtually closed it since the start of hostilities on February 28, causing global oil and gas prices to soar. When asked about Trump's comments on Tuesday, the British Prime Minister stood up for NATO and reiterated his promise not to get dragged into the war.
NATO is the single most effective military alliance the world has ever seen, and it has kept us safe for many decades. Whatever the pressure on me and others, whatever the noise, I'm going to act in the British national interest in all the decisions that I make.
Starmer made the remarks after announcing that the UK would this week host a meeting of 35 countries to discuss all viable diplomatic and political measures to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes. But Donald Trump's row with NATO is seemingly really escalating. Now, I don't know. I've been, with all this going on, I've been wondering to myself, what actual, I think it's congressional. I think technically speaking, according to U.S. law, I think it's Congress who would have to do that in terms of the funding. But when it comes to, I don't know, it's not clear to me actually whether membership to NATO is, Congress is like, do you see what I'm saying? Like the appropriation of the funds, which is not very much, it's not even close to the number Donald Trump is always throwing out there. Like he says like 200 billion. It's like, I think it's like $50 million or something. I don't know where Donald Trump gets his numbers ever, but that number is way off. But the fact is like, I don't know. Does anybody here know on that one? That's something that I'm actually just right now thinking about.
Whatever Trump says, and the trouble is that no one's really believing anything that comes out of his mouth anymore. At the end of the day, you need to sit down with the very people whose annihilation you tried to seek at the beginning of this war. And I don't think that is a problem that Donald Trump has fully come to terms with yet.
Anyone who deals with Donald Trump sits there like biting their fingernails because they know that one slip can make the whole thing go wrong.
Hello and welcome to Trump World. I'm Matt Fry in London.
And I'm Anish Kristana, also in London, visiting during Easter.
Okay, I'm just quickly looking at, and I think that Donald Trump cannot unilaterally remove the United States from NATO. But guess who would have to prevent him from doing that? Congress. Congress. As we know, this Congress is really just here to do whatever Donald Trump wants. So I highly doubt they'd prevent him from doing that. At least this Congress.
Or spring break, as they call it in the US. And today we're talking about Donald Trump, maybe thinking that the war in Iran could come to an end. I mean, that's a big maybe, and I'm sure we'll come to that. But the question a lot of us are wondering is what it means for geopolitics after it, not least because right now, Matt, Donald Trump is saying that he would think again about NATO membership. And not only Donald Trump, his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who's normally a bit careful over these things. Now, we have heard them threaten to leave NATO before, but why do you think it's different this time?
Well, first of all, the language, Anushka. I mean, Donald Trump is giving an interview to Reuters as we speak, and the word that he's used is that he is disgusted with the way that NATO has behaved over its non-involvement in trying to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Disgusted. This is not a word that we've heard before, even though Trump has hurled all sorts of insults at NATO in previous months. Senator Marco Rubio, former senator, now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, has also given an interview to Fox News where he, normally quite mild-mannered and reasonable, has been saying, more or less, we've got to think about this relationship. If they're not helping us out in our war, then why should we help them out with their war? And
Erbil in Iraqi Kurdistan today, and a BP oil depot on fire after an Iranian drone strike. The talk from Washington and Tehran may increasingly be about how this war might end, but around the region it burns on.
Within 2 weeks, maybe 3.
President Trump has given his latest timeline, saying the US could withdraw with or without a deal with Iran, and that's not all he says he's ready to leave. In an interview in The Telegraph, he said the US could soon exit the NATO alliance. I would say it's beyond reconsideration, he said. I was never swayed by NATO. I always knew they were a paper tiger, and Putin knows that too, by the way.
Putin also knows that. He knows we talk a lot. I know I was muted. What I was saying is that when Marco Rubio talks about the war in Ukraine being NATO's war, it's completely misrepresenting what the war is and the reasons why the United States backs Ukraine in this instance, because it's got nothing to do with NATO. Ukraine's not a part of NATO, and our backing of Ukraine has, I mean, at least in my understanding, has to do with only one thing, and that is the Budapest Agreement of '93, where we literally promised Ukraine, when they denuclearized their country and got rid of the world's largest nuclear arsenal, that we would protect them if Russia invaded. And as a result of that agreement, the United States has given its support of Ukraine. It's got nothing to do with NATO. Even though Ukraine wants, Ukraine wants to join NATO, but that has nothing to do with why we support them, technically.
Iran today once again aiming to signal its will and means to continue fighting. But Iran's president said it also had the necessary will to stop, given guarantees it wouldn't be attacked in the future. Before heading for the Supreme Court today, Trump calling the new regime president much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors in asking for a ceasefire. But there is no new president. Iran's existing president, Masoud Pezeshkian, walking the streets of Tehran last night, his actual influence over policy reduced by this war. And the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, also still alive and in post, telling Al Jazeera that Iran would not accept a ceasefire, only an agreed end to the war, including reparations. Over Israel this evening, as families gathered for the start of the Jewish festival of Passover, the biggest wave of Iranian missiles since the early days of the war. Israel's military says the majority were intercepted. Some strikes this morning had already evaded Israeli defenses, 14 injured, one 11-year-old girl critically so, in the ultra-Orthodox town of Bnei Brak. The Prime Minister's Passover message last night that the war had shaken Iran's regime and augmented Israel's power. Amos Yadlin used to head up Israeli military intelligence. He says Netanyahu knows that whatever his own timeline for this war, it will be determined by that of the US president.
If he does just up sticks and get out of this conflict, what position does that leave Netanyahu and Israel in?
Israel will end the war when the US will end the war. So the decision is in the Oval Office. However, if the war is ended today.
Okay, I would just like to point something out. This guy is not in the Israeli government. Former head of Israeli military intelligence. I don't know why his finger's so purple. Something weird's going on there. But I don't think he's speaking on behalf of the Israeli government. And we have no way of knowing for sure that they would end their wars if the United States ended. Right? Like, they're already knee-deep in Lebanon. I don't know. Maybe. I'm not saying it's impossible that it won't happen, but it just feels less likely than this guy's selling it to
when the US will end the war. So the decision is in the Oval Office. However, if the war is ended today or a week from now, Israel basically achieved its goal. It's rolled back the Iranian capability to inflict pain and to threaten the very existence of Israel in nuclear and ballistic missiles.
But Israel's second front against Hezbollah in Lebanon is looking ever more like a second war, one that could go on beyond any ceasefire with Iran. And an Israeli occupation of vast areas of the country's south, longer still, Israel says, for an expanded
Fact is, even if the United States pulls out of the region, we could still keep funding Israel's endless wars in the Middle East. We have been for the last... I mean, we've been funding the genocide for the last 3 years. And their wars in the Middle East for decades. And we're participating in them in ourselves. And the claim that they would just stop. They would only stop if we also shut off the flow of weapons and munitions. That, in my opinion, is the only guaranteed way to get Israel to stop.
Security zone. Haifa and Mustafa's home in southern Lebanon was bombed by Israel in 2024. Displaced then to southern Beirut, they've now lost their new home there too.
It's a terrifying and sad feeling. An entire life's work, in an instant, in the blink of an eye, turns to dust. We were deeply upset when we found out, and honestly, we cried.
Iran's Red Crescent today showing some of the damage of a heavy wave of Israeli bombing overnight, one that was renewed this evening. In the early hours of tomorrow morning, Iran time, President Trump due to give what the White House calls an important update on the war. After weeks of shifting messages, will this one be any more definitive? And on the subject of less than definitive messaging, we've had in the last few minutes what Iran is calling a letter from that not new president, Masoud Pezeshkian, direct to the American people. It is less a concrete setting out of terms for the end of this war than it is a very long treatise, essentially justifying decades of Iranian policy.
Yes, indeed. Less than definitive messaging. As the world we live in. Every day. Less than definitive messaging is what we live with. Day in, day out. Completely incoherent, psychotic propaganda.
However deadly and disastrous the civil war in Syria is, it would be tenfold in Iran.
What would a civilian uprising look like in Iran that could work based on what you saw in Syria?
The only thing worse than dictatorship is civil war, and I think that's a calculation that many Iranians are having to face right now.
You mentioned in the book how
Trump is having an expensive and deadly tantrum. He absolutely is. How long will the tantrum last is the question. He looked pretty tired. Looked pretty tired today at that speech. Could barely get out his thoughts. Multiple times. Just completely losing the ability to say words. Just sort of going back. I've been talking today, and they said, very good.
Syrians were worried that US intervention against the Assad regime could turn them into a failed state like Iraq. Do you think that's a concern Iranians share?
Well, the Israelis definitely wanted a failed state in Syria.
A lot of people are watching what's happening right now and are worried about, quote unquote, World War III. Where is this conflict headed? It depends on you. Those were the words of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as he encouraged Iranian civilians to rise up against their government in the midst.
Just a reminder, I don't know why this is a pet peeve of mine, but, excuse me, there we go. Mehdi Hassan's name, spelled with one S. Just one S in Hassan. Same thing for Hassan Piker, actually. One S in Hassan and one S in Hassan.
The US and Israel's disastrous and devastating war on Iran. But what would it take to see that kind of revolution in Iran? What would a possible civil war mean for the 92 million civilians in that country? And could nearby Syria offer any insight after its own very long, brutal civil war involving outside powers and that finally culminated in the ouster of its longtime dictator in 2024. Who better to ask than Middle East correspondent and Pulitzer Prize finalist Anand Gopal, whose newest book, Days of Love and Rage, follows the story of ordinary Syrians trying to come together to build a freer country in the midst of the nearly 14-year civil war. Anand, thank you for joining me on Mehdi Unfiltered.
Thanks for having me.
You spent 8 years laboring over this wonderful book, specifically focusing on the city of Manbij during the Syrian civil war. What was it that drew you to that city, to the people there specifically?
Well, I started reporting on Syria in 2011 when the uprising against the dictator began. And, you know, in one village after the next, I saw stories of immense suffering, the Syrian regime dropping bombs on unarmed protesters. In the midst of that, I heard a story about a city named Manbij, which is a place that many Syrians actually hadn't known much about before 2011, that had managed to overthrow the dictator and try to build a democracy from scratch. And that happened back in 2012. So that's what drew me to try to investigate further what happened there.
You write in the book that on the day that Bashar al-Assad was ousted from power in 2024, the central figures, the characters in your book, while celebratory, were also well aware that liberation would bring, quote, new woes, unforeseen inequities, fresh abuses. We've of course seen some of that under the new president, Ahmed Shara, formerly known as Abu Muhammad al-Julani. His government has been accused recently by UN investigators of failing to stop forced disappearances, of extrajudicial killings, many other human rights abuses. Do you have any insight into how the people in your book are currently reacting to the new government? Are they still hopeful?
Well, on the one hand, these are people who had been imprisoned by the Assad regime. They had been tortured pretty horrifically. Many of them have lost loved ones. And that was under conditions in which there was no freedom of speech or freedom of assembly. So compared to those conditions, today Syria is much better, that there is a modicum of freedom of speech and assembly. At the same time, the new authorities, who are formerly a rebel group, are themselves displaying authoritarian tendencies. You know, there have been massacres against
Yeah, and we've been talking about that. And one thing about the Syrians right now is that they're in the middle of all of this. And I worry that they're going to wind up getting pulled into this fighting one way or another. But there's been some real fucked up stuff that's been going on the ground in Syria ever since the beginning of the rule of this new regime there after the fall of Bashar al-Assad, the takeover by HTS. We have been watching it, as you may or may not remember. Those of you who were here at the time, I was like tentatively optimistic about the direction of things. There were claims that they were going to do multicultural democracy and all of these fancy words people like to hear. But then shortly after all of that, there were reports that the police were implementing the Sharia law, essentially. Using the Quran as a guide for civilian law, right? It's ridiculous. That's theocracy. Of course, HTS is run by, you know, at least in part, like a bunch of old Al-Qaeda guys. And, you know, I had my skepticisms and concerns from the beginning, even though I was still, you know, optimistic, like hopeful. I guess hopeful is a better word than optimistic.
The Syrian government led to even greater amounts of corruption. Frontline soldiers were not willing to fight for the dictator any longer. All this kind of came together in one perfect storm, which led to the regime falling. It wasn't so much that the rebels had won, it was more that the dictatorship had fallen from within.
Fallen from within. Interesting phrase, given a lot of people in the West are very keen to try and topple dictators with Western action. We've seen that in Iran, the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei and replacement by his son. In the midst of this war in Iran, Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have both called on Iranian civilians to rise up, to finish the job, to take out the country's regime. Iran and Syria are, of course, very different countries. But I'm curious to know, what would a civilian uprising look like in Iran that could work based on what you saw in Syria? How would it avoid the pitfalls of Syria, which saw a decade plus of horrific internal fighting?
Well, one of the major forces of instability in Syria during the uprising was the way in which foreign entities intervened in a way that was furthering their own interests and not the interests of the Syrian people or the interests of Syrian democracy. So you had Gulf powers that intervened and backed certain factions that weakened the secular rebel groups. You had the U.S. that didn't intervene in a wholehearted fashion, would sometimes give arms to some groups and sometimes take arms away from groups. And what we saw was a lack of a cohesive strategy from the outside. You're seeing something similar today in Iran, where on the one hand, the Trump administration has killed the potential replacements of the slain Ayatollah. You see Trump calling for an uprising. At the same time, people are seeing civilians being killed. There's reports in Iran that people who had initially wanted to overthrow the regime there are now worried about the prospect of civil war and chaos. And the only thing worse than dictatorship is civil war. And I think that's a calculation that many Iranians are having to face right now.
Liking this video? And don't just watch, hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show.
Yeah, he makes a fair point. Honestly, I feel like it's a slightly difficult thing to grasp with, like that decision between dictatorship and civil war, one which Iran is being faced with on a daily basis, as well as being bombarded in a defensive war.
In the book, it's funny you mentioned the outside powers and their own agendas. You discuss Syrians' anxiety about the West's various interventions against Assad, and you pull an excerpt from a Syrian activist publication that said, quote, "The Western and Arab friends of the Syrian people are not actually friends. They are the enemies, or they are neutral. They are looking after their own interests and nothing more." I wonder how relevant that statement is right now when you look at the US and Israel piously proclaiming that they want freedom for Iranians.
Yes. We can constantly
Exactly.
hear
And
that.
if you look at the Syrian example, in the beginning, many Syrians had, I think, looking back now, they would say a rather naive understanding of the international community and the foreign powers. They thought that they were motivated purely by humanitarian aims. But over the course of the conflict, they realized that each of these powers have their own set of interests, and the interests of Syrians are not at the center. And I think Iranians seem to be undergoing a similar process, perhaps in more speed, because people there have risen up again and again since 2009 against a very brutal dictatorship, a brutal regime, but at the same time are beginning to understand that the United States and Israel are not really the friends of Iranian people.
You mentioned in the book how Syrians were worried that US intervention against the Assad regime could turn them into a failed state like Iraq, the previous US intervention in the region. Is that something you see as a possibility for Iran right now as the US and Israel escalate this war? Do you think that's a concern Iranians share? Because I interviewed Ben Rhodes recently, who you know, former Deputy National Security Advisor under Obama. He said the Israelis want a failed state like Syria in Iran.
Well, the Israelis definitely wanted a failed state in Syria. And so the way they intervened in Syria was to have Assad in power, but to have Assad very weak and the country riven into factions and fiefdoms. And I think that would probably be good from the Israelis' perspective for Iran, too. And Iran's a much bigger country, more populous country than Syria. So however deadly and disastrous the civil war in Syria is, it would be tenfold in Iran.
Your previous book, No Good Men Among the Living, provided extensive coverage of the US's failures in Afghanistan, despite...
Yeah, and the other thing about a fracturing of Iran would also draw in fighting, and like in my estimation, especially from the Kurdish factions in places like Syria and Iraq, Armenia, or Azerbaijan. I think they're both like Azerbaijan and Armenia, but like and in Iran itself, And I feel like you wind up seeing, Kurds seizing the opportunity to try and start their own state and establish that. That, I think, many countries are going to have issue with. Well, they are semi-autonomous in the places where Kurds are. I think places like Syria and Iraq and Iran would all have issue with them seceding and creating their own country. And, like in America, threats of secession could lead to potential war. Since we're talking civil war, let's go to democracy now from 13 hours ago. Oh, I should have put this earlier. Whatever, doesn't matter. We could have talked about this way earlier when we were talking about Caroline. Okay, remember that thing? Remember when Caroline said that even though the Pope says that those who wage war will not have their prayers heard by God, but she said that that's fine because the troops care. But I made the point at that time that, if God can't hear your prayers because you can't pray for people waging wars, and the troops, of course, can't hear your prayers, then nobody's hearing your prayers. And why are you doing it? Couldn't you just tell them that you're praying for the troops and it would be just as good? Anyway, let's go to Democracy Now! 13 hours ago, talk about what it is Pope Leo said.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. As Christians across the world are observing Holy Week, Pope Leo's escalating his calls for the war in Iran to end. He spoke in Rome on Tuesday in a rare move, mentioned President Trump by name.
President Trump recently stated that he would like to end the war. Hopefully he's looking for an off-ramp. Hopefully he's looking for a way to decrease the amount of violence, of bombing, which would be a significant contribution to removing the hatred that's being created and that's increasing constantly in the Middle East and elsewhere.
In his Palm Sunday address in Vatican City, Pope Leo called the war in Iran atrocious and said leaders who start wars have hands full of blood.
Fratelli, sorelle, brothers and sisters, this is our God, Jesus, King of Peace, who rejects war, whom no one can use to justify war. He does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them, saying, even though you make many prayers, I will not listen. Your hands are full of blood.
Pope Leo's remarks were widely seen as a rebuke of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who recently prayed for military commanders to unleash overwhelming violence against enemies.
Give them wisdom in every decision, endurance for the trial ahead, unbreakable unity, and overwhelming violence of action against those who deserve no mercy. Preserve their lives, sharpen their resolve, and let justice be executed swiftly and without remorse, that evil may be driven back and wicked souls delivered to the eternal damnation prepared for them.
Secretary Hegseth, who's long embraced Christian nationalism, has repeatedly invoked Jesus Christ in recent weeks during official remarks about the war in Iran.
Why can't I shut up about Jesus? Finish this. We will. And I say the same to every American who wants peace through strength. May Almighty God continue to bless our troops in this fight. And again, to the American people, please pray for them every day, on bended knee, with your family, in your schools, in your churches, in the name of Jesus Christ.
We're joined now by Reverend Munther Isaac, Palestinian Christian theologian, director of the Bethlehem Institute for Peace and Justice, the pastor of the Lutheran Church in Ramallah. He made global headlines in 2023 for giving a Christmas sermon titled Christ in the Rubble. He later wrote the book Christ in the Rubble, Faith, the Bible, and the Genocide in Gaza. Well, we're speaking to you now in the midst of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran and Iran retaliating throughout the region. If you can first comment on the Pope's Palm Sunday address, where he talked about God refusing the prayers of leaders who have hands full of blood. Reverend Isaac.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Amy. I applaud the Pope for his courage to say what his position demands him to say as a leader of faith, as someone we look up to speak truth to power, and to call for a vision of peace. And what we've witnessed is actually two versions of Christianity. One represented by the Pope, shaped by the ethics of Christ, shaped even by Old Testament prophetic tradition that emphasized justice, care for the poor, for the oppressed, and as I said, shaped by the vision, the ethics of Jesus. Blessed are the merciful, blessed are those who are thirsty for righteousness and peace. At the other hand, we see another version shaped by Christian nationalism, shaped by even a fascination of returning to the days of the Crusades, that by Pete Hexes and many Christian Zionists. And I'm grateful that the Pope is bringing back sanity and trying to reclaim, as I said, the ethics of Jesus into this conversation. Our God is not a God of war. And this is really frightening to have this war framed as a religious war, even as a holy war. And ironically, they accuse the Iranian regime of invoking religion into their politics. And now we have the same thing done by the American Secretary of War. So I'm grateful for the voice and courage of Pope Leo on this matter.
I also want to ask you about what's happening in Jerusalem. On Sunday, Israeli police stopped the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre on Palm Sunday to celebrate Mass. Due to Israel's ban on gatherings at religious sites during the Iran war, the Latin Patriarchate said it was the first time in centuries that the heads of the church were prevented from celebrating Palm Sunday Mass at the site, calling the incident a grave precedent. Following the backlash, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the Latin Patriarch would receive full and immediate access.
When will people wake up? It's also very frustrating. It's so strange to me how like so many Christians have watched this and continue to support Israel no matter what they do to Christians. It's really weird. It's really, really weird. Maybe I don't know.
That's really weird.
Maybe I'm just an idiot. I don't know. You'd think they'd have solidarity when Christians in Lebanon get bombed. They claim to sometimes, right? Like, for instance, like all of this, like, stuff about it, like what's happening in Nigeria with Boko Haram, right? Like, which is a problem. And they all care about it so much. Like, oh my God, Christians are getting genocided over here. Meanwhile, they're, like fucking crickets on so much of this from what I've seen. All right, I'll be right back.
To the church. Now, interestingly, I think probably the most powerful response for Netanyahu were the people you refer to as the Christian Zionists, like the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, and Ted Cruz. If you can link these two.
Yes, well, first of all, we must emphasize that the actions of Israel stopping the patriarch from going to the church has nothing to do with safety and security. So let's be clear. There were 4 leaders going to pray in the church alone. The church has respected every security measure with terms for safety and the number of people allowed to gather. I mean, if Israel is really concerned, they would go to the Israeli Jewish neighborhoods and stop people from gathering. But let's be clear again, if Israel is concerned for our safety, they would stop the settlers from attacking us in the West Bank. They would not kill us in mass numbers, commit a genocide in Gaza. This is about control. They stop them on the way to the church. They want to emphasize who's in charge of Jerusalem. This is what it's all about. And you mentioned the response of Prime Minister Netanyahu saying that now he's kind enough to allow us to go and pray in our churches. I mean, do we really need permission from an occupying authority? Because let's remember, Jerusalem, I mean, Israel does not have sovereignty over, should not have sovereignty over Jerusalem. It was annexed illegally. And now he comes across as someone who's allowing Christians to worship in the church, knowing that we have been worshiping here for centuries uninterrupted. This is what it's all about. And I think the backlash shows sometimes that Israel does some missteps when it comes to its image. They're always concerned about their image. So they've seen the backlash to the extent that even their biggest cheerleaders, the Christian Zionists, had to interfere. And I find it troubling that only now they come to the defense of Christians, given the great numbers of violations against Christians by Israel that we have articulated, that we have said. Christian Zionists are a big danger to our region. At the Bethlehem Institute for Peace and Justice, we do our best to counter that theology because we think it's a theology of war, of violence. And what's needed at this time is to reclaim the teachings of our religions, of our faith that promote justice and peace.
Justice and peace. That sounds nice. I think we could all go for a little bit of both. I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh, I was going to respond to this question. I don't know if it was... Oh, it was also retracted. All right, never mind. I thought it was a fair question. Well, regardless, the question was retracted, but I'm just going to respond to this because I found it a fair question, an interesting question. As somebody whose job it is to basically do what you're asking, like, I think the reason why it's more difficult to convince people of leftist ideas than it is to convince people of right-wing ideas is because right-wingers don't need to convince people of things on a logical or reasonable basis. They can just point to anecdotal evidence or fringe incidents and say, look at this. This could happen to you, right? They speak to the outrage of the individual rather than the intelligence of the individual. But to speak to somebody's intelligence and to get them to think intelligently is a lot more difficult than just to get somebody to think emotionally and angrily and to lash out at others. You know, it's much easier to scapegoat immigrants or LGBTQ people or minorities or whomever, right? Like, you know, like, oh, look, a black guy just killed this white woman on a bus. Let's talk about that for the next 3 months. One incident, let's harp on that. It's an easy job. It really is. You just play to people's emotions about things that are, in fact, difficult, but are propaganda, right? Like they're propagandists. It's much easier to be a propagandist than it is to actually talk to people about real issues, to explain climate change or like social housing or something like that, right? Like that takes time rather than just saying, "Oh, look, an immigrant just stole your job." It took 5 words. It took 5 words. You see what I'm saying? It's just effort-wise. It just takes no effort. It's not based in anything of substance. It's just hate-mongering. It's hate and fear-mongering. It's really all it is. Now, here's something people actually should be concerned about. Probably less the people in this chat, more the people in Lebanon. But Israel seems to be ramping up its occupation of the country, as well as its strikes. So many people are now displaced. Let's go. This is TRT World up next from 14 hours ago.
Another sleepless night in Lebanon's capital as Israeli forces launch ferocious attacks on Beirut.
I was at my aunt's and we heard that there was a strike. I said, let's go to Mama's. We went and found the building had collapsed on Mama and Papa.
Israeli airstrikes pounded Beirut, Beirut's southern suburbs, and Khalde south of the capital, killing several people and wounding dozens. Lebanese officials say missiles also struck several vehicles. Israel claims it was targeting a senior commander and other members of Hezbollah.
We can't go back. We were living in a building, half of which is now gone. We came here, no bathroom. We can't use showers like normal people. We can't eat like normal people.
Neriman and her aunt Majida are now among the more than 1.1 million people who have been displaced over the past 4 weeks. That includes hundreds of thousands from Lebanon's south, who fled following Israeli displacement orders. Israel now vowing that they are ready to occupy the territory of Lebanon south of the Litani River. But while a country that has already endured so much over the years experiences more brutal bombings.
Now, one thing I just want to point out, because I don't think it's made clear enough by the fucking media, but not everybody's gone, right? While they talk about people leaving the South, not everyone's leaving. Some people are leaving. Hundreds of thousands of people are leaving, but millions of people live in the area from Beirut to the south, which is where Israel has been conducting most of its campaign. Beirut is literally in the middle of Lebanon. Okay, it's on the coast in the middle, like the dead center of Lebanon. From there to the fucking border with Israel, millions of people live there. Many can't physically leave, right? Old people, right? Sick people are going to really struggle with that. Some people don't want to leave. Some people are just staying. And, Israel's just... I feel like people are just sort of talking about it as if the civilians are sort of already gone from the area that Israel's doing its bombing campaigns and stuff, but they're not. People are dying left and right. Mostly civilians, almost entirely. Lebanese military is apparently withdrawing from border towns. Can be seen here in videos like this. This is in Ain Abel, Lebanon. You can see tanks and Humvees, troops on top of them, all making their way out of town, apparently. That guy almost getting run over. Now, the Lebanese military is completely funded by, well, not completely funded by, but heavily funded by the United States. So they're not going to fight Israel. So they're just leaving border towns for Israel to bombard. And at least half a dozen people have died in the last, or at least, I'm sorry, I don't know exactly how many people have died in the last 12 hours, but in a strike in a residential neighborhood in Beirut led to the deaths of at least half a dozen people. Here's the AP. It was a treacherous attack. We didn't know what happened. There are martyrs, 5 martyrs. There was a fire. As you can see, it's a civilian area. The shrapnel is everywhere. They're in every centimeter of this place. We were sleeping, and all we heard were the strikes coming at us. 3 strikes, one after another. We woke up, and we started to see people outside.
The southernmost point in Lebanon, predominantly Christian villages just beside the Israeli border. This mayor says people are determined to stay, even though the hundreds of thousands of mostly Shia Muslim residents of southern Lebanon have fled north, following mass evacuation warnings issued by Israel. On Wednesday, Lebanon's army withdrew from areas in the south as more Israeli forces push across the border, an invasion strongly criticized by Canada and major European powers. Israel's defense minister says his forces will take full control of the south, in the area up to the Litani River, about 10% of Lebanon. He says border homes will be destroyed, just like in Gaza, and that Israel won't leave until threats posed by Hezbollah against Israel are removed.
This is extremely serious, much more so than ever before.
This Lebanese analyst says as long as Iran funds Hezbollah, support which Iran reaffirmed Wednesday, Israel will see the group as a threat.
It is quite obvious that they want to take it over, prevent the return of the inhabitants forever.
People like Haifa and Mustafa sheltering in a Beirut school. Mustafa says they've lived their whole lives in war, and now everything's gone. Their house in the south has been destroyed.
As a government,
yeah. It would seem that Israel, in fact, wants to long-term occupy South Lebanon. I mean, we've been saying it for a while. This is a territory grab, right? These are not buffer zones. They're seizure zones, seizure of territory zones, new Israeli territory zones. What do you want to call it? I mean, it's not. This claim of buffer zones is ridiculous. Same way the buffer zones in Palestine are fucking ridiculous. Behind the buffer zone always pops up a settlement, at least, West Bank wise. And then in Gaza, I mean, the buffer zone just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. I mean, bigger and bigger and bigger. And the Palestinian part of Gaza turning into a tiny concentration camp on the Mediterranean Sea. I mean, how can we not figure it out? How can anyone not figure it out? It's like it's so blatantly obvious to me that like from day one I've been saying it. They're gonna do it because they said it. Like I didn't even. What's incredible about this is that I didn't even come up with this. I'm not like a genius or something. They literally said it. They literally said it ahead of the time. Israeli not the prime minister, but Israeli government officials. I can't remember who. I think it was Ben Gvir and Smotrich both, as well as maybe a couple of other guys in there, who all said that the plan was to turn the Litani River into the new border with Lebanon, which is some number of kilometers north of Israel. We've looked at the graph before. It's ridiculous. It cuts off like 10-15% of Lebanon's territory, maybe more. I can't do the math in my head. It's a lot, though. And like I said before, it's like if Mexico said, we're turning Texas into a buffer zone, everyone has to leave, we're going to start bombing Austin now. Or if Canada said, we're going to need everybody in Washington to leave, right? Same thing. I know Americans wouldn't accept that. So I don't know why people would all accept this premise. Damn, Frizzla, with some galactic generosity. Gifting out 5 sweet galactic memberships. Mish, Randy Terpstra, Sue Fairwolf B, Dragweden, and Omega Seal. Thank you, Frizzla. Incredibly generous. And ICZ membership message highlight colonial fertility death go. Yep. Thank you, Frizzla. Really keeping us alive here. And thank you, ICZ, for being a member. Also keeping us alive. Everybody really helping out. The fact is the bigger we grow, the more space fams that there are. Technically, the less that everybody has to donate in theory to keep the Galactic News Network alive, keep the lights on here at the space station, right? They just divided equally among everybody. At this point, it's like less than $1. If you count Twitch. If everybody donated a single $1 a month, Galactic News Network would be in the green. Maybe able to bring even more galactic content and opportunities and benefits and who knows what to space fams like you. So do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, like Frizzlin or ICZ. Have a lot of great ways for you to do just that. Super chat, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money, go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon Throne. If you'd like to contribute to the crowdfunding of items like a loft bed, which would really help me out down on Earth in my shoebox apartment, storage-wise. We're already 40% of the way through that goal on that crowdfund over on Throne. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars Throne, not Throne, Patreon. Patreon, $3 a month. Just click the link in my bio on Twitch or the description on YouTube. Icy Zine with another dono. Super chat. Thank you, sir. No, thank you. Australian dollars. Are you from Australia? Oh my God, I had no idea. We have a lot of Australian viewers. I think it might be one of the like I don't look enough at my like viewer metrics. But just by my own recollection, we've got at least like half a dozen Australian viewers that I can think of off the top of my head. It's crazy. Continue to grow. And Morbius with a sweet, sweet gift as well. Jason Vestahoff, 2242, getting that membership gift. Thank you, Morbius. Wow, really appreciate all of you so much. It's weird. We've only been going for 6 hours. I'm just realizing it's midnight because we started super early tonight. Earlier than everybody's saying it, than ever before. Earlier than ever seen before by anyone in history. Because of my weird hours. Look, we keep the news. The news is always happening, okay, Joe? It's always relatively within the sort of you can kind of guess when I'll be live. Sometimes it's earlier, sometimes it's later. You know, if you have notifications turned on, or if you're in the Discord, you'll never miss a show. Unless you have things going on, which in case it's complicated. But I don't make the news. You know, I don't make the news. I can't prevent groundbreaking, historic rocket launches from happening here, or Donald Trump giving addresses to the nation. Okay? It's a double live event, Galactic midweek report stream. Okay? We're jamming all three things together tonight. It's complicated. Doing my best. NCC has weird hours now. NCC has very weird hours now. I agree. I agree. I've noticed. You're not the only one who's noticed that NCC keeps really weird hours now. But she also moved across the planet, if I recall correctly. So that makes sense. When you think about it. All right, let's move on from Lebanon to the West Bank and Israel and the completely and utterly horrifying new death camp law. Well, effectively, death camp law that Israel's Knesset has passed in the last 48 hours. I know people are thinking to themselves probably, oh, that sounds a little inflammatory. StreamLord. I'm not exaggerating, though. That's the thing. Like, there's already thousands and like tens of thousands of Palestinians in Israeli jails sitting there who have never faced a trial, who've never been given the ability to defend themselves. Who Israel claims has done crimes, and without affording them any of the due process rights you and I would in theory be afforded in the United States or in any other supposed democracy have just been indefinitely detained and are now literally, according to the new Knesset law, which has just been passed, going to face potential death by hanging.
Reactions have come in quickly, and leaders have been unreserved. One of the strongest condemnations has come from Spain's Prime Minister, as Pedro Sanchez called the Israeli parliament's approval of a new death penalty law a step towards apartheid. The wording of the law means that it would most likely only apply to Palestinians who've been convicted of murdering Israelis. The United Nations have said that the punishment would constitute a war crime.
Like many others have been absolutely appalled by this abject law, which I really hope will be rejected by the Supreme Court. I think I'm not aware of democratic countries reinstating death penalty.
The vote sparked protests in Gaza City and in Jerusalem, where police used a water cannon to disperse demonstrators.
Came to protest the passage of this horrific death penalty law, which discriminates between Jews and Palestinians, which is an ethnic cleansing law, which is a racist law.
The bill...
Yeah. Anybody can cheer for this and smile and applaud. It's beyond me. It's like the depths of depravity. Like the most deepest fathoms of humanity's ability for evil. I hate to use that word, but that's what these are. Palestinian-only death sentences? And Palestinians being the only ones who can't get actual trials in the country? Are you kidding me? It's insane.
This is ridiculous!
Perfect XL with a sweet super chat. Water hoses in 2026. That's a sad chat. It's beautiful because it's incredibly generous, but it's also it makes me sad. You're making me sad. Aww. Either way, I appreciate you. Mind if I say I hope not? I hope not, water hoses. Let's not. Let's say we didn't. Let's not, though. Instead of that, let's not do it. Say we did that and then do the opposite of that. Whatever the opposite of water hoses is, let's do that. Hugs. Hugs in 2026. Hugs and justice. Hugs and justice. Justice and hugs. And freedom.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Let's continue talking about this genocidal law. With breaking points from yesterday.
We wanted to turn our attention to this new law that just passed in Israel, which is really first of its kind, which applies effectively the death penalty to one ethnic group over the other. So Palestinians will be slated for death by hanging, and it does not apply with, effectively no exceptions to Jewish Israelis. So let's put this up on the screen from Haaretz. This is something that Ben Gvir, you can see pictured there, has been pushing hard. He was celebrating with champagne yesterday after this monstrous ghoulish bill passed through the Israeli Knesset. So Israel passes bill mandating death penalty for Palestinians convicted of lethal acts of terrorism. The bill's wording creates a distinction, designating it almost exclusively for Palestinian terror, while the ideological burden of proof it sets is expected to make its application to.
This bill is so shameful. Bergonia doesn't even begin to cover it. The English language, in my opinion, struggles to describe the depravity of this decision. For you, look at this disgusting troll. Thumbs up. Thumbs up to legalize genocide.
Jewish nationalist terror, difficult to impossible. So let me give you guys a little bit of background, because even that headline is a bit misleading. So they say, okay, this is going to apply to Palestinian.
I said this yesterday. I'm going to say it again. But the only thing this bill is missing is trains and gas chambers. They've already got the prisons filled with Palestinians who've been convicted without any crime of anything really other than being Palestinian.
Convicted of lethal acts of terrorism. That makes it sound like there's like a real judicial process where people get to go and they get to prove their innocence, and that it's only by and large going to be people who are definitely guilty of these horrific crimes who are going to be subjected to the death penalty. Even if that was the case, the fact that you have this blatantly apartheid law that only applies to Palestinians and not to Jewish Israelis, that is unacceptable to begin with. But we also have to keep in mind the people that this would apply to. These are West Bank Palestinians, by and large, who are convicted, tried in military courts that are effectively kangaroo courts. The conviction rate is, I've seen estimates anywhere from 96% to 99.6%. So it's a
Yeah, so it's a complete farce. On top of a farce, it's a farcical onion. And on the inside, there's a genocide happening.
Illegal.
France 24 next, last one on this disgusting fucking law so that we can move on from this terrible discussion.
Hello and welcome to Tete a Tete. Our guest this week is Varsen Agabekian. She is the Palestinian foreign minister and she joins us from Ramallah in the West Bank. Thank you very much for being our guest this week.
Thank you for hosting me.
The Israeli parliament passed a bill mandating the death penalty for terrorists who kill a person, I quote, with the intent to deny the existence of the state of Israel. This in effect, means that death by hanging will become the default sentence in Israel military courts for Palestinians convicted of deadly attacks. What is your reaction to this bill that has been pushed by ministers on the far right of the Israeli cabinet?
Well, this is another violation of international law and international humanitarian law. And it tells us very clearly what the intent of this genocidal mind is able to do. And we've seen it after the passing of the bill in its second and third reading, and what happens in the building itself, I mean, having champagne bottles, trying to celebrate instituting a death penalty that is being abolished all over the world by a country that claims it is a democratic country and a civilized country. But we know as Palestinians that this is an extension of the genocidal measures of the state of Israel and the criminal and brutal acts it has been able to commit over the decades. And today they are officializing, legalizing this sort of criminality. The bill has no legal base and it should be challenged not only by Palestinians, Arabs, but the world at large.
Since October 2020.
I think that perfectly encapsulates exactly what I'm trying to say. Literally couldn't have said it better. Or even as well. Thank you. Farzan Agabakian, Palestinian foreign minister, on France 24 earlier on Wednesday. Frizla, thank you for the super chat. Glad we agree. So beautiful. You're all so freaking beautiful and generous. And I appreciate you all so much. Keeping the Galactic News Network alive. First stream of the month. First stream of the month. Speaking of which, I need to take a day off this week. I think it might be tonight. Or maybe I can get stuff done between now and the serfs being over. Not the serfs, the leftist mafia. Because today's Thursday, right? So the leftist mafia starts at 8:30. I usually go live at like 10 or 10:30 when they're getting close to wrapping up. I have so many things I have such a long list of shit I gotta do, but like I need to this week, one day. And I don't know what day people want to give up. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, which day? I feel like tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but Thursday would be the easiest day for everybody to give up. Because you have the leftist mafia to fall back on for most of the evening. Maybe not as late as the Galactic News Network, of course, but you know, what are we to do about that? I can't solve that. That's too much. But that is at least a partial solution for part of the night. Otherwise, it'd be like a Friday or Saturday or Sunday. But before the end of the first week here, I need to take a day off, and I need to work my dick off on trying to solve my organizational strategy for the primaries here this year. And I'm saying this out loud to you all, partly so that I feel like obligated to make sure I get this done. Because as I've been saying, I have big plans for the midterms here, and especially for the primaries. Because we have to make moves before the general comes around, so we have some good people to vote for. All around the country. And there are primaries all around the country, and midterm elections in every state. I've already got it mapped out, like how it all plays out, like chronologically speaking. But I've realized I need to like make a spreadsheet for it, and that's going to take me a bunch of time, like a big ass spreadsheet to cover all 50 states, every single district, all the governor's races, all the Senate races. It's going to take some time. But I'm hoping this will be the impetus for me to start clipping again. Remember when I used to do clips before the Trump administration came back around, and I was overwhelmed by the news hose cannon. The news hose cannon. Many of you remember. Many of the people, they say they remember a time when the Galactic News Network posted clips and didn't just do streams. It's true.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
It's true. Maybe we'll be able to do both. Who knows? All right. CBC News next. 13 hours ago, Iran and Israel continue firing strikes as Donald Trump says the war is
Immediately,
almost over.
if not sooner.
So despite the White House saying that this conflict is nearing the end, airstrikes are still happening in the Middle East. The CBC's Megan Williams is in Dubai. So Megan, what has been happening in the region today?
Well, Arthi, Gulf states would certainly like Trump's Truth Social post to be true, that they're now talking about a ceasefire, because the Gulf states have really become a front line to this conflict. 3 missiles were fired at Qatar. 1 got through, hitting an oil tanker off the coast. That's about 30 kilometers from the LNG Ras Laffan facility that was damaged a couple of weeks ago. It seriously damaged the tanker with parts of an unexploded missile in the engine room, apparently. 21 members of the crew, though, made it to safety. Kuwait International Airport has also been targeted today. It's been a constant target throughout this more than 1 month long war. For the second time, a gas tank was hit there. The last time a gas tank was hit, it took days to put out the fire. An unnamed company in Bahrain was also hit. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says that they hit something at a facility, perhaps it was this company, I don't know, that was housing American personnel. It hasn't been confirmed. Saudi Arabia has also intercepted several drones today. Here in the UAE, shrapnel from an intercepted drone killed a man in a rural area.
Oh, boy. So I just want to update you all on what's happening in the global markets.
Follow the rich white man.
Where's my stock ticker? I'm looking at it. Yeah. Yeah. So, here's the headlines. CNBC stock futures fall after Trump says Iran war will continue for weeks. Asia taking a dive. Australia down 1%. Japan down 2.5% after being up yesterday, as we saw, like it was almost 6% up yesterday. So having their gains from yesterday, China down 1% here, and wait, that's Australia? No, it's India. India down 2% as well. And if you take a look down here at oil, $105 a barrel. Trading back up 5%. Not great. Not great. Just a straight uptrend over the last 3 months. The line goes up and to the right. I believe that's what they say.
Citizen. Yesterday alone, 50 missiles and drones were targeted here at the UAE. Arthi, what started off as Iranian reprisals in the GCC, this area, have turned the Gulf countries into a front line in this war. And just weeks ago, Emirati diplomats were trying to prevent the conflict. Now reports are emerging that they are asking, lobbying for a UN Security Council resolution to authorize military force.
Yeah. Wait, didn't we already try that? Didn't Mike Walls already go and try that? After the fact? I could have sworn, maybe not. No, actually, now that I think about it, I don't think he did. Now we're gonna go and ask for UNSC, like, approval for this war after the fact. I don't think I've ever heard it done that way. That is real innovation. There's real innovation in the realm of geopolitics. Hey, UNSC, you mind if we do this war that we're doing? Is it bothering you? Is it bothering you right now? Is this okay? Are you okay with this? Which, I mean, honestly, when you think about it, you would think it would almost definitely backfire on the United States. Because right now, we're just going about this without their permission. We ask their permission, we don't get it. Then what? Then what exactly? Then we're explicitly doing a war that's against the United Nations' desires, even though it's quite implicit. It's quite clear we're doing something wrong, but if we do you see what I'm saying? Is everybody understanding what I'm saying here? Like, it gets rid of all sorts of there's a legal term for this, and I can't think of what it is. It's like relating to culpability and foreknowledge. I can't think of what it is, but it's like, you know, like knowing about the thing, like somehow makes it worse, right? I can't think of it. Whatever. Let's go here to the Negev Desert, where the Bedouins, a ethnic community in Israel rarely talked about, is facing shortages of bomb shelters.
Our apartment building has a bomb shelter on every floor, so that's good.
Since the war in the Middle East began on February 28th, Israelis have started using bomb shelters again to protect themselves from missiles and rockets fired by Iran and their allies Hezbollah. But not all Israelis get the same protection. There are an estimated 300,000 Bedouins, Arab citizens of Israel, who live in the Negev desert. According to the NGO Negev Coexistence Forum, 65% of the Bedouin have no private shelters in their homes. That is the case for our observer, Atia.
Joe 7771. I can't say your name right now. Is right. You are right, Joe. The tinfoil is blocking the conspiracy. Makes perfect sense. You're a genius. What would I do without you, Space Fams? If I take it off, maybe I'll think of it then.
שומעים את התראה או משהו כזה, הם נכנסים לפחד, למצב לא רגיל, כי אין מקלטים שם ואין שום מקום שהם יכולים ללכת ולשבת בו.
Shit. I'm an idiot. I just realized that there's totally subtitles and nobody can hear what's being said. And that's sort of my job. I got distracted.
What
do people do when they hear an alert? They enter a state of extreme fear. Because there are no shelters. There's nowhere that they can go. There are people who take shelter under road bridges. But that's dangerous. The vast majority of residents stay in their homes, but these houses are in poor condition. They aren't sturdy enough to offer any real protection or safety.
In January, before the war began, the Negev Coexistence Forum had warned of a shortage of public shelters too.
Yes, Carl Schmitt's done it. Carl Schmitt has done it. Plausible deniability. That is the term I was looking for. It completely gets rid of all, like, of course the United States knows the law, but if we go and we're told in public by the United Nations Security Council that it's an illegal war, it gets rid of all plausible deniability. Yeah.
The Bedouin town of Rahat had one shelter for 16,000 residents, for instance. In the nearby Jewish town of Ofakim, there was one shelter for every 270 residents. We asked Israel's Home Front Command to confirm the figures. An army spokesperson said that shelters are the responsibility of private citizens and local authorities. Local NGOs blame the shortage of shelters on government policy. Some 80,000 Bedouin live in villages that are not recognized by the government, where permits cannot be issued. The NGOs...
Well, shocking to think that Israel would, I don't know, ignore an ethnic community or, have some sort of tiered system of protection in Israel. I'm sorry. I meant to say how incredibly expected. How unshocking. Sounds exactly like Israel. Sounds like the sort of stuff they do every day. Sounds like apartheid. Kind of. Two-tiered system of everything. This guy sounds like the South Park narrator. Isn't the South Park narrator Trey? Are you talking about me? Are you saying I sound like Trey? Okay. Drugs are bad, okay. All right, let's leave Bedouin. The Bedouins in the Negev. Oh, the other guy. Okay, not me. Not me. That's good. That's good. All right. Forbes breaking news 14 hours ago. Footage shows heavy damage after airstrikes on an Iranian mosque.
Illegal.
I'm not a human rights lawyer or like a judge at the ICC or anything, but I'm fairly certain mosques fall under religious, cultural institutions and therefore are off limits in war.
Illegal.
Jesus Christ. Well, there you have it. Mosque, part of a mosque, utterly reduced to rubble. In Zanjan, Iran. Zanjan, Iran. It's kind of a great name. Zanjan. Zanjan, Iran. My name's Ron from Zanjan, Iran. My buddy Don just ate some wontons. I'm sorry, I shouldn't joke. I'm sorry. Gallows humor. Terrible fucking tragedy happening there. and what is almost definitely a war crime. It's a pretty decent Mackie. I'll take it, Omega. I'll take it. Now, mosques in Iran are not the only off-limits targets. Israel and the United States have been striking in the country. Schools and universities, too, have been in the crosshairs. Here's Al Jazeera from 12 hours ago. And actually, I'll be right back.
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
Today, why education is under fire in the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps says American and Israeli universities in the region will be targeted. That's in response to the bombing of the University of Science and Technology in Tehran on Saturday.
Could attacks on Iranian schools be a continuation of the Gaza playbook? I'm Malika Bilal, and this is The Take. Hey everyone, I am back behind the mic after a little time off, and one of the things I've been looking forward to the most is hearing from all of you. My team and I love reading your reflections on our interviews in the comments. The praise, the critiques, the questions, we really do scroll through and read them. So today, let us know how this war is impacting where you are and what stories from home you think we should know about. Until then, here's the view from Isfahan in Iran.
I'm Satara Sadeghi. I'm an assistant professor at the Faculty of World Studies, University of Tehran. Currently, I am based in Isfahan, which is my hometown and where my family lives.
Well, Satara, welcome to The Take. It is good to have you. I am catching you on Tuesday evening in Iran after what I can only imagine has been a very long day and a sleepless night as the U.S. and Israel launched attacks in Isfahan, the city that you just said you call home. Videos from witnesses showed fires lighting up the night skies and these massive explosions, and you're there. So how are you doing?
Well, we're holding on and we're trying to cope. But as you said, I think it was around 2, 3 a.m. That I woke up. I felt like I'm hearing the fighter jets, and that's what woke me up, sort of, and then the really loud explosions and sort of the shaking of the windows was, I mean, I was sure that they're bombing. And it was one of the most massive and longest bombings of Isfahan. I mean, I've experienced over this 1 month. It's been worse, but this was sort of the longest. And I think some of them were targets that they had already bombed a couple of times before.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was going in different directions, like the north of the city, east part and the south part, but also small towns around Isfahan.
And when that's happening, so this is overnight, you wouldn't have been outside, but when that's happening, what does your instinct tell you? Do you just are you hiding under the covers? Are you looking out the window? What's happening?
Well, because we've been advised not to go, near the windows, because sometimes the shock waves can, break the window and then also push people and push things. That's how a lot of people get injured, because they're living near the place that has been bombed. And we have seen how the Zionist regime and the U.S. regime have been bombing civilian facilities, have been, bombing residential buildings. Just in one case, 5 or 6 people died while they were shopping at a supermarket. People who were just sleeping in their places. And I mean, the Zionist regime brags about precision strikes, but there is no precision strikes. It's actually carpet bombing of civilian infrastructure. And
It's actually carpet bombing of civilian infrastructure. Yep, sounds like Israel. Sounds like what they've been doing for the last 2.5 years, unfortunately, and are continuing to do now. Stepping up in Lebanon and in Israel. I'm sorry, in Lebanon and in Iran, where that woman is from. Universities, not off targets, not civilian residential neighborhoods, not off the list. Everything moving or standing. Valid target in Israel's mind. And even if it's not, they'll find a way to retcon it into being one. Oh, actually, did you know that school was actually Hamas? Ha ha, you didn't. Yep, well, now you know. Actually, that hospital was Hezbollah. The whole thing and everybody in it. All Hezbollah. All those schoolgirls, 175 schoolgirls, they're actually secretly IRGC. Don't you see? All right. Let's move on from that Al Jazeera podcast talking about the horrifying war crimes Israel's being up to, talking about the horrifying war crimes that the United States and Israel have been up to, and the horrifying situation that Donald Trump has dragged the United States into with two of our faves, Crystal, Owen, Jones, Ball. A collaboration for the ages. DJT MAGA 2028 with the follow. Great. Good. Great and also good. By the way, why aren't the alerts popping up? That's weird.
So Western leaders look like they're panicking, for want of a better word. We're seeing addresses by Keir Starmer, by Albanese, the Australian Prime Minister. And meanwhile, Donald Trump, his polling is catastrophic. What does this all mean? Is it all over for Trump? Is it all going to fall down like a pack of cards? Well, people have said that about Trump before, and it hasn't actually panned out. I've got no better guest to speak to than the brilliant Crystal Ball. Many of you, of course, will know and follow her work, for example, on Breaking Points.
Seriously, Crix, what a name choice. DJT MAGA 2028. He saw this stream and he said, yeah, this is up my alley. Okay, great. Great. Weird choice.
Like Crystal and Friends, is that the podcast? Let me get that right.
Crystal, Kyle, and Friends.
That's really
Crystal, Kyle, and Friends, of course,
weird.
That's the duo, the dream team. It's great to have you. How you doing?
It's great to be with you, Owen. It's always a pleasure. I was saying, I wish we could do something more fun, like talking about, Kristi Noem's husband's cross-dressing and gigantic fake boobs, but
you know what I mean?
Another day. Once we get past World War III, maybe we can talk about those sorts of things.
Could the apocalypse just take a day off, is what I'm asking. Do you know what I mean? Come on! The world going to shit. But still, I was just saying before we came on, what a serve. Again,
thank you.
You're looking typically drab. This is the only joy we're going to get in this conversation. All right, let's just start. Yeah, I mean, before we talk about Trump, because I'm interested, is it, could it all fall apart? What's it all going to mean for the midterms? Generally, the MAGA movement, the Democrats, what are they doing? But I mean, let's just start with all these, Starmer, the British Prime Minister for now, the Australian Prime Minister and all the rest doing these addresses. Because an economic tsunami is coming our way. I mean, what's your gut feeling on all of that?
my gut feeling is sheer terror, basically. I mean, when you have 3 of the 5 members of the Five Eyes coming out, leaders, on one day and saying, oh, we better address the public in a very serious way, I think that's enough to make anyone a little bit nervous. And so you've got Starmer, you've got Albanese both saying, look, we've got this economic catastrophe coming. Starmer saying, I thought very noteworthy, like, we're going to convene this meeting of all these European leaders talking about some sort of diplomatic negotiations to deal with the Strait of Hormuz, which again is already basically a win for Iran, because what that means is, like, we're going to have to deal with these people. We're going to have to work out some kind of a deal here, since the US, Trump is now signaling, hey, go get your own oil. We are not going to, we're willing to walk away with the Strait of Hormuz not really closed, but under the complete control of Iran. So you've got that, and clearly a lot of dire concerns about the economic fallout that is yet to come. And then you have Trump speaking tonight. God only knows what he's announcing, and God only knows whether whatever he announces tonight is actually, reflective of his thinking or where this war is going. Because on the one hand, I think Trump is probably bored of the war. He certainly sees the poll numbers. He sees the market volatility. He sees oil prices going up. Average gas prices per gallon in the U.S. hit over $4, which is a really dire mark for the country. So he sees all of those things. But at the same respect, you also see more and more military assets coming to the region. And if he walks away right now, with the Straits of Hormuz still under complete Iranian control, with all the damage having been done to U.S. bases, U.S. personnel killed, hundreds of casualties, et cetera, there's no way to look at that other than a complete surrender and a potential empire-ending event. I know a lot of people compared it to Suez Crisis. You're probably better positioned than I am to say if you see parallels there. But I do think if we walk away and say, all right, Iran, you get control of the Strait of Hormuz, good luck everybody else, there's no way to read that other than a U.S. imperial surrender.
I mean, Suez does hang over this. And for those who don't know, just the TLDR there. In 1956, Britain, France and Israel went to war with Egypt after General Nasser nationalised the Suez Canal, which had British and French shareholders in it. This actually is, the US actually, this was before US and Israel established a very close relationship. Under Eisenhower went, what? No, you don't, and opposed it. And that was the end of Britain and France as great powers. And since then, in particular, Britain just ended up a vassal state of the US and just did whatever the US told it to do. Anyway, so yes, the end of that was the end of that as a great power. Yeah, I mean, this is where I'm torn. I keep saying this to every guest I talked about this, because on the one hand, you're right. If he just tries to walk away, it doesn't matter how much he goes, the biggest victory in the world, that is a strategic defeat for the United States, which you could argue is hegemony ending. But then is it politically possible for him to embroil the US in a ground war with Iran, in which lots of US service personnel will be killed, and then ending up with a strategic defeat anyway, which is even worse? I mean, what do you think? I mean, if he suddenly did some sort of ground invasion, I mean, the US public oppose this war, that's not what happened in past wars. What do you think? Does he have any political capital to do that?
No, I mean, Americans usually.
Yeah, no, he either shames the United States and himself, or he just shames... I guess he shames the United States and himself simultaneously. It's a lose, 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 lose for everybody. Everybody loses. The whole world's losing. Jeez. I could have sworn Trump was telling me just recently that we were winning so much. Everybody was begging him to stop winning so much. But this feels...
Love a good war. But this time from the beginning, I mean, it really is. And with all of the major networks really pushing this thing and, crazy propaganda, and still people from day one, majority said, no, we are not down with this. Now, Trump can sell basically anything to his base. I think that continues to be the case. Although I will say, as the economic pain mounts and hits home, you have seen an erosion in the amount of his base that say they strongly support him. overnight, once he went to war with Iran, they all flipped their opinion and suddenly they're all on board with it. Basically, they are in this trust Trump cult mindset. So they will follow him more or less. But we're talking about like 30% of the country.
Now, Crystal's not like wrong, but I am going to push back on this. She's not the only person who said this. We've heard other people say this. But in my opinion, the fact is the MAGA cult is thinning. The number, like she's saying, the number of people who are vehemently, outwardly like Trump, but like they came back to him. But like I feel like that story, the latter half of that story, where people like rush back to him in support of the war and all this other stuff, I think a lot of that is really in the media space. For whatever reason, I see a lot of these media personalities supporting Donald Trump on this war. But I feel like a lot of people, the MAGA diehards, the non-media personality folk, I feel like they really are like, just to some degree, they have not been sold on this war. And they were promised all sorts of stuff, including not this, the exact opposite of this. I do think that to some degree he's losing those people. And the fact is the MAGA, like the numbers that are actually MAGA are just dwindling. Like people are like getting, what's the word? Deprogrammed, right? Like it's like a bunch of cultists. Like I think it took this. It was the Epstein files didn't do it. Like all these other things didn't do it. I feel like this is actually doing it to some degree. Even if you're not seeing it among like the media, like the right wing media folk, I think you're seeing it in the base. I could be wrong in my estimation of this. Maybe Crystal's right. I don't know.
So yeah, the rest of the country is already horrified and disgusted with not only the foreign policy, but really.
And I'm not saying that there aren't still like a bunch of people in the MAGA camp who are still like on board with this. There's still millions of them, right? I do think it's starting to his support is starting to just genuinely dwindle now, especially among younger voters. And already, I don't think as a result of this, but like, well, maybe not, like minority voters. And I think actually, I take it back. This is actually one of the things. Because I think you saw Latinos, especially, but not exclusively, dropping support of Trump with ICE. And now this, I think you're seeing some people realizing, oh, Trump is genuinely worse on the Middle East, especially like Arab and Muslim voters. Like, oh, he started a new forever war in Iran, and he's selling off Gaza to Jared Kushner.
I think the economic policy has been the more dire implication here. And with this war of illegal, horrific war of choice, people also have this sense of like, okay, once again, you've got plenty of money. You're asking for $200 billion to bomb schoolgirls in Iran. And you're right now what they're proposing is cutting healthcare again to pay for that. So rather than focusing on all these concerns we've got at home and our inability to pay the bills and affordability crisis, and now we see gas prices going up and we know the grocery store prices are to follow, instead of focusing on any of that, you are actively making things worse with this war. So look, at this point, to your point, Owen, there are no good options. The good option was to not start this war. The good option was to take the quite generous deal that was on the table from the Iranians. And so now here's basically his menu of options.
We had the option of not doing the war, Crystal? Oh man. That does sound a lot easier and better than what we're doing right now. Eesh. All right. All right, we're going to keep this stream moving. Can't watch Crystal and Owen talk all night. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here. See what they wrap this thing up with. I actually haven't even watched this one yet. few of these I didn't get to watch. I woke up kind of late, and we had the Artemis launch and the Trump speech, so I only did so much preparation. I got like halfway through my Middle East stuff, and I was like, that's it, I gotta start. I think I got through like 5 videos ago. We crossed over the Rubicon on that one. All right, back to Owen Jones and Crystal Ball. Wait, I can't speak. I can't start in the middle of
language
Crystal
just
talking.
I get it. Like Israel's bad. We
I mean, Gavin Newsom, who's a nightmare, who's a California governor, originally said Israel is an apartheid state and then backtracked on it. What do you think? Where do you think things are heading in terms of Israel, in terms of both, I guess, both within not just the Democrats, but also within, because actually a lot of Republican supporters have also soured on Israel.
I think the Republican side is important, but somewhat overstated. You know, if you look at support for Israel, it's still quite overwhelming in the Republican Party. If you look at young Republicans, that's where you start to see some movement. But I do want to say it's still significant just because previously the support had been so incredibly lockstep. But when you look at independents, and especially when you look at Democrats, I mean, the change is so dramatic. I can scarcely believe it, having followed this for a lot of years at this point. And the AOC shift, to your point, I think is a very significant signal because she famously was very torn over some of this defensive aid in particular. You know, there was a vote for Iron Dome. She was actually tearful about making the decision to support it, or I can't remember if she voted president, something like that, but she didn't oppose it. And, you know, what they always say is, oh, well, this is just defensive aid. And, you know, this is to protect innocent civilians. Now, if you ask the next question, like, okay, if we're going to protect innocent civilians, does Gaza get an Iron Dome funding? Does Iran get Iron Dome? No, of course not. And that Iron Dome funding and that quote unquote defensive aid, first of all, it's not so easy to separate offensive versus defensive when you're talking about missiles, but it is what has allowed Israel to act completely insane and with absolute impunity, which they've continued to do. And so the fact that AOC, who I think is probably positioning herself for a presidential run, is looking at the writing on the wall with the Democratic base and saying, you know what, I gotta make it clear where I am on this issue, I think is very significant. As far as Gavin Newsom, his source of funding, you know, AOC is a grassroots funded candidate by and large. Gavin Newsom is a donor creation. So he doesn't really believe in anything. He sees where the base is. So he's trying to use some language to say, oh, I get it. Like Israel's bad. I get it. But he's between a rock and a hard place. And what is significant about him is, look, he's a very skilled and slick politician. So if he can't square that circle, no one's going to be able to square that circle. I firmly believe it will be an important dividing line and litmus test in the 2028 Democratic primary. And it's quite relevant not only for the future of relations with Israel and what Israel does, but you were talking about how there's this existential sense of dread among Steve Bannon and Trump and, you know, the Republicans in terms of Democrats taking control. I think there's also this sense of existential dread on the Israeli side because they realize that the blank check that they've had from the U.S. is no longer so guaranteed, right? There's a possibility that the next president of the United States has a very different view of things that is backed up by mass public sentiment.
Oh, what a world Crystal just described. Almost gives me a little bit of hope. Just imagining that. What?
A what now?
Who, what now? A future president doing things that are popular?
What?
What? What are you talking about? Wouldn't that be nice? All right. Let's move on from Owen and Crystal. On from Owen and Crystal to Channel 4 News next.
When you hollow out the deep state.
Oh boy. What is this? Hollowing out the deep state, he says. That's a good way to start this Channel 4 News clip from 12 hours ago. The deep state, you say, sir? Oh boy.
When you hollow out the deep state, the security state, as President Trump has done, you get confirmation bias. You don't have people challenging you.
What you're saying is fundamentally the leadership structure in Washington, in the court of King Donald I, is such that he's not getting pushback from the experts who might say, hang on, Mr. President, let's think about this.
Well, if he is, he's not listening to them. Cargo Island doesn't allow you to open the Strait of Hormuz. It brings economic pressure.
It gives you leverage. It gives you leverage.
Exactly.
It's all about leverage.
It's an extraordinary, difficult task to undertake. And having then seized an island like this, you then become a static target.
Cargo Island could become a trap, couldn't it? Hello and welcome to The Forecast. Is President Trump on the cusp of abandoning his war with Iran or about to double down with boots on the ground? He's lashed out again at his NATO allies, threatening to abandon the alliance, raising questions not only about the future of the war, but the future of Western security itself. Well, joining me today is General Sir Patrick Sanders, who's had a 40-year career in the British Army and rose to Chief of the General Staff in 2022. He retired 2 years later. He spent his career thinking about the hard realities of modern conflict, the limits of Western military power, and what happens if and when the United States wavers. Sir Patrick, welcome to The Forecast.
Thank you, Matt.
Looking at the number of troops that Donald Trump is sending and has sent to the Gulf, is that enough to actually take Kharg Island or to fight your way through the strait, which they may have to do? Or is it performative? Is it part of the negotiating tactic? As a military planner, what do you think?
Well, it's reactive. Because
what does that mean?
Well, if you thought that these objectives were going to be necessary at the outset of this conflict, you would have them in theatre already at hand, and they don't. And it's been incremental. First of all, they deployed a Marine Expeditionary Unit, redeployed from Japan. They're now bringing one across from California, and they've got elements of the 82nd Airborne being flown in as well. So they're having to react to what's going on the battlefield, which suggests that in many respects they've lost some of the initiative. Now, it's possible that these were part of the original build-up of forces. I mean, to get to your question, the answer, as in all things, is it depends. It depends what objectives you're trying to seize, how long you're trying to hold on for them. What they offer most value for at the moment is as a negotiating tactic, as a lever, because they're a threat that the Iranians have to take into account.
Okay, that's interesting. So if he decided that he wanted to not just use them as a lever, but actually get his men and women to try and occupy this one island, and there are lots of other islands on the way to Kharg Island, as you know, could they do it with that force, considering what they're facing on the other side?
Yes, because the United States military are, as we're seeing playing out in front of us, exceptionally at what they do in terms of achieving tactical success and indeed operational success on the battlefield. What we're not seeing.
Have we? Are we? Is that true? We got a bunch of F-35s getting shot down, F-18s getting shot down, refueling planes getting shot down, bases getting struck. I don't know. Doesn't seem that a great tactical victory. I'm sorry, I can't listen to this guy. I don't know why, but he's annoying the shit out of me right now. Representing the constituents, what does that even mean? Yes, it's a fanciful thought. Damn. We got through this much faster than I thought we would tonight. I had slightly less than 100 videos, but I kind of assumed that the live events would take up way more time. I thought we'd go way over 8 hours, but we're only 7 hours in. And we're running out of videos quickly. Okay, let's go here next to breaking points from 9 hours ago. Talk about the great stable genius. I feel bad though.
Joining us next.
I feel bad. Because ending the stream now is so irregular. 1:30 in the morning, but we've been going 7 hours. I also don't have more content prepared for us either. I only got through 75% of it to begin with because I had to start because of all the live events. I've been foiled by the live events. That's what happened. It took way less time to cover Artemis and Trump's speech. And now I'm like short an hour of content. Well, not quite. Not quite. But also starting earlier. Makes me feel like I'm leaving the late night people. I'll come up with something. To I don't know what. I'll come up with something. It might have to be in the Discord. I don't know. What could we do? Oh, I know what we could do. Bonus content. We could do bonus content. I know what I could do. I just came up with like an extra 30, 45 minutes of content, I think. Look at that. And we're not even done. I still got like half a dozen videos left. I'm just like doing the math. I thought it was going to be way longer. And I feel bad not going a little later. Because usually we end the streams at like, I don't know, 4 in the morning, like 2 hours, 3 hours from now. Later sometimes, depending. Bonus content, yes. Yes, that's all right. I've just come up with a plan. A concept of a plan. It's not a full plan, but it's a concept. Hopefully you can all live with that. Hopefully you can all live with the concept of a plan. Whoopsies, that's not... Sorry. I'll figure this out. I'll work on my plan while we watch this Breaking Points video from 9 hours ago. Ryan Grimm. And a CIA legend.
Is Robert Baer, former CIA case officer of more than 20 years, turned author and political commentator. Emily, we pre-taped this interview yesterday. He said he doesn't actually get up in the morning, which, okay, good.
Nothing but
good
respect for that.
Nothing but absolute.
That's my dream.
Yes, I aspire to that. And so Baer is a highly respected kind of CIA case officer who is unusual in the sense that he knows of what he speaks, in the sense that, like, he's been all over the world. He's been an undercover officer. Like we talked about earlier in the show. He was made famous for a little while because they tried to, U.S., I believe, like tried to prosecute him for attempting to assassinate Saddam Hussein. And his defense, effective it turned out, was, I was doing this on behalf of the CIA. Like, don't you understand what, it's the CIA. Don't you know what the CIA does?
Wasn't Syriana also roughly based on him?
Yes, that's correct. One of his books was turned into Syriana, and the George Clooney character is modeled after Robert Baer. Now, and so he's kind of like the best that the CIA has to offer in the sense of trying to understand, our adversaries,
and Iran particularly.
But that doesn't. And I think I want people to understand that Iran particularly. But I want people to think about that. As he mentions in our interview, he's only been there a little bit, and his understanding of Iran is surface deep,
right?
Which he would acknowledge.
Yep.
And yet he knows it better than most of the rest of the CIA. The major thing I took away from the interview is just how screwed the CIA is and our intelligence community.
Our intelligence, yeah.
That, wow, like they're just operating based on caricatures and like what they read and like the propaganda outlets that we finance.
It's dark, literally and metaphorically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we thought it'd be. He hasn't done many interviews over the last many months, but he agreed to come on the show, and we thought does not mean any of us agree with everything he said or remotely agree.
So interesting.
Remotely,
but it was.
Believe that. But interesting to hear, where he thinks this is going.
Yes.
Not well for the United States.
Yeah.
Put it that way. And he talks about the Samson option multiple times, which is also the name of a Seymour Hersh book, which is a reference to this purported Israeli strategy that they would rather basically nuke the world than lose a war. And so that's not what you want to hear.
It's really not.
No.
Nor is his informed speculation, of course, about where the intelligence is likely coming from and how I think this was the most interesting part of the interview from my perspective, is how we're making the decisions that we're making. How are those being informed? What intelligence is informing them, and how are we gathering that intelligence? So if anyone would know, it would be him. And CIA folks, even former CIA folks, are limited at what they can say, obviously, and are sometimes, still freelancing.
Yeah, but to hear a former CIA, well, no such thing as former, as they say, former CIA official openly discussing the Samson option, which again,
he brought it up.
He brought it up a couple times. That's when you're watching this. If you're not familiar with that fairly common reference, it is the idea that Israel's nuclear strategy includes an option to use overwhelming nuclear force.
It's a horrifying fucking thought. So upsetting. Perf XL with the sweet super chat for the bonus round. Thank you, Perf. I was planning on doing it pro bono, but I'll take it. I'll take the 5 bones. Every dollar helps out, really. Really, I mean, we barely get by every month. I still haven't calculated the galactic deficit yet. It does exist. Not as bad as last month, which wasn't as bad as the month before. But unfortunately, since our return to YouTube, after 3 months of being unfairly taken off of the platform, we're still not quite in the sweet spot yet.
Even if that.
So every dollar really does help. Hold on, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. Here we go. But by the way, bonus round still hasn't started yet. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4 regular round videos, including this one. I'm counting that correctly. Still on the regular stream. Bonus round will come afterwards.
People are.
By the way, just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube, really helps out. And, how else are you going to find this content in the future?
Come on!
Huh?
I don't understand. They're the faithful, if you like. I've spent a lot of time there, not a lot, but enough to see that, in a way...
Did YouTube ever pay me the money that they owed me from before they kicked me off of YouTube? That's very funny.
Give me a joke.
You're funny, Bad Lefty. No. Still short, like $900 or something. I can't remember the exact amount. It was like 900. It was like about 1,000. Just think of it as like $1,000. Still short $1,000. It's fine. Everything's
let me be
fine.
politically incorrect. It's a death cult. These people, large segment, are ready to die for their beliefs. You know, you go to the Martyrs Cemetery in Tehran, and it's genuine. And I've spent a lot of time with the Basij, and that's genuine. They're going to fight. We can turn the electricity off if we like. We can destroy their desalinization facilities, all of them. We could turn the country into rubble, but they're still going to come back. And I mean, look at the numbers. You've got 93 million people. If you destroy the economy, turn it into a failed state, and you look across the Gulf at a country like Qatar, which has only got 350,000 people, who's going to defend the Arab sheikdoms? I mean, I'm not big fans of them, but who's going to defend them? Are we going to keep a fleet in the? Well, I mean, we can't even put boats in the Gulf right now. It's too dangerous. So, but are we going to keep boats there? And then what do you do about 93 million armed, desperate people and these fragile countries around? Again, you take off 50% of the world's oil resources. Let's say a Syria-like situation where it's total chaos and mayhem. Oil is closed down. The effect it will have on the world's economy will look a lot like the Great Depression.
And Emily, I'll let you jump in 1 second. Let me just follow up on the question of the death cult. People would rephrase that as Iran. A lot of people in Iran see this as existential, like we are fighting them, from Tampa, from Nebraska, from aircraft carriers that are out of range. They are in their country, and they see this as an existential fight, and are behaving rationally. I think death cult suggests like a level of irrationality.
It's a bad word.
Yeah,
it's not. But I mean, they fought. They lost hundreds of thousand people in the war on Iraq. They were prepared to defend their nation. They have a very strong historical sense. It's a country that goes back 4,000 years. Any number of things. And they're also looking at it look, they signed off on the nuclear agreement, JCPOA, and we unilaterally ripped it up.
Yes, we did. Yeah, yes, we did. Now Iran's probably rushing towards nukes. Last we heard. People who were formerly fine with the existing fatwa, with its now being rescinded, and Iran being under attack, seemingly many in Iran are reconsidering that stance. Okay. Next up, Al Jazeera English. Got two clips in a row here breaking down Donald Trump's ridiculous speech from earlier tonight.
It was US President Donald Trump giving his prime time address at the White House. Just to quickly bring you up to date with some of the top lines out of that address. He said, "We are on track to complete our military objectives shortly. We will hit them incredibly hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. Discussions are ongoing," he said. Regime change, he reiterated, was not our goal, but it has happened because we have taken out their leadership completely. He said, if there is no deal, we're going to hit all of their electrical plants simultaneously, but we won't hit their oil. We haven't done that yet. It would give them no chance of surviving as a country. He also went on to say that the core strategic military objectives are nearing completion. We're going to finish the job. We're going to finish it very fast. And he ended with, we have all the cards and they have none. Well, we have our White House chief correspondent, as well as a panel of experts here to dissect and analyse President Donald Trump's speech. Thank you very much for staying with us. I know you're all obviously listening very, very intently to all of that. I'm going to get all four of our guests, before we come to you, Alan, to just go through and give us one or two sentences about what stood out to you. David DeRoche, can we begin with you, please?
Sure. So there's two things. The first is that he kind of slipped in there that there were unexpected capabilities that Iran had. I expected him to make the case that Iran was a regional threat. He did. But then he said they have stuff that we knew about, but they also had things that we didn't know about, and it's a good thing we found it. So I think that he both is acknowledging a little bit of a surprise, which he doesn't normally.
God damn it. God damn it. I'm fucking muted. What I was saying is that, I think that Donald Trump, I kind of disagree with this guy's take. And that Donald Trump, in my estimation, is doing like a weapons of mass destruction thing here. He's like, it turns out Iran had weapons of mass destruction. We got them already, by the way. We already got them, but they had them. Thankfully, we came in and we solved it. That's basically what he's doing. He's just skipping the part of looking for them. Like, he's just claiming that they're already gone. They had them and they're gone. Thankfully, but we found them. They had very nasty weapons. It's because earlier Donald Trump has been claiming that Iran has nuclear weapons, right? I should have clipped it, but like there was a speech earlier, or like a press conference earlier, where Donald Trump claimed that Iran had nuclear weapons, and that's the sense that I get from that, is that Donald Trump was basically saying Iran had capabilities we weren't even aware of, and thankfully we already destroyed them. You don't even want to know about them; they're that bad. Very nasty.
I think he's also laying the groundwork for quite possibly a longer campaign than he had originally said. And the second thing, I was taken by the fact that he spoke of the simultaneous attacks on the electricity grids, which is something that has been discussed since the opening of the campaign. But it was interesting that he hasn't mentioned perhaps the reciprocal closure of Iranian ports. And that was something I was looking for.
Okay, we'll get into that in just a moment. Harlan, what stood out for you?
The speech was embarrassing, depressing, incoherent, and full of contradictions. If you take out Iran's oil, you're just going to raise the price of oil and gasoline. I think Iran will be looking at that as a victory speech for them. It was a pity the president could not lay out his case and tell us what he plans to do. Taking out Iran's infrastructure is not the answer. And I'm deeply embarrassed, and I'm afraid very, very unhappy with that speech.
Okay, Alan Fisher, our US chief correspondent, if we can come to you to help dissect everything that we heard there. Obviously very significant, but he reiterated what we'd already heard from him over the last few days, that this was going to continue for at least another few weeks.
He says they've had swift and overwhelming victories. They're getting very close to that final victory and set a timescale of somewhere in the region of 2 to 3 weeks for that to be carried out. We were told there was a possibility he might mention ground troops. There was no mention of that. That he himself had said that he was going to be highly critical of NATO. There was some talk of how the Allies should now move in and take control of the Strait of Hormuz, but there was no mention of that. He said many of the strategic goals have been achieved, and over the next couple of weeks they were going to continue their bombing. In fact, he said they were going to bomb Iran back to the Dark Ages. He also made the point that he was going to start attacking their energy infrastructure if they didn't come up with a deal. And of course, Donald Trump said in a Truth Social post early on Wednesday that he thought that they were looking for a ceasefire, that had been approached and they had asked for a ceasefire. What is interesting is when he said of the strategic goals, we never looked for regime change, except when he announced this 32 days ago. That was one of the things he talked about. He told the people of Iran it was time to rise up and take control of their government. He was actually talking about regime change. And of course, over the last few days, he's talked about regime change, saying it was
Actually, that was a joke. When I said rise up, I meant rise up from your beds and go to work. Rise up and don't fight back against the beautiful Iranian regime. Because we're not here to do regime change. Just a little bombing and a little assassination.
That they were now talking
a little
to
bombing,
different
a little
people.
assassination.
The government in Tehran had been replaced with people who were not quite as militant or as radical and were much more intelligent, suggesting that he saw someone there that he could deal with. But this was a very threatening tone to Iran, and it's clear that this operation, Epic Fury, is going to continue for 2 or 3 more weeks. He did touch on the economy. He did talk about how people were finding prices were much higher. But he said, look, the blame is on Iran, not the fact that he started the war. The blame is on Iran because they've threatened the Strait of Hormuz. If they weren't doing that, then oil would still be flowing. But it's clear that that is something that is preying on his mind. But
oh, my God.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Just so damn dumb. It is so difficult to have to like witness this, commentate on this, and in some way like try and think like Trump, like because I do like the Trump impressions. Like I feel like I'm constantly trying to get in the mind of Trump. Like what would Trump say? He'd say something fucking completely stupid. Completely stupid, probably unrelated to the last thing he said, without any basis in facts or reality. Maybe simultaneously scapegoating immigrants or women. Or immigrant women. Or I don't know. It's driving me insane. It's driving me a little insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
we're looking for how long does this war take? We think 2 or 3 weeks. How does he get out of it? Not entirely clear. And what happens to the Strait of Hormuz? He seems to be suggesting it's up to other countries to secure that. The United States has done their job. Everyone else should now move in and do theirs.
Yeah, a lack of clarity on many points. Alan, Henry, if I can bring you in here now. Do you agree with what Alan was saying there, that that was an incredibly threatening speech?
It was, and actually, if I can be a bit of a contrarian here, that actually left me with some hope. Normally, Donald Trump's rhetorical style is to be really quite threatening right before there's some sort of a resolution. So I noticed here that he chose not to speak of ground forces and what they might accomplish. That to me was a positive.
Was it a positive? I think this pink raisin is wrong. Okay. CNN next. First reactions to Trump's Iran war address. The address that he literally could have just given to us in a fucking truth on Tweet Social.
Right when the president came out, he said that one thing he wanted to do was lay out why it's necessary for safety and security of Americans that this is happening. Do you think he made that case?
I thought he started with the necessity. We talked about you need necessity, the objective, then what's the plan. I thought the necessity laying out the bill of particulars on Iran was very effective.
Who is this guy? I know this guy.
You just pointed out.
Where do I know this fuck from? Where the hell do I know this guy from? Hold on.
The necessity we talked about Iran was fairly about objectives in this war.
Deal very much.
Well,
I'm so sick. I'm so sick of CNN doing this now. They've started doing this lately, and it makes it so that I have no idea who the fuck I'm listening to. I know this guy from somewhere. Somebody in this chat knows who this guy is. Why can't I think of it? Was he in the first Trump administration?
Right when the president came out, he said that one thing he wanted to do was lay out why it's necessary for safety and security of Americans that this is happening. Do you think he made that case?
I thought he started with the necessity. We talked about you need necessity, the objective, then what's the plan. I thought the necessity laying out the bill of particulars on Iran was fairly effective, not entirely accurate, as you just pointed out. I think it's important to remind people of what Iran is about. It is a real threat. There are reasons to be doing what we're doing. I thought when he laid out the objectives and the plan, I don't think we heard too much. And my takeaway was that we might be in for an escalation of this war. I mean, he said if there's not a deal, he put back on the table.
He didn't talk about a deal very much.
Well, he said if there's not a deal, the energy targets, everything else he'd been talking about. So if we thought we might hear a de-escalatory speech that we're going to wrap this up in a couple weeks, I actually heard something quite different. And he said he visits the families at Dover, and he said we must honor them by completing the mission. And then he basically threatened Iran that we're going to prepare to send you back to the Stone Age. So I think this war is going to continue for some time. I mean, that's what I heard.
I thought it was striking that while he had a chance to speak to the Iranian leadership, the replaced Iranian.
Why has CNN decided it's not important for us to know who these fucking idiots are that are speaking? As if everyone's opinions are equally important over here at CNN. Come on! Come on. Let's be real.
He did not make an offer or any discussion of what the U.S.-Iran relationship could look like. I mean, these are two countries that have every reason that they could be natural allies historically. At various
I know this
moments.
guy too, and I can't think of him either. I'm fairly certain I hate both of these guys. And maybe that's why they don't want to tell us who they are. I'm fairly certain I hate both of these guys, and I just can't remember who they are. No, it's killing me. It's killing me.
And they went on to...
Anyway. CNN taking set advice from the White House. I mean, they're preparing themselves for the Larry Ellison takeover, aren't they? Becoming like a part of the CBS conglomerate. The regime-approved news media umbrella. So I think they're just getting ahead of it. All right. Let's go here to Al Jazeera English with the live stream. But it's not the last video of the night, because we still have bonus videos coming up next.
wars, I would say. And from the beginning of the war, that's exactly the same rhetoric that they're talking about. Also, speaking of the timeline, which is a key question at this point about when the war is going to be finished, both sides have their own contradictory interpretations. Donald Trump is saying something, while Iranians are saying that we will decide and we will determine when this war is going to be finished and how long it's going to be taking. Also, speaking of the tone and speaking of the content, we know that Donald Trump is talking about sort of actually destruction of different places, including infrastructural damages, and that is something that is not going to be welcomed in Iran, because we know that so far there are a lot of infrastructural damages that country has tolerated, and then if that happens, there are going to be repercussions according to what we hear from Iranians. And last but not least, we're dealing with sort of I would say ambiguity, whether it comes from a strategic point of view or whether this is a sort of lack of plan in Washington remains to be seen. However, when it comes to response, we see the same sort of rhetoric, and on that I would like to refer to Khatam al-Anbiya, the joint military headquarters spokesperson, who came out very recently to say that we tell the American and Zionist enemies, quote unquote, that your information about our military capabilities and capacities is incomplete, and that you know nothing about our extensive and strategic capabilities. So both sides are trying to keep the other one at a sort of ambiguity, and of course we are witnessing a situation which looks...
Damn, Iran says your information is complete, son.
Come on! Be at this point far from any point of de-escalation.
And Iran's president, Tawhid, Masoud Pezeshkian, has written a letter addressing him directly, the American people, in which he says attacking Iran's vital infrastructure, including energy and industrial facilities, is a direct attack on the Iranian people. Beyond constituting a war crime, such actions carry consequences that extend far beyond Iran's borders. Pezeshkian has also added that is America first truly among the priorities of the US government today. He says the choice between confrontation and engagement is both real and consequential.
Iran cooking over here. America's not really America first. Damn, dude. Ouch. That hurts, but it's very true.
Oh my God, dude.
Its outcome will shape the future for generations to come. Now, that address was made, Tawhid, before Trump addressed his own public. Now, if a deal isn't reached, he says he'll obliterate Iran's electric grids, and a few days later...
Yeah, he did say that. We kind of, because it was in the moment, and I didn't want to like do like a bunch of like interrupting of the entire speech throughout the whole thing, but like he did come out and again say that if Iran doesn't do what he wants them to do, he's going to do war crimes. This thing's to be over in 2-3 weeks, but if Iran doesn't do what we want, war crimes. We're going to do a bunch of them. And the desalinization, or as scientists call it, desalination, and electric grid. All the civilian targets, we're gonna hit them. I don't care. International law, schminternational schma. Ay. All right, people. Bonus vid time. Not bonus vid. Bonus vids. Multiple of them. That's right, Space Fams. I was thinking about holding off on this until Sunday for a Sunday Fun Day treat, even though it's really not a treat. It's kind of horrifying when you think about it. But anything but the Iran wars at this point, Sunday Fun Day material in my mind. But I decided bestow upon you this discussion. Let's talk about the war. Not the Iran war. The war on Hassan. The media war on the king of Twitch.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
Hassan Parker? Hassan Parker time.
I don't know if you knew this, but Hassan Piker is evil and must be stopped.
Actually, now Hassan Piker might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids. His new role as a midterm surrogate for some Democrats is proof that his political influence is expanding far beyond the streaming platform Twitch, where...
Okay, I just want to open and say, like, before I don't want to stop this too much because it's hilarious in and of itself. But I love the idea that, like, hey, your kids, you know, I mean, this might have worked like 5 years ago, maybe, but Hassan's been streaming for so long, and there are so many people of different generations, although his core is like 18 to 35. Like, it's not just kids. This is not like what is the game, like Roblox or whatever? I don't know what that is, right? Like, it's not that. It's like, no, it's.
How much older is Francesca than I am? Oh my! The sound of a very boomer sounding sentence, Francesca. But I also want to make a point, though. I love how fucking. I just love how Jake comes out saying, you know, nobody knows about this guy, but let's do this segment. Let's do this segment about it. Like, he starts it off with, like, this guy is totally not important. Nobody knows about him, but let's do this quick round table. Yeah, let's take like 15 minutes out of my day, as well as a whole bunch of, you know, producing ahead of time, and talk about this guy nobody knows about.
Political streamer.
Weird.
It's pretty big. He's also on YouTube. He's also on Instagram. He's also on TikTok. He's on a lot of things. He's a high-profile influencer. He's done high-profile interviews with Bernie Sanders, with AOC. Remember when AOC and him played, not Crossy Road, what's the other one? The other one. Minesweeper, I'm calling it. Thank you. That was like 5-6 years ago, right? He's been an entity, so it's very funny that it's like, did you know it's 11 a.m.? Do you know where your kids are and what they're streaming?
He has taken up residence. He is without question an online influencer with nearly 3 million followers. His rise as a prominent voice on the left is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason. Hassan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted state comments like this one.
Okay. Well, while we could sit here and listen to Francesca talk about this situation, I think it perhaps is best to go to the man himself and let Mr. Piker defend his own honor. Love Francesca, but it only feels right. Only feels right. I just figured I would leave the Francesca video in here because she's the one who got me thinking about this. I missed this clip on I missed this clip on Hassan's channel somehow, and had missed this story, but she alerted me to it with that clip. So I gotta give props. Gotta give props. Should be subscribing. I think everybody here probably subscribes to her already on YouTube, but just saying, if you're not, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh my god, I can't believe Jake Tapper's about to have a panel on my ass, dude. Oh, here it is.
Anti-Israel, anti-Semitic. So why are so many Democrats doing campaign events with him? We're going to explore that very question next.
Jake Tapper just straight up unconditionally called me anti-Semitic. You're a piece of shit, Jake Tapper. God damn, just uncritically. Ugh.
Come on!
Gross.
Might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids. His new role as a midterm surrogate for some.
Hold on. I'll be right back. I need a drink.
Twitch, where he has taken up residence. He is without question
I
an
need
online
hydration.
influencer with nearly 3 million followers. His rise as a prominent voice on the left is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason. Hassan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted state comments like this one.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it. We totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit.
The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
You know, it's Hassan Piker calling Orthodox Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas, calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker has since apologized for his comments on 9/11, but he stood by the rest. He's accusing others of taking him out of context. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, the leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, Mr. Piker is anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. No Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the fringe where he belongs, unquote. Hassan Piker just recently become an issue in Michigan. It's home to a competitive three-way Democratic primary for governor. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, one of the three candidates and a former CNN commentator, announced that Piker will join him for 2 rallies in April. His opponents quickly seized on that, slamming the decision as unacceptable, calling Piker not somebody that you should be campaigning with at a moment when there's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our state. Ardoni O'Sullivan caught up with Piker over the weekend at a No Kings rally in New York and asked how he fits into the Democratic Party's future.
You have become an issue within the Democratic Party yourself. Tell us about that.
I don't think I'm necessarily an issue within the Democratic Party as much as I am an issue for a lot of consultants. I don't want fascism to win in this country. I don't want Republicans to win in this country. We can argue on the methods. Maybe you think that my worldview and my values and the policies that I want politicians to represent might be different than yours. But at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals.
I should note, I misspoke. It's a Michigan Senate primary, not governor primary. Jonah Platt is with us. He's the host of Being Jewish with Jonah Platt podcast. Peter Hamby is the founding partner of Puck News. And Peter, look, obviously he has said a lot of things that a lot of people find outrageous, and he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog. He has called Hamas the Palestinian resistance. He has justified October 7th and on and on and on. What does his influence tell you about where the Democratic Party stands today? And I guess, is it despite those comments or because of those comments?
I think it's despite those comments a little bit. I mean, back to your first question.
He called
what it
one
says
Jew
about the
a
party.
Zionist
I think
pig dog is
Dr.
crazy.
Abdul Al-Sayed is looking for a lane in a 3-way primary. He is slightly behind in the polling. And like a lot of Democrats and a lot of progressives, after the 2024 election, wants to connect with young people, connect with young men, go into the manosphere, go into the podcast space. It just so happens that Hassan Piker is aligned with a lot of Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed's views on healthcare, on taxing the rich and billionaires, etc. He is a Bernie, AOC, Zohran guy. But with that, he has a long reputation of saying all of the things you just played here. I was just talking to you before the segment. I mean, I think it is a risk for Abdul Al-Sayed to have him come into the state. It's an obvious risk, but he is grasping for
This is one of the panelists.
in a crowded 3-way primary in a state, Michigan, which you remember from 2024, both in the primary, Democratic primary, and the general election, has a lot of Arab and Muslim voters outside of Detroit, in Dearborn Heights, and Democrats have been suffering there. And I think he's trying to grab onto them. He's doing rallies at Michigan, in Michigan State, so he's trying to go after young people. But one thing I do want to point out, Jake, that you said in the intro, that he's not a household name, the Speaking with American Men project, which was launched to study young men by Democrats after 2024, polled Hassan Piker's name among young men. He's not well known at all. About half of young people don't know who he is. And then his favorable rating, he's negative 9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable.
He's only known by half of young people. Oh, Hassan. Burn, Hassan. Only known by half of young people. Aww. How many young people are in America? how many you figure? Let me just Google it real quick. Just broadly speaking, how many young people? Around 73 million people. Wow, Hassan, so unknown. You're this. God, only half. Only 38. 36. I can't do the math. My brain just broke. Only like 35 to 38 million people know you. It's so sad. It's so sad for you.
Of Hassan Piker, and that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble?
I love how this guy's saying that, this guy who I definitely don't know his name. I definitely don't know these guys' names. So Hassan Piker, not a big deal. Only known by half of all young people. So I don't even know why we're talking about this
Joni,
guy.
in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way, they
their
wrote,
new meta is to say, oh, he's just not he has no emotion anyway.
Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side.
He has no emotion anyway.
Asked Piker to respond to critics who call him
Christ.
anti-Semitic. He quoted a few things that Piker had said, especially a Zionist dog or Zionist pig, or I think the actual quote was Zionist pig dog, whatever that means. Here is Piker's response.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
Jonah, there's a lot to unpack there. What's your response?
Yeah, I mean, what Piker does that
Jonah,
a lot of people of
unpack
his
that.
ilk do is...
Jonah, we need you to unpack that very complicated sentence, please. Oh, God. Queer sociology. Thank you for the follow on Twitch.
What Piker does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims
People of his ilk.
Jew hatred.
Ugh. People of, oh my God. Oh my God. People of Hassan. Look at Hassan's face. Oh my God. People of Hassan's ilk with the Jew hatred. Oh, this disturbing, dude. Why do people feel okay coming out here and just straight up lying? I've never witnessed Hassan say anything even close. Even close. I've never seen him exhibit. He's one of the most online people on the planet. He is basically what top 10 most online people on the fucking planet that live stream 8 hours a fucking day. And there's no evidence. There's no evidence for this supposed Jew hatred. If he hates Jews so much, why is he not hanging out with a bunch of neo-Nazis and white supremacists and whatever, but hanging out with Jews? He actively speaks out against white supremacists and white supremacy all day. I can't even count how many Jews have come on to Hassan's show, and yet people are coming out here and just accusing him of it's insane. It's like Hassan's gonna do another Holocaust or something. It's fucking wild. This is deranged. I can't believe this CNN. This is CNN and not some podcast with 5 views on kick or something. I don't know. It's just, how is this a thing?
By pointing it out in places that aren't them. He's been very clear pointing things out on the right. Oh, that's anti-Semitism. These are the tropes they use. And then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub Jew for Israel, which is the place where all Jews collectively have a connection to, is the...
Bad Lefty is right. That's almost GSL hours. So true. A lot of people are saying it. Everybody's saying it. Hassan is like the Earth GSL.
Homeland where more than 50% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's not, he would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media.
I don't even say that.
The Jews didn't
I don't even say
the war
that.
with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does. And so he's able to sort of get away with some of this stuff in these subtle ways.
I love that these guys are literally doing the conflation, by the way. He tied Israel to Jews, and then now is just going on.
He's got a different name, and he comes from a different wing of politics.
This is so This rant about anti-Semitism is the most anti-Semitic thing I've heard all fucking day. This is ridiculous. Oh my God. Why? Why is this the timeline that we're living on? Someone explain.
Politico asked a bunch of Democratic politicians running for president, or who might run for president, if they would ever do his podcast. And the only two Jews thinking about possibly running for president, Rahm Emanuel and Josh Shapiro, both suggested that they might be willing to.
I think this gets to something important with this debate in Michigan. It's different to go onto his podcast and joust over ideas.
Oh my God. He just got done talking about how Hassan has no gas. Like he's got no juice. And now they want to talk about Rahm Emanuel and Josh Shapiro. Talk about a couple of guys with no fucking juice. Those dudes are... What? Rahm Emanuel? Are you shitting me? Are you... That fucking guy? You really... No, but he has negative grassroots support. What's the opposite of grassroots support? Grassroots dissent? Like, he's the opposite of that. He's got grassroots dissent. Rahm Emanuel, give me a joke. Break.
I think seeing Josh Shapiro and Hassan Piker on his Twitch stream would be fascinating. I think Josh Shapiro is smart, and they would have a spirited debate, as we say in politics. The difference is going out to campaign with somebody, and the candidate, it's implicitly endorsing his views or suggesting, why don't you come to Michigan and campaign with me? That's the difference. I think candidates should be able to go on to podcasts with people who disagree with them. But yeah, I mean, the politics of Israel heading into 2028 are going to be fascinating. You're already seeing tons of Democrats kind of come out against AIPAC, but also defending Israel. Gavin Newsom obviously had to walk back, calling Israel an apartheid state. The other thing that's a factor here, the more...
Oh, he had to? Did he? He had to? Did someone have a gun to his head or something? He had to? He had to walk back his accurate statements? This is a wild segment.
Democrats engage with influencers heading into...
Whoopsies. I did not mean to. What did I just do?
2028, they're going to have to confront some views, things they might have said in the past.
Quick one-sentence final thoughts on this. You worried about the direction of the Democratic Party?
I'm worried. I agree that they should be able to debate, but they have to come in clear-eyed and know that they're there to debate and push back on these bad ideas, not to get chummy and have a fun conversation.
Thanks so much for being here. Great. What a great time to be in LA to have you both in studio. Really amazing.
Thanks, Jay.
The U.S. Army is launching an investigation into this Apache helicopters.
What a great segment.
That's awesome. What a
great
panel, dude.
What a great segment.
I don't think it was that bad. Controversial opinion. I don't think it was that bad.
Come on!
Like, yeah, he farmed a lot of the, he farmed all of the talking points, right? But I'll take it, especially if they put my actual words against their claims, like their interpretation of my words. All of a sudden, that takes on a very new light. And that's.
I know Hassan's coming at this from the perspective of his own, like, you know, PR, but I think that was terrible. I mean, don't get me wrong, I get where he's coming from, but like, as an uninvolved viewer and media consumer, that was garbage. What we just witnessed was trash. I can't believe what we just watched. That was one of the fucking worst things I've seen. And I watch a lot of news I've seen on the news in quite some time. Good fucking God. We try to avoid watching Jake Tapper on here, and there's multiple reasons for it, but wow.
Why the best they can do, and that point, that's the reason why the best they can do is say, oh, Hassan is actually anti-Semitic, but he's hiding it, right? Instead of being like, oh, he's a avowed anti-Semite, it's very clear. They have to go, oh, well, he's just like criticizing Israel, but actually he just means all Jews, which is an ineffective line of attack. And the other.
No, exactly. It was a smear. It was a media smear. It was a hit job. It was a media hit job. It's a hit job funded by a multi-billion-dollar media organization, which could be, I don't know, covering the Iran war or any number of other actual news stories, and instead spent money and time doing that fucking shameful segment. It's utterly ridiculous.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Person has to basically concede on coming onto my podcast, but then say, but it's different when you have
Who
it
had the
on
thought of doing
your
that?
campaign rally. They're trying to mitigate the harm there, because like they've completely given up on saying this is a dangerous radical anti-Semite. They're trying to imply that, but then also simultaneously claim that, you know, it's okay if you collaborate with him. You just shouldn't have him on your rallies. So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I don't think this is a bad thing. It is funny though that the Puck guy's assessment is that I have no motion, and people that do know me hate me. He was like, no, we ran a poll actually.
Someone on Twitch saying, as a person from Illinois, fuck Rahm. Yes, fuck Rahm. Exactly. Nobody likes that guy. Didn't he also try to run for a couple of things and then lose? He's got no juice. Why are these guys? Who gives a fuck what Rahm Emanuel thinks? I know they're talking about in the context of, but they were also saying like they're talking about them running for president as if it was like theoretically possible. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine what would have to happen. Like some sort of horrifying accident, right? Like at the DNC or something, like the delegates are being announced and like all the candidates die because like the lighting rigs just come crashing down on the stage. Everybody, oh my God, and everybody's screaming, and then Rahm Emanuel was out in the parking lot doing like a handshake deal with a corporate donor. And he's the only one left. That's the only way I can imagine Rahm Emanuel. I'm sorry. That was a tangent. It took an unexpected tangent. It happens.
And nobody knows him. And the people that do know him, they hate him. Okay? They hate him a lot. Okay, then why are you talking? Then why are you bringing me up on a CNN panel?
So was the Jake Tapper segment like pro or against?
Felix Biederman in the building.
Hello, everyone.
International superstar, #1 anti-Semite in America.
I've never even been put on though. It's crazy. I don't know what I have to do.
It's actually unironically anti-Semitic not to feature you as an anti-Semite just because you're Jewish.
And there are, like, they do put Jews on there.
Who'd they put, like Norm Finkelstein?
Macklemore. You know, he had that song where he's like, when I was in the 3rd grade, I thought that I was Jewish. Because I drove a Volvo and I stirred the peanut butter.
Okay, well, here.
It was called Same Love, and it was about his friend who is Jewish.
That he's gay for.
Yeah, and they were going to get married, but they couldn't.
Oh, they had to fly
Every single person on this planet is gay.
And that's sort of why, you know, the reason for his activism. It's actually quite selfish.
Yeah.
Hassan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted comments like this one.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it.
Who's that bigoted against?
Dude, holy shit.
Buildings?
Yeah.
Cantor Fitzgerald?
Yeah. The Twin Towers.
Yeah, like that.
Architecture.
Cantor Fitzgerald is not like a protected class.
Also, they made out like a bandit, or at least Howard Lutnick did.
Yeah.
He was the one who really benefited from that.
Howard Lutnick, Larry Silverstein, like all these guys would also go, we deserve 9/11, but like in a good way. Like, oh, I really had I deserve to win.
Yeah, well, also, so did Donald Trump on the morning of 9/11.
Man, that was so
when
good.
He called into a radio show, and was like, well, now Trump Tower is the tallest standing building in Wall Street. Like,
that was awesome.
Yeah, it's dope.
Actually, before the World Trade Center was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest.
Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas.
As a lesser evil voter, I will once again repeat my harm reductionist credo. Hamas is 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state. The real harm happening here is that another illegal stolen...
He really is a deranged lunatic. Well, he used to be the tallest, but now look, Trump Tower, #1. Trump Tower, #1 again. I know it's probably a bad time, but look, silver lining for me, particularly. He's a sick man.
Sale is taking place at another synagogue.
He doesn't even try to like defend the idea of like selling land on the city. It's just like, oh man.
No, I think he didn't know. He hadn't read the full tweet because it's really funny. He can't even like hit the line once.
Right. Unequivocal. That is an equivocal defense of it. Like that's the joke.
Hassan Piker calling Orthodox Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas, calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker.
He just like he got so mad he couldn't even get it out. He's like, the lesser of two.
The unintentional Freudian slip. The lesser of two Israels. Honestly, that should be Jake Tapper's next book title. If not, somebody else has to use that one. The lesser of two Israels. It should be a discussion of the future of Israel. God. I mean, really, though, an unintentional play on words there from Jake Tapper there. Accidental fire from Jake, really. Copyright that right there.
Why can't we kill him?
That was his verse. Like in 8 Mile, where you're Eminem.
Yeah.
That's after you're like
gangbanging in Media Land.
Well, yeah, that's why I thought of 8 Mile. You're like, but I know something about you.
Cap'n Crunch. What a bunch. Eating cereal. Lesser two Israels. Yeah.
You what would be the thing? You wrote an article or two. And he would be like Papa Doc, he would choke.
He's accusing others of taking him out of context. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, The leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, Mr. Piker is anti-American. And
Yeah, all the goats are here.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, the real movers and shakers in the Democratic Party. Third Way writing a Wall Street Journal op-ed.
They had two cones write that. I always feel like very inferior when I speak to a cone because they were like the best of the 12. They were like the strongest of the 12 tribes of Israel. And you have like the losers in my family.
The Biedermans?
The Biederman isn't even like, my dad's side, they were like stupid Russian Jews who like were like, oh, everyone thinks German Jews are like the fanciest, so we should just go there. But they will go to Germany and we'll make up a German last name, Biederman, which means petite bourgeois. we'll get that name, but we still won't learn how to read.
Not gonna do
and
it.
then we'll f that up, and then we'll come to America and make no money selling heroin.
And anti-Semitic, no Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the
But
fringe where
I
he
always
belongs,
feel like
unquote.
these cones are like
Hassan
looking
Piker
at me.
has recently become an issue in Michigan. It's
They
home
know
to a
what a
competitive
loser I am. Because
three-way Democratic.
From my ancestors playing piano in the Russian military.
I mean, that's
come
not-
from a long line of losers.
That's kind of cool. That's not. I think that's.
That might have been cool back then. I don't know. He might have
Yeah,
gotten.
Granddad got pussy, dude.
He might have gotten some whiz on his thing.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Primary for governor. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, one of the three candidates and a former CNN commentator, announced that Piker will join him for 2 rallies in April. His opponents quickly seized on that, slamming the decision as unacceptable, calling Piker not somebody that you should be campaigning with at a moment when they're...
It's like really funny that they're giving advice while they're in contest.
Yeah,
Like, oh, dude, yeah, let me. Yeah, I'm gonna take this sincerely. Actually, like we're running a race against you, and I think you probably shouldn't do this thing. It's gonna be really bad for you.
There's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across.
Yeah. It's fascinating. Hassan can't win. You know, he really can't. You know, he tried to support Kamala to some degree, right? Like he went to the DNC, then he got kicked out, and then he got blamed for not voting for her. And then and now he's not allowed to. Now, actually, people shouldn't even want his support. Actually, he shouldn't even be giving people his support. We don't even need him. You remember, like, I don't know, a year ago? Remember, like, a year ago at this time? I know it's a long, long time ago. Remember when, like, honestly, it was not that long ago when, like, Jake Tapper and all these people were doing, like not glaze up pieces, but like, I mean, to some degree, like asking the question whether or not we needed Hassan, whether he was the left's Joe Rogan. And now they're like, actually, fuck Hassan. We don't need that guy. He's not even that big of a deal.
What about on the other side of that, being on the wrong side of an issue that's like 90-10
Yeah.
with Democratic voters?
Yeah.
Does that come up at all?
Yeah, notice how Dr. Abdullah Sayed isn't turning around and be like, hey guys, don't defend Israel here.
Yeah.
Because he wants to win, actually. So yeah, he's going to be like, oh, nice. I'm glad that you said your piece on the issue of Israel.
Yeah, I mean, what Piker does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by...
This one, I know we're rewatching this, but this is insane. Oh my god!
What? Just being like, yeah, you're right.
They try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by pointing it out.
To what? Just being like, yeah, you're right.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, you got me.
It's also
You
really
got
funny.
me, pal.
It's also funny because it's like, in this day and age, like, I don't think if you're an anti-Semite, you just say you're an anti-Semite.
Yeah.
Like, what do you like? No one is going around. Like Nick Fuentes does not have clips being like, well, you know, I've spent a lifetime combating against anti-Semitism. I find it to be a dangerous canary in the coal mine of fascism. You know, like that's not a thing.
So it's not. He would never say Jews control.
No, exactly. And the fact is, I mean, like, I see the anti-Semitic chats. I mean, we have to ban people from these chats all the time. People who are anti-Semitic in 2026 just say it. They just say it, and they just exist among us, and they're mostly open about it. Not everybody, but I mean, for the most part. And it's just weird. Like, this is just such a weird decision. Like, is this segment literally funded by AIPAC? Like, what is going on? Did the ADL pay for this, like however long it took for Jake Tapper to put together this fucking segment? What is
media,
going
but
on?
Israel controls the media. And, you know, the Jews didn't pull us into the war with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does.
Okay.
What a winning message.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. Every time these guys try to like vilify me on the boundaries of Israel, it's probably bringing more people to my side, where they're like, yeah, he didn't say that out of thin air. Benjamin Netanyahu said it. Donald Trump said it. Marco Rubio said it. Like, all of the Gang of 8 that came out of that meeting looking terrified. We're all like, oh my God, we're going to war for Israel. So it's so stupid that is like his number one counter is like, well,
seriously, really is. Now, I haven't even watched this one yet, but while I was adding these to the list for the bonus content portion of the stream, I saw this entitled, "So I Went on CNN, ... Hasanabi, yesterday with the second to last clip of the night.
as you guys know, yesterday I was endlessly slandered by Jake Tapper, my number one op at CNN. And in the process of getting endlessly smeared and slandered by Jake Tapper, who called me an anti-Semite,
Hassan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted state comments.
I still turned around and was able to fire off a CNN segment only a couple hours later with my friend Alex Michelson, who had asked me to come on CNN a while back to talk about my Cuba trip. Now, what's really funny about that is this creates a very unique dynamic, right? Because on the one hand, Jake Tapper wants to say I'm a toxic person. He wants to get people to, you know, not platform me, not broadcast my views in particular, because, like, obviously his goal there is to say I shouldn't be someone people associate with because I'm a bad guy, I'm an anti-Semite, right? Now, obviously that's a cynical smear and most people don't believe it, but it is also a testament to how little people believe it, even internally at CNN in some ways. Like, imagine being the boomer who is watching the Jake Tapper segment in the middle of the day, only to then turn around and watch me a couple hours later to be like, wait a minute, wasn't this guy the dangerous radical anti-Semite? Now he's over here talking about how he went to Cuba to deliver humanitarian aid. It is a pretty funny duality here. American TV news anchor's wrathful campaign of elder abuse continues. Our vulnerable seniors deserve information dignity. But yeah, it is funny. Hassan the Hunt is back from a humanitarian mission to Cuba amidst an oil blockade and power outages. Go show some love to Alex, by the way. He's staking his neck out. So I noticed that CNBC, CNN, MS Now love having Greenblatt on. Will they have someone from CARE to talk about Slotkin? No, of course not. Of course not. But yeah, Adam Johnson first says, I simply cannot handle another bogus anti-Semitism scandal. All smoke and no fire.
Okay, I just want to take a quick moment to do something real quick. And that's not to plug all the ways that you could support the channel, but for you to take a look at this fucking graph. Latest update on oil prices now pushing up on $107 a barrel. 6.5% up in the early morning hours here. Trading abroad in Asia right now. Europe market's about to open in about 15 minutes. Not looking good. Not looking good.
from Corbyn to campus protesters to Mamdani. They all follow the same sleazy script pushed out by Israel lobbyists, hatchet men like Greenblatt, who, it's worth noting, regularly texts with Tapper. Last July, I broke down the script with respect to Mamdani. The one targeting Piker is similar. Here's the basic playbook for anyone interested. TLDR, it's manufacturing smoke, fanning the smoke, and then hoping no one notices the total lack of actual fire. And let us not forget that the totally fake anti-Semitism scandal Jake Tapper and Dana Bash ginned up targeting Rashida Tlaib in September 2024 that was premised on a complete lie that Bash and Tapper vaguely walked back without apology or any accountability. Note, too, that in the first 2 years of genocide from October 2023 until the October 2025 ceasefire, Tapper did not feature a single Palestinian guest on his Sunday morning show, CNN State of the Union. He also ignored Gaza entirely during the height of the famine from March to July 2025. Okay, but what has Hassan said about 9/11? Nothing worse than what Bill Maher has said about 9/11. Next question.
We have been the cowards, lobbing cruise missiles from 2,000 miles away. That's cowardly.
That is a
Staying in the
terribly-
airplane when it hits the building. Say what you want about it, not coward.
The Jake Tapper stuff is funny, but what's even funnier, once again, is Gremlo says, imagine being a CNN watcher and seeing Jake Tapper go on an 8-minute pearl-clutching segment with two insane Zionists crying about Hassan the Hun, and then an hour later, you see this piece on the same guy doing an aid mission. Really undercuts the whole he's a terrorist line of argument. Exactly. It's like so insincere. It's such an obvious lie, and people are not willing to commit to it, right? People are not willing to commit to it, which I'll start off with the segment here. Mehdi Hassan says, props to CNN's Alex Michelson for having Hassan the Hun on and letting him speak in his own voice, his own words, rather than ventriloquized or quoted out of context by pro-Israel politicians and pundits. Let's take a look.
Here he is for the first time. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Paint us a picture of what it's like on the ground. What'd you see?
When I first landed in Cuba, I was taken aback by how beautiful everything was. You know, you got the 1950s cars and it's a tropical island destination. But very quickly thereafter, as soon as we got into Havana, the main city area where people congregate, I couldn't believe the sights that I was seeing. It was very sad. You had homes that looked like they were bombed out. Our tour guide at the time said that this was somewhat of a product of hurricane season and how difficult it is to like repair these buildings. And I already had known about the rolling blackouts, and I experienced them later in the day. And it was definitely unlike anything I've ever experienced before. Everything's pitch black. There aren't any traffic lights on. Like it's crazy, right? But I was taken aback. I was very sad by all the poverty that I saw, and then I was very angry. It was actually Ben Rhodes who told me that I would get very sad when I first went to
Former Obama foreign policy advisor.
Former Obama foreign policy advisor Ben Rhodes, who was formative in the previous normalization agreement with Cuba that Barack Obama had orchestrated, and he was right. It was very sad to see, but then it was very angering. It was very anger-inducing because I felt like there was a lot of potential on this island that we were just robbing the people of, and it's totally cruel and totally unnecessary. And it was part of the reason why I went to Cuba, because I've heard a lot about Cuban organizing, the Cuban government. I'd read a lot about it.
Sure.
I knew about the island's history of developing sovereignty, but I'd also heard about this blockade, right? And I wanted to figure out exactly how this blockade was harming people directly, and in many ways that are indirect, because the blockade itself is designed to be invisible. It's a system of sanctions. It's this like bureaucratic nightmare that basically renders it impossible for the island to do regular commerce, just like any other country. Banks can't take out loans from any other banks. And you, as an American citizen, as a matter of fact, have a lot of restrictions on what you can and can't do, both on the island or if you wanted to even send money, if you have relatives on the island. It's a very difficult process to like directly send cash payments to your relatives as well. It's totally unnecessary. These rules are so arbitrary, and yet they're so damaging to everyone, to everyday Cuban existence.
What were you most surprised by actually seeing it up close and personal?
I was surprised by the resilience. I was surprised by the fact that people, in spite of all of these, struggles, were still surviving, right? They had a relatively chill attitude about everything, which was somewhat shocking to me because I feel like I'm a much more high-intensity person. But I was also really impressed with the accomplishments that they've made in places like biomedical, in the biomedical field.
What do you think is, at this point, the biggest need? Because we hear, like, the New York Times reporting about the fact that the power goes off in the hospitals, and like babies are having to, be hand pumped to keep them alive in certain situations. I mean, what do you think's the greatest need
It's oil
on the ground?
100%. And it's actually totally legal for Cuba to trade with other countries. It's just that America makes it impossible. So what is a necessity is for the grid to come back alive, and for that to happen, they need to get oil. I believe there's a Russian tanker that just docked in Havana as of this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
You think Hassan is going to address the CNN piece that was done on him? Or do you think he's just going to talk about Cuba?
730,000 barrels of oil, which will provide much needed respite. And
not that it's not a valid, an important thing to talk about, and that's why he's there to talk about. Like, if I were him, I would take, the opportunity to be like, hey, talk to your boy Jake over there. Calling me a Jew hater seems a little bit fucked, don't you think?
Come on! And will allow the Cuban energy grid to survive. They'll still ration it heavily, but this way medicine can be transported on the island.
I want to give you a chance to respond to two criticisms of this trip that have gotten widely reported. The New York Times sort of called you out for the fact that you all stayed in a nice hotel that was very luxurious compared to a lot of what the people on the island are dealing with every day. What's your response to the allegations of hypocrisy there?
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting as well. So we went on a humanitarian aid mission with foreign dignitaries, delegates, advocates, activists, journalists, and the like. It was around 200, 300, 400 people. I'm not exactly sure on the number, but the American government has placed, and this was fascinating to me, we had to get an OFAC clearance from the Treasury Department just to go, right? Yeah. And the American government has actually created these incredible restrictions that only allow American citizens to stay in four hotels on the island. There are thousands of hotels on the island, but we can only stay in 4. And if I don't stay in a hotel, and these are 5-star hotels, according to the American government, if I don't stay in one of those hotels, I could go to prison for 10 years and have to pay a $250,000 fine.
Right to jail,
I'm an
right
American
away.
citizen. Yeah. It's so totally ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it.
And real quickly, there are a lot of people that are watching, especially places like South Florida, that feel like the regime is repressive, that it's been a terrible regime, that it's killed people, and that what you're doing is propping them up. What do you say to that?
I just don't want babies to die. I don't want people to suffer. I think that the difference in opinion as far as like how Cuba governs itself is up to the Cuban population. I just want, as an American citizen, to stop putting our hand on the scale in this incredibly violent way, because the results are unbelievably violent. Collective punishment is a war crime after all, and there is no other way to look at what we've done, especially as Trump has like basically said the quiet part out loud and restricted all oil from going into the island. It's impossible to ignore.
Yes, it is. And according to what he's saying, it sounds like this story is not going away anytime soon. Hassan Piker, thank you for sharing your views. Great to see you.
Thank you for having me.
What kind of counter can you have for that, right? Like people will turn around and be like, bro, you're doing propaganda, you're doing regime propaganda. It's like, no, I'm just telling you exactly what's going on the island. I'm telling you who is primarily responsible for it. And if you don't appreciate that, it's because you are unwilling to recognize the damage that this government is causing to Cuba because you have some kind of ideological blind spot.
Yep, Hassan's right.
You have a mental health problem.
This is ridiculous.
I'm actually surprised by his restraint and his decision not to bring it up at all. He's like in the building. If I were in, oh my God. By the way, better that Hassan's doing it than me. There you have it, folks. A little bit of bonus content here. We made it over 8 hours. Oh, final clip of the night. To North Korea. We already watched this clip once this week. Maybe twice. I just think it's hilarious. Here's Kim Jong-un receiving a gift from the president of Belarus.
Все правильно.
Да, 정확하셨습니다.
Оружием владеет Ким Чен Ын.
무기를 잘 다루신다는 것이 아닙니다. 감사합니다.
На всякий случай, если враги появятся.
혹시 적들이 침범해 오면 이용하실 수 있을 것입니다.
Just in case any enemy show. All right, it's not that funny. Yeah. And if anything, it just, it's just a sign of the times. Leaders trading weapons as tokens of friendship while we all wage war against each other. It's so great. Look at those two guys. The boys having fun. Okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. Well, there was your midweek report, including 2 live events. You got updated on the week. First 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And we covered the Artemis 2 launch. Donald Trump's ridiculous and unnecessary speech. And even a little bonus Hassan content. Hassan-dent.
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained, chat? Alright, now I think I might take a day off tomorrow night. By tomorrow night, I mean Thursday night. That's not a guarantee. But just don't expect an after leftist mafia stream. Okay? Mostly because I have to catch up on a bunch of stuff. Gotta update the break screens. Gotta update some Patreon stuff. I gotta update. Oh, I gotta work on the elections. Got a lot going on. It's not just the apocalypse. We'll see though. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. Just don't expect it. It could happen. Depends on how productive I am between now and then, really. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moinoit, Daria, Jokey, Scout, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Wayland, Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benny Hana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, and Winnie and Robin. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.